balance adjustments to some attachments and firing from vehicles, some adjustments to the blue zone on Destiny, and some decor to get you hyped for PGC. All this and more as we dive into the Update 20.1 patch report. First up, we've been monitoring your feedback on the high advantages of shooting from a moving vehicle, and have implemented some recoil nerfs for both the driver and passengers. Drivers can also no longer steer while reloading weapons. In addition, several attachments are being adjusted for balance. 2 ARs can now attach high-powered scopes, and the O12 can fit a couple new scopes as well. So check out the patch notes for full details on the changes. Destiny is also seeing some changes to the blue zone this update, with Phase 1 and 2 having larger circles. Phase 2 has increased damage, so don't let yourself lose track of time while looting the bigger zone. And speaking of blue zones, the Jammer Pack will now receive additional damage to its battery, and will only spawn as a world drop in Miramar, Karakin, Haven, and Destiny. For map adjustments, visitors to Erangel can now plan their stay around watching the sunset, and sightseers on Erangel, Tego, and Miramar should start seeing PGC-related decorations in celebration of the upcoming World Championship. There's also a new ranked season starting, new skins to craft in the workshop, several changes to the wardrobe, and quality of life updates. So head over to the patch notes for the full details on everything. Update 20.1 is here, so strap in, lock and load, and drive off into the sunset. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Victory is not a moment. It's a journey made up of choices. The possibilities are endless. Why you fight, what strategies you use, who you have on your crew, and what colors they fly. All these choices end and begin with you.
Slow down a tiny bit. We want to go in the right side, by the way. I think you don't want to go in the front.
Yeah, heard you.
I'm coming to you. Car's breaching you. Shoot. From the east. We're fighting for this.
He's in the downstairs side room. A car pulling up on me.
Yep. Many cars, 2 cars.
Knock one on me.
Nice.
On me, one.
On me.
2 guys on me.
Yeah, one's the other side of the barn.
Okay.
South, on my side. One's my side.
Knocked.
Knock on my side. One's in the shack on me.
Stairs upstairs. One.
Last guy not.
I'm
One
down.
knock on me, one in the shack. Last guy in the shack.
Last
Knocked
guy,
to
he's
me.
on the north wall.
I'm healing as well. He's inside, pushing me in the bathroom. He's reloading. That's hold. Don't peek.
Guys, can I have a smoke on me? Does someone have time?
Stairs in the other room across from you. Or the closet on your right.
Yeah. I'm blasting front door. Yeah. Don't peek.
Figure out where he is.
Get me outside.
Figure out where he is.
Wait, he's in the side room, east. Okay.
Nice.
So I'm safe in shack. Take your time, though. Take your time.
Nice.
First.
Polish power, 15 plays bullshit, not the way they would have wanted to start off this one. Woo, in the meantime, full speed sends it right into the open arms of Ascent, and they say thank you.
Oh, yeah. The flash bounced off the back of his head.
Yep. We're getting late into the game now, so Blue is gonna hurt. It's gonna leave the advantage with Stardust. Stardust takes full of it, finds one, spots the second. Will he get him as well? Yes. Pulling up. Actually, as I say that, we are missing one. We'll see what they can pull up here. Iroh instantly double headshots means a perfect way to start that engagement.
Actually, Lyron going to double down. Scav will fall now. Lyron actually on this wide wrap on the edge of the compound. Odin actually going to get picked up by Nuki, but the response nade for Esports absolutely destroying. He's in a position to play spoiler on Polish power here.
Now, yeah, that's right. Gets one, gets the second. Crunio doesn't get it, finds the third. There's just one more left to be taken down, and Crunio ain't there. He's on the other side of the ridgeline, and just like that, Polish power, they survived the three-way fight just to be taken down by the snake on the other side, and somehow, Matt inside, they all have to commit to the wrap around the same position, but Hobbits around the side, lob the flashbang on in spots. One gets the second one now as well. Batulins missing a few shots. Dante finds the other. Batulins finds one in return, finds the second, but it's gonna be Dante around the side to seal. But Esports could hope to get anything off of that at all.
my
As
God.
I say that, Lyron finds once more.
Clean headshot onto Gustav. Actually going to find a little bit of damage onto the knock, so creates a bit of pressure around this res now. He's come back through. He's found 8C as well.
How is he being allowed to take this one?
Oh my God.
That's the last as well, Lyron!
Went out just before as well to clip solo event, just didn't take us any further.
Vasco's heels are getting blown off as we see it. Shotgun comes through, finds
my
him with
God.
the second, and once again it's the solo players.
Kevlar's helmets are looking good for them.
It's a big tag onto Squeaky there with that nade. Deadrocks. Send over the top, and actually Dante will find the second, will find the third as well, actually onto Leosh. Finally, Extant, potentially. For Esports actually did drift down south, but actually Navi looking to pull up onto the Junkyard Alamo, and a very good hold from Hal.
And she gets something going. Oh, now Austrian Force, 2 players left alive trying to fend off. Here, full push comes through. Silas finds one, finds the second. What is going on here? Chris nowhere near to assist, and Brexco knocked Miles behind, and this just
Not all that much damage done towards him. Has an MK14 to defend with as well. Optimal weaponry available. Scab in the meantime, yep, solid one coming through. Nuki though instantly there to respond. Northern Lights will be taken out, but Spiro finds Vard. That's elsewhere on the map as we now see. Nuki again up close threat here. Deals with one, deals with a second. Can't quite find the third. Frost and Mar there to defend, but in the end it's going to be Fellas on the push on forward.
Welcome, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a PUBG extravaganza the likes of which you've never seen before. To my right-hand side, in the tent of omnipotence, we have ourselves the commentators. They're going to be bringing you all the games. And to my left-hand side, we have the dancing gentlemen themselves here to bring you all of the analysis for the games as well. My name's Kyle Laris, your host. And we have Saga as well as Avenger. I'm coming in with all the big energy. Last time I was fighting Saga. Now we're in a circus tent, ready to allow all these guys to attack one another. It's a good time, Avenger. Yesterday the games were crazy, and we're hoping for more of that.
Yeah, we're hoping for that to continue. And maybe Question Mark is going to be able to close it out and be even further apart everyone else. Be, 50 points, 60 points, and they're basically going to win the whole thing once we're done with today.
Yeah, Question Mark looking absolutely fantastic. Saga, of course. I mean, it's not the fact that they're able to get themselves victories here on the board as well. It's the fact that they're ever present in podium finishes, top fours, etc. Very, very powerful.
It's been a huge resurgence after week one was, it wasn't terrible for them, but they were certainly one of the teams who made up that enormous mid-pack that we had coming into things, but they've very much separated themselves as not only a contender, but maybe even the favorite right now for the top spot, considering that the gap that they've actually been able to create. But we've still got 10 games to go. Competition is still very fierce, very tough teams still waiting to fight for that top spot.
Yeah, with Entropic not here, I think everybody's eyes were fixated on Northern Lights being that favorite. However, maybe things have changed. We'll see as time goes on. Let's take a look at the schedule for today. We have 5 games coming at you throughout everything as we will be moving through not only the desert, but also the grassy pastures. We've got those 5 games coming at you. We're starting with the grassy pastures of Erangel. 3 of those coming at you, and then 2 Miramars later, Avenger. So Northern Lights is going to do great for 3 games, and then we're not going to see them.
Hopefully they'll do well again on Miramar, obviously. Here's the total leaderboard right now. As you see, 35 points lead. That is quite a lot. With a good game here to begin with, that will mean teams would basically need the entire day to catch up here. So we definitely need somebody to stop them. Otherwise, they're going to be running away with things. Unless, Northern Lights, they pull on Northern Lights and come up on the last day and have a record-breaking day with, 2-3 wins and a lot of kills to boot.
I think that's what a lot of people are even expecting to a certain degree. They have sometimes been late starters when it came to tournaments, but something you alluded to earlier, Saga, the heavy mid-pack that we currently have here is keeping the tournament extremely competitive.
Minimal amounts of points separating teams from a huge gap between them. If we look once again at the scoreboards, you're looking at 114 points to put you in 6th place, 111 down in 10th. It's so incredibly close, and there's so much movement that can come through. The big issue is with a team that has come up sort of through the open qualifiers, who wasn't really in the mix for the PGC points at the start of the event, currently holding on to the PGC slot for guaranteed entry to PGC. It means that the rest of the teams who needed those top place finishings, it has to be even better now. They have to dislodge them from the top to really give themselves a shot at getting to Dubai.
It's almost impossible at this point for any other team, even with 2nd place here, to be able to take that 8th spot. Possibly we're looking at one of the MEA teams grabbing 3rd to take the spot away from BBL, because with Question Mark taking 1st or even 2nd would mean that it would be impossible for any other team, unless, a team like Fellas or Win or Die, they take 1st away from Question Mark.
Yes.
Then it's likely that it's just going to be Heroic that's going to be pushed out and Question Mark jumping into that top 8.
I think it's important to note with that Stardust, Howl, and Foot are all in positions where they could potentially strike out for those points later on down the line, because they have considered or kept themselves alive in that mid-pack.
Yeah, it's still so open with 10 games left to go, and this is exactly what we were hoping to see. Obviously, things have been historically quite favoring some of the top-level teams in Europe, some of the more storied and history teams that have that longevity of success and walking away with championships. But this time around, things haven't quite worked out in the favor of those teams who we expect to see at the top end of things. Overpeak has started well, but have faltered into that mid-pack alongside FaZe, and Na'Vi are just nowhere to be found.
Well, let's take a look at the Twire standings at the moment here for Fantasy League. You guys are playing along at home as well, and I'm sure that you're all probably doing a little bit better than us, but we're doing all right anyway. Especially, you know what? This is how you know that we earn our keep, ladies and gentlemen. The entire desk. 1, 2, 3. Avengers in the 3rd. But Saga, ultimately we're doing pretty well.
Yeah, it could have gone much worse. Especially considering
Thanks, Saga.
the fact you know, that you came out here on week 1 and were like, we're going to clown your picks somewhat. Hasn't quite worked
that
out
is
in
true,
your favor.
Yeah.
I mean, right now it's looking really good. Obviously, your Wonder Boy in Extents has really carried you through
forgot how
everything.
to play the game yesterday, though.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm going to be perfectly honest. You came out at the beginning of this saying, I'm not too confident in my picks.
Yeah.
You're saying we're clowning. No.
I said I back an underdog story, the teams that did really well in the elimination phases. Yeah, of course. But, you know, it would be great to see the Na'Vi underdog story come to fruition.
Yeah, exactly. I picked the big underdogs, of course. Example, a guy that, you know, he never really puts up the numbers with. No, he always blasts out of control every tournament, regardless of what goes on. Unfortunately, Navi's not quite gained a head of steam yet, though, Avenger, I think is fair to say.
Obviously, this is not the total numbers. I think it's just from yesterday.
Yes, it is.
And I too have had some, you know, I had 2 underdog picks, a Silas and a Scav. They did well in our group stage, and then of course two big rollers in Example and Fix. They always are able to compete at the very top.
Agreed.
And I was hoping to see, you know, both Silas and Scav have the same performance that we saw in the group stage, considering the vast majority of the teams in here were playing in the group stage.
Yeah.
So yeah, obviously, or well, all of them, but they were playing against them and they did extremely well. So yeah, it's still good to see us at the top. There are, of course, better teams out there. Some of you guys out there are way ahead of us, and it's looking very good. But I would say right now, I think the way that you've been able to kind of structure your teams for fantasy this time around, you've been able to have insane amount of possibilities. Also, you've had some crazy performances from some really, really cheap players. We're talking below 20,000, below 18,000. They've been able to put up an insane amount of points.
Yeah, definitely so. So you can tweet at us with all of your fantasy leagues and tell us how your teams are going, of course. And you're probably doing better than us, so tweet at us with that, because that's what people usually do when they're doing better than us. But not when they're not doing better than us. It's kind of strange. But beyond all of that, we have ourselves teams to talk about, because let's go over the fact that Question Mark is currently a #1 doing brilliantly here. And I think it bears repeating that this roster has been doing excellently with the leadership of Aduzi. We even heard it from him in the interview as time went on here, that they are looking at PGC as the grand goal. And right now, they're bearing down on it quite heavily.
Yeah, I think for all of the teams here, the end goal at the start of this was to qualify for PGC, and it remains that way. But for a lot of teams, it's more realistic than quite a few others. And there were so many possibilities at the start of this, and we knew that teams like Question Mark, who were in their position coming in with a disadvantage on the previously gathered PGC points, had to come out and show that they deserved to qualify to the global stage. And Question Mark have made a very, very good statement and really tried to prove their territory, that they belong once again on the global stage.
So, does Question Mark, by the end of these 2 days, walk away with this Avenger? Because right now, I mean, it's difficult to argue with it.
Yeah, there's a super, super high chance, obviously, looking at 35 points out of second right now. And it's just down to the fact that they have not had a bad day yet. They have had 2 above average days and 2 amazing days. But looking at statistics and looking at how it usually goes, when you play 6 days and 30 games total, you're bound to have 1 bad day. And that could happen, obviously, today or tomorrow. So for the sake of excitement, I hope it's today. So we're going to have an even closer leaderboard going into tomorrow, right? Because then it would be basically anyone that ends in first or second of the non-top 8 teams right now in terms of PDC points, like Win or Die, like Fellas, or potentially that the top 3 kind of slows down a little bit today, and we'll have a How, Stardust, Foot Esports that's going to be able to take that 3rd place and take that MEA guaranteed spot away from BBL.
The other thing to point out is that, of course, we are doing 3 Erangels today. We've even the score on how many of each map we've played so far. And obviously, we know that Northern Lights is very Erangel heavy after day 1 of week #1. They have 103 points on Erangel, which is exactly the same amount that Question Mark have picked up on Miramar. So the only difference comes from the maps where they've performed the worst. But we're on Northern Lights' favored territory to start us off, and this could be the back to momentum building boost that they really needed to get themselves back into the championship winning position.
Gives them a little bit of a lean, for sure, as we start off the day. Other teams looking down the pack a little bit here. Fellas yesterday, to a degree, surprised me, Avenger, in terms of the fact that they got the most points, despite Question Mark having a great day. So Fellas has bumped up nicely.
Yeah, 55 points yesterday compared to Question Mark's 54, so 1 point ahead of them. Did quite well, but then again, they are in a position where they need to take over Question Mark. They need to get first away from Question Mark or Final T to take that away from them. And also, they need to outplace Question Mark because they already have PGC points. So, Fellas, we need to be in a situation to get second. and question mark to be below them for this to happen. And it's you know
push.
It's a hard push. We need, or they need, and everyone else that is fighting for that PTC spot, they need question mark to do bad today.
Have a stumble.
Yes.
Have a stumble here or there. One of the teams that did have a little bit of a stumble, I suppose, yesterday is currently in third. As much as they're still in third, still 140 points on the board. Polish Power, obviously, they came out of the last weekend in first place here, Saga. So they're probably looking for a little bit more of that oomph compared to what we saw yesterday.
They very much struggled. They had a couple of games where they dropped out bottom 3 in the lobby, had like 13th place and below, just really couldn't get anything going on the board. We did see them tangled a little bit in the early phases, and rotations just simply were not on their side. And I think to some extent it was somewhat coming, and in the same way that Ents has struggled in the first weeks and we didn't see any of the zones go towards their favored side of the map in their home turf, as we've been calling it, yesterday we did see multiple northern zones, which is around the Severny area where Ents calls their home ground, and obviously they had their best day that they've had so far during this event, so it's not too much of a surprise to see that the teams who have profited from the other more southern or central circles struggling somewhat as we switch up the terrain.
I mean, if there's any team that does blur the line between the genius and insanity kind of situation, it's the way Polish Power kinds of plays. So does that lead itself to a little bit of volatility, do you feel, Avenger?
Yes, to some degree, but I also think that they are their own worst enemy. Like, it comes down to many situations where, you know, because they have committed this much or so far, they will continue to commit to these situations, right? Because they have succeeded in last week. They're going to have to continue to play the same style. But I also do love because they kind of throwing a little bit of a frag grenade into the lobby, because you don't usually have these teams that will pull up on a compound in first circle just because it's center and they only hear 1 or 2 players. So that's kind of what I love from their playstyle. But then again, also comes down to circles. When you don't have this kind of initial good position in the starting of the circle, that's also why we've seen so many good games from most of these teams, is that they actually have had quite a good amount of crazy circle tests, but close to where they're starting.
I actually like that you brought up the aggression and particularly the tendency to crash in the early phase of the game, because we heard that in the interview with Gustav yesterday, is that they were looking at the compound to the sort of southwest of Mini Mill to Power, and they said if we see or hear 1 guy there, we're going to crash. But they heard 2, and they opted not to go for it. Obviously, that didn't work in their favor, but if Polish Power sees 2, that's a free compound.
Exactly. They're thinking 2 free points. There? Yeah, they're thinking this is a 4 versus 2. We should take this. This is a huge advantage to us, even though sometimes compounds can be hard to breach. You have some utility, and especially you don't really have anyone. Importantly, when you're breaching in phase 1 and 2, you don't have anyone pressuring you from the outside. There's not all these teams that are looking on that compound, down in that valley, up on that hill, that'll be shooting at you. They're focused on your transitions, your macro rotations, all these positioning moves that will put you into a good spot for the last circle.
All right, well, the scene is set, of course, as we're going to be going to the game soon. But before we do that, you guys at home can grab yourself some new PCS7 Europe merch with emea.merch.pubg.com. So check that out. That mug is still very much there, and it's not been added. I went back and looked at the previous broadcast. I realized I'd just never seen it there the whole time.
Too fast.
I don't know. Yeah, crazy.
Because it's sliding in. It's somebody sliding it into the
must
picture.
Must have bought the McLaren skin.
Yeah, exactly. Well, gentlemen, we now have ourselves the game at hand here. Toby, Hypoc. Toby, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Happy they didn't show our fantasy teams, kind of. We're not doing as well as
I mean, I'm still confident
the other
in my
bunch.
picks.
I would say I'm too.
Well, you would be. You changed them. I didn't.
I
so
did
I'm
change.
actually,
I did
I'm
change
actually
my
confident
team.
in my picks.
I did change my team, and now everyone's laughing, but they won't be laughing once I win come Sunday, so it's okay.
Doubt.
Hashtag doubt. We'll see what ends up happening in that regard. Having said that, we are kicking off game number 1 of the day here, as the desk set 3 games on Erangel, followed by 2 on Miramar. And Hypoc, yesterday's games, I sat and watched them back both last night, coming back to the hotel this morning, and I gotta say, I mean, if there's one kind of thing that just went with every game, is 1 or 2 man performances. Like we saw it in the highlights coming into this as well. So many 1v2s, 1v3s, 1v4s.
I mean, it's weird actually, because we started the day yesterday talking about Howl being in those positions, and how kind of I would say uncharacteristic, unexpected it was to see them, like I said, across the same event, pulling the same stunt multiple times. So, but you're right. Yesterday, there was sort of, I don't want to say it felt scrappy, but a couple of individuals and duos going huge in scenarios that actually they tend to get cleaned up in there. I think I mean, you think back to the Mill to Power game. That was the one that really did kind of stick out.
Yeah, and we heard from Gustav as well. Sometimes, you know, sometimes things just don't go your way. You got to reset, got to play next, and every team makes mistakes, and sometimes things goes really well against you. We'll hope, for the sake of everyone, that's going to be the case today, because only 10 more games left to play until we'll crown the champion of PCS7 and find out which teams will be making their way through to PGC.
This is actually crazy as well. I know we were talking about this yesterday as well. Win or dies, average placement. Actually, okay. Well, we had one previously. This one's almost a guarantee.
As guaranteed as they come, I think.
Yes. Ascend and the Woo down there already on Sosnovka. Obviously, typical, well, the usual suspects across both bridges as well. But this is
military.
Yeah, pretty heavy towards the eastern side of the map, though. So I'm curious, actually, of what teams are going to opt to head towards the west bridge on this transition. Fellas, eventually, I think, making their way towards their typical loot spot anyway. But like I said, with the plane path, you can see, actually, draw right down Pachinki almost being the furthest west that's outside the circle.
Yeah, it's I'm still expecting. I mean, it's funny because the last military game we had, I remember in that game saying, I have not seen so few teams up to drive across in a very long time. People were swimming, people were taking boats. Of course, there weren't the full guarantee that it was going to be there before Phase 2. So some teams were hesitant, but still.
Wasn't it? It was for Esports that won the previous military game, right?
Yeah.
I think it was. It came down to Ascend in the...
down the southern side with Lyra and just hard sending it out to the rock in the middle of the open.
Yeah, and then the crate being the second pull-up for Iro. Yeah, I remember that. But it was a fairly turbulent game. There was all sorts of nonsense going on the north side of the Sosnovka Island.
It was a bloodbath on the shorelines, no doubt, and well, that bloodbath kind of just transferred into the forest and then out into the open fields.
So that was the game we had the Woo, Overpeakers, and Northern Lights all kind of vying for that compound just off from the West Bridge. So, and that was actually after a couple of attempted bridge camps.
Yeah, it was an interesting game. And speaking of bridge camps, we are seeing FaZe wrap on over. They have been setting up bridge camps when given the opportunity. I wouldn't be surprised if they did the same thing here last time, though. Last time they were here, they set up shop, but they forgot, I believe it was Killerkai, who was still in the garage compound. So this time I'm going to go, you know what? let's not even go down there, because the last time we had a really good chance to get a good game going. Didn't really happen. This time around, they opted to go a bit further inland.
I think as well with that snippet from the interview last night with Gustav being conscious of, making mistakes in terms of calling. That's going to be prominent on their mind. I mean, I was talking about nonsense on the north side of the Sosnovka Island. Look up here towards 7-8.
They know something's up, I think. You don't usually go for
no,
people.
I think they've spotted an open door.
I do see. Come on, buddy. At least take down a couple with you. I don't need the analyst to laugh more at my fantasy team. Scav has a shotgun and a Vector. That's a pretty scary combo.
Commitment of utility on this.
Yeah. And it's again, I mean, first we see Ents sit 4 in Crossroads yesterday. This time around, they're on the hunt as well. But then again, Ents, I mean, you're sitting down in 15th place. You've got to get something going. Did he spot him? He might just have, and that molly should be enough to take him down. The bleed comes through. Hello, Squeaky. There's a freebie for you. And that right there. Again, I mean, they don't come more easy than that. Philfirst is there to try and assist, so some damage does come through, but just too little too late.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be able to do an awful lot from this range either, even with the Mini.
And you know what's really interesting? What Ents is effectively doing right now is what for a very, very long time teams would always do to Ents. And this is the first time I'm really seeing them kind of try and punish splits around them, because it would normally be the case that they're splitting in and around Severny, and other teams are trying to, kind of take advantage of that, find a kill early, and then reposition off of that. So nice to see Ents changing up the early game playstyle.
I was going to say, whether we're going to actually see any aquatic jousting here between Esports and Stardust, but shots now starting to exchange. The problem being, I'm looking towards the map and I'm seeing Brexco set up actually down a little further down the coast. Whether or not he's going to catch wind of this, and Stardust potentially forcing Esports into, well, say the lesser of two evils. That is my fantasy pick down on the coastline, so if he picks up any of these freebies, I'll be very happy. It looks like he is looting the compound, though. He's not necessarily scouting any boat rotations right now.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you do also have a fantasy pick in the boat, don't you?
Shh. I'll take the -3 if Brexco can pick up those kills.
Fair enough. I mean, if anything, Ascent needs them, so we'll see if they can get something going off of it now.
Let's see. In the meantime, rotations coming on through. They would be faster had you had yourself a McLaren to do so with. The orange one, of course, is the coolest one. It has a half horsepower extra than all the others. Get yourself one in the game. Transform your cube into a McLaren, and maybe if you're lucky, you'll get a rotation going before everyone else does.
This is actually a clash here between Na'Vi and the Wu. We were talking about the Wu previously being positioned towards that western bridge, which is now seeing a couple of teams gravitate towards. Quizzy going to take a little damage here from Ali on that jump peak. Ibby up on the rooftop. Maybe he's going to be able to get an angle here. Melman didn't spot him right there, but Uber has found Quizzy.
It's again teams who are in desperate needs for something going their way here with 10 more games left to play. Yep, it's a close one. Surprised to see Ibby not finding that one. That nade is going to be close by Ibby, fortunately able to get away from it, and now he's going to continue to push on forward. This is, I mean, maybe not this early on in the game, but this is, I don't want to say the Na'Vi that I want to see, but the Na'Vi we need to see, the Na'Vi they need to be in order to climb that leaderboard now.
Yeah, and we've talked about a couple of times where they've kind of just been playing towards, you know, trying to out-rotate other teams in terms of getting some positioning. But there's been a few times where we've talked about that they haven't kind of grouped up to take one united fight, and we also commented on how often they are just falling flat on their faces as four in quick succession, completely getting rolled over in team fights.
In the meantime, to I guess to some extent, to go back to the point I was making coming into, I mean, when we saw the circle, a lot of teams now opted in to take boats. Bridge camps have become meta again, and I think all for that, teams just don't want to risk anything. And now that we're pretty much guaranteed, I mean, it would take an absurd quadruple northern hard shift to where Northern Lights is right now in order to go back on mainland. So I think with the info, given that we are guaranteed to cross.
Overpeak is actually on this rotation once again. Sorry to cut you off.
No, go for it.
Fate almost reading into the possibility that was going to happen. Vard actually takes a chunk of damage there.
James is on the bridge though. Fate, did he spot that it was 3 like solos in cars? Does he account for
don't think he has that information unless Art's seen it. I doubt Molodok has the angle for that, but actually Clip forced into a win or dies position here. Vard got to be careful because he already took some damage.
Yep.
She will just crest the hill, get out of line of sight. A couple of people thought that's 4 deaths now ahead of the 10-minute mark.
It's
a couple of scrappy rotations coming in that are being punished.
And a lot of teams hard committing to rotating early on too. Again, I mean, we are guaranteed pretty much to go melee side, so you have to go there eventually. But usually, even with the info that you have to make the play, there would still normally be a couple of teams who holds back, who waits for a little while to kind of let the chaos go by. And I feel like now we're adding a 3-4 more teams to the mix of wanting to go early, and that just sets up the, well, yeah, as you said, chaos we've been seeing so far.
Stardust luckily get past. There's only Brexco really down in a position to pressure that southern road. Do you have Polish Power and Foot Esports down to the south of that as well? I think Foot Esports actually just up in the wooded area on that plateau overlooking the runway. And Polish Power seem happy for the time being. I'm not seeing them in vehicles or even really actively looking to move forward. So probably just going to wait this out, wait for Circle 2. I'm still seeing a lot of congestion towards the Western Bridge. So we hop on here with Question Mark, who have lost one early on. Fellas just down to the south of them, directly towards the bridge. But Howl actually up on the high ground here, jumping on with Schofield. Now he's spotted out Fellas. This could also be one of those awkward domino effects here of the first team to kind of engage, acts as a deterrent to everybody else looking to cross.
You'd have to imagine that if shots are fired here, Fellas just full speed sent it across. But then again, as you said, there are teams waiting on the other side. Here they come, driving on through. James is there, but solo player limited. What you'd imagine he would want to even try to do off of the position that he's in, kind of just hidden down here without anywhere ready to go. Yeah,
allow them to pass, and yeah, I think Exalt actually giving up some of this space closer towards the bridge.
Also, Misa is still in Zaverni, just in case anyone was wondering. Should we tell him? Should we tell him the game's happening kind of in the other direction?
I mean, it was worth the 1 kill point, right?
I suppose so. I suppose so. Chillin'. He'll get down there eventually. I hope anyway. Still looting. In the meantime, circle out towards the east we go. It's been a little while since we have one of those proper observatory endings. Maybe we'll get down in that direction. We'll see a couple of circles from now. If so, Ascent would be very happy with that one going their way.
Eyes go towards Ascent here. What can they do with this circle? We were asking questions yesterday about, you know, some of the macro plays that we've seen, and I don't want to say doubting the decision making, but
we did. And understandably so.
Well, yeah, but it's seeing them in spots where I think it's feasible for them to make a push towards endgame with a decent stack of kills. And like I said, we've just not seen that moment where they opt to group up, right? Take a team fight, sweep somewhere. Vard, they've got to be careful here on the pull up, but actually get a decent amount of damage. Mexi want to actually find the headshot to put Ruin down.
It's as if with Ascent, they only dare to go aggressive when they're in those, oh, we only got 1 or 2 players left anyway, let's just try and see what's going to happen, and then it's too little too late. In the meantime, off screen, Foot Esports and Win or Die taking a fight down on the southern side, and so far, it's Foot Esports out on top. Iroh does get knocked, but gets back up alive. Another team who is wanting to fight their way back up the leaderboard. It's not looking good with them being 11th, but look, I mean, it's just a half-good game, really, and they're sitting top 5.
Yeah, and actually, you can see the other side of Foot Esports here, hopping in the vehicles to try and reinforce this whole of the compound. Lyron with a decent spray here, but so they might have to concede on the res here. They did find the first flush. Actually, Iroh going to come through, find the flush, and actually the knock here as well. Actually, Leosh and Gedrox will fall. It's just Goose left now for Win or Die.
On the backside of the smoke, finds
another
double.
Solo play maybe for Win or Die?
I mean,
get out?
How does he get out of this one? I'm not sure with the entirety of Foot Esports there. But then again, if it's one more of those 1v4 kind of days, maybe he'll just take down all of them. They should be well aware now, though, that they're in a 4v1, spotted. Headshot comes across, but little damage done overall, considering that he is finding himself alone versus an entire team. Having said that, one falls, but Odin instantly there to trade it. And once again, I mean, I feel like yesterday this was the case too. Foot Esports, plenty of kills coming through in the early game, but then to get wiped out on like their phase 2, phase 3 rotation.
Yeah, what's interesting though is where they actually regrouped from this eastern compound. It is still available on the south side of this circle. And again, no real pressure coming through from anywhere. I think actually there's a little bit of back and forth here on the south side of the runway between potentially Howl and Exalt. I mean, Art's knocked here, but
he knocked himself too.
Yeah, I think he was taking some pressure from the melee base itself. You can see actually the shots coming through from potentially the Woo or Stardust.
And
yeah, I think he just hit the panic button a little bit there as he lost the tire. I don't think actually anybody's even looking as if they're coming for that res.
Yeah, I mean they are all down there, so maybe if he's lucky, he'll get back up alive. In the meantime, over Pegas, they came west around. Now they're trying to make their way back northeast. They're going straight into a Na'Vi setup, though.
Yeah, actually forcing them into the pinch between Uber and Melwin. Actually, looks like they're veering away. They're actually going to disembark here, just next to Uber. Will he be noted?
There's no
back
way
inside the vehicle. This is problematic for Overpeakers.
Uber missing crucial shots, gets 2 players down low, so you'd have to imagine that the remaining players now coming around the side could do the damage needed to find the knocks here, but Uber would have really wanted that double.
This is an A getting sent on. We're going to do any damage here. Aaliyah actually using the UAS as rolling cover. She's going to opt to try and stop it now, but a lot of pressure coming back through, and actually nades being sent through. But Examples found Jeans for the backlines.
Yeah, the more time going on here, the better the position for Na'Vi becomes. They can wrap around. They got them completely surrounded. Alia does go down, though. Example over the top finds one, and that there with Uber finding Mexi is over Peakers out in 15th. Instantly, though, we hop on over as M's now fighting against question marks. A bit of revenge coming through here on the north side. Again, neither of these two teams on the island just yet. Question mark down to 2. Misa trying to get healed on up. Spotted! Last second, but he's going to go down to the blue now.
Hobbits just finds the knock. Actually, Scav going to come through, confirm that flush as well. It's just Phil first. Now, he does have a couple of nades to work with here.
We're 14.5 minutes in, and we lost 21 players. We've had Miramar games where not even a single player would be dead at this point.
It's just not doing enough that. A second, though, we'll find Misa. We're first going to slow things down, find this first aid kit. Scav, that's about 20 HP. So try and find another angle here.
Yeah. Still time to get the rest up
I think
as well.
Scav spotted him there.
At least he would have heard it. Molly just off. As I say, that Misa is bleeding out pretty quickly, and Phil, first nice use of the ridge line, does get the kill. No more first aids, though. Hopefully, there are some for him to pick up, because if not, it's going to be a pretty long run to the circle.
When the first body you loot only has 1, you know, it's probably cause for concern, but we'll see how that works out.
Oh, he had no.
Yeah, none the wiser. Actually, Mordok going to respond, though. Find the spray, but again, Crunio. Good for the clearance. Polish Power will pick up a couple of kills here. Actually a decent position on the south side of the observatory. Problems potentially brewing with Foot Esports. A little bit of space to play on the south side of the road. They have that ridge to kind of manipulate. Actually, fellas as well, pretty close proximity to them.
I like to think that Howl helped out Polish Power a bit there, because that was really what Molotov was looking for. Initially heard the vehicles coming on the roadside, and he looks to the east, not spotting the entirety of Polish Power just above him.
This is the sort of point in the game where you'd expect Ascend to get a little more active in terms of pressure. You see Brexco now looking down towards Howl. Howl obviously only down to 2. It's just Schofield and Lazar left. It's going to be a difficult cross, actually.
It sure is.
He's actually managed it, though.
Jumps on through. Manages to get in on the downstairs. There's no way he'd even want to attempt to go upstairs here.
Mika actually disconnected as almost kind of an insurance policy here. Now that the circle kind of favors both positions, I'm looking back towards the decision making. That's where I look here. I'm seeing Mika hop in a vehicle immediately. That's a huge tick in the box, but he's out of it already.
Yeah, then back into it once again. I think he wants to go up, but having hurt, I believe it was Na'Vi making the way up this side, and Phil first eyes to blue. Who would have thought? Mutual destruction on the north side of the map takes down both ends and question mark early on here. Mika is backfilling Batulins up the hillside, now realizing it jumped off, and that's his clear cut to make his run for the hills.
I think Northern Lights is just trying to send a probe up in the form of Batulins. Loves a bit of high ground, he does. As he's sliding down the hill, is US. As he's just doing the play dead now. He's just.
Oh, that's what it is. It's using the calf maximum cover, you know.
Pestalok is pretty far out of the zone as well.
Yeah.
Actually. The timing's going to be awkward as well for him.
Unfortunate. With the M16 as well.
It's getting a lot of camera time, this gun.
It is. It is. It's as if people rotated early and couldn't find any better gun. EB taken down on the edge of blue. Best of luck trying to stay alive for as long as he can. We do have Wu sitting currently in 7th place with a bit of a jump up to Overpeakers, but with both Overpeakers and Winner Die out, this would be the game to rack up some extra points. Issue being,
this is
he's a solo left alive in trouble.
Yeah, Bestalok's coming basically towards a 2-2 setup from Fellas and Foot Esports on the south side of this road. Michael was even spotting this out nice and early. And put some shots towards him. I think Bestalok even find it inside the zone. Yeah, he's just got in.
Tag a tree and you're dead here in the meantime. Diggory finds Uber. Instantly Example, though, there to respond. Finds 2 in return. Face down to just 1 alive with Vex going down earlier. Gustav trying to get the peek on over. Doesn't manage to find it. Both Gustav and Diggory playing M16s, by the way.
Let's see if we're going to find any more damage. Actually, a decent tag there. A second comes through onto Aaliyah, but here's the response now. Have taken a ton of damage, but actually a lot of fire coming in from far. That's actually Mika for a send up on the high ground to find that knock onto Aaliyah. The possibility where it's going to be difficult to find the flush anyway, but it's definitely going to slow Na'Vi down. You have options pulling up to that compound just on the west side of Observatory, so I think it will cause too many issues for them.
Slow them down, info gathered in regards to who's coming in from where, so worth it. For sure, they don't have any immediate threats nearby. Alia does, or didn't, I should say, manage to get a first hit off of those. They're both down to approximately 30 HP combined. Fortunately, bandages come through. They manage to get out of the car on the other side. Now let's see where this one goes. Are we going full on up the hillside, or are we shifting off to either side of the Observatory Mountain? We are, well, somewhat center once more.
It's actually where you look towards the south side of the high ground, really, is one of those favoured spots. Again, Ascend, we have the concerns about how they're going to get down from there. But it's only really Polish Power that's contesting that hillside right now. Foot Esports, the logical second team to throw in that equation. Austrian Force coming in from the east now with very low rotation, actually. They've had almost no resistance over on that side of the circle with it starting so central on Sosnovka.
Yeah, let's see. Austrian Force trying to make a run on up here. Payne still, solo player on the other side of the road. Trying to find the perfect time to make the crossing. Again, they are inside the circle here, so not really forced to go anywhere. But let's take a look at Northern Lights here. 3 in a car, making the run on forward. As to sit on the desk, it hasn't been their Miramar performance up until yesterday that they would have hoped for. But in Erangel, they've looked as good as ever.
Absolutely have. And I think that's where we look towards how consistent Northern Lights can be, right? It's been absolutely night and day between the two maps, but like I said, coming into a day like today where we have 3 Erangel games, that's where we do expect them to pick up the slack, right? Just due to the expectations alone. And this is the time to do it, obviously, on day 5.
No doubt. For Esports, they need to get things going. They need to get things going now. Up against Polish Power on the other side, a lot of utility damage coming through an Iro. Forced to crawl back down. Actually, Silas able to find the knock underneath the vehicle.
See, Iro, going to be difficult for him to break line of sight. It's going to be awkward to actually post a smoke on top of it here. Actually, once he pops, the wheel might just catch sight.
I was going to say it might work in his favor, actually. Does he spot him on the backside of it? No, Silas just can't get the angle there. In the meantime, fellas taking the fight to Stardust. Only Nail Cup left alive. 1 kill for Stardust here, not the game they would have wanted. And Michael now finding damage on towards him. That should leave fellas with all the info they need.
Now, I don't think Polish Power have confirmation that it is for Esports, so the fact they didn't try and pressure that res at all. Now the utility coming over the top, I think they're realizing with the smokes going up.
Chris applying pressure to Austrian force as well. They were the threat coming in from behind, but now they have to be wary of Ascent over the hilltop. Foot Esports don't really have that same pressure onto them because they got the ridge line back behind them to work with.
Cappy's position in this engagement is actually key though. Iro's actually going to find the knock.
Ooh.
Now we look towards Cappy to definitely get something done with that angle. And he does. He's going to find Lyram. Master deck onto Odin as well, but Western with the response.
Yep, the instant responders from Foot Esports coming on through. Cappy peeks on over, finds one more. It's a 1v1 situation here with Western and Cappy, the two young guns up against one another. Nade in hand for one. Peeks on forward and Cappy able to get the triple. Thought that had Western written all over it, but Cappy manages to deny, and not only that, looks to me like he's going to be able to get all 4 back on their feet.
Like I said, you look at that there on the x-ray, you see the position Cappy's in, he's just waiting for contact to come through, baiting Foot Esports into that push, luckily clutching things out, making that ridge work wonders.
Perfect play on his part, gifted with the circle coming their way now as well. Austrian force, again, I mean, their ball is just that much deeper there. Even if they want to try and push somewhere, for starters, they have Ascent above them. Secondly, that push up the hillside, out of the ball, then into the next step on the other side is simply going to take too long for them to really have impact in time.
Actually, look toward this is the sort of concerns I had actually. Now with Northern Lights finding themselves on the underside of the high ground here, they're kind of keeping Ascend in check, right?
Yeah.
Keeping them in line for the time being. Howl, obviously, the information's there for Ascend. I don't think Northern Lights are going to have solid information on that side. They said there's a weakened team down there. Tixu with a fantastic spray from range.
That is a beastly
actually
angle
follows up with a mini as well. Beautiful stuff.
Such a good angle underneath there. Is able to get the flush confirmed on one. Let's see if Chris can steal one away from them. Elia doing 360s on these, trying to make it a little more difficult. Not going to happen though. Mika is going to be the one to find the knock. So that one goes in favor of Ascent. Navi now in the meantime realize we can't make the hard wrap around. We need to just commit inside here.
Well, I think as to now they've got 8 kills on the board as well, so that can put them in a position to maybe take a few more risks. Perfectix. Absolutely beaming Malman as he comes through the opening in the fence there. Mika actually putting some damage down as well. Towards that decent tags actually on towards Uber.
And this is nice understanding from Northern Lights as well. Many other teams would have tried to make that push early, but now going, if we have to play this one slow, let's at least deal with the threat next to us before anything more happens. Uber finds one more. As Nail Cup goes out, more placement points now going to be guaranteed for Navi, I should say. As fellas, I mean, obviously they've heard all of this. They're just ready and waiting for Uber to come out that building. Wait, what is he?
I mean, actually, with a lot of early criticism, I'm looking back towards the leaderboard now. Navi at 100 points. Technically, with everybody now between 5th and 11th going out.
Yep.
I mean, this isn't going to be the big game, but they're actually within touching distance of actually contending here on the last day, which is a wild concept.
And that's what's worrying, right? Because it has not been a Navi Grand Final so far, but still, they managed to kind of claw their way into a potential good game away from a top spot.
Well, if they have a Navi day.
I mean, then it's GG tomorrow, no doubt. Even Question Mark would have to be worried, but of course, still a while away from that one. Mika, again, still trying to fend off against the entirety of Northern Lights here. I think they're starting to realize that they're really the only ones doing this, because unfortunately for Ascent, no one else is really in a position where they're forced to fight. We lost so many players early on that there's just that much more room now to maneuver. Normally, if you're on the hilltop here, just apply a bit of pressure, you force fights to happen, then you can get your third parties. But because it hasn't happened, they sit with 3 kills, despite the fact they've literally been shooting at everything available.
Yeah, and the fact that Polish Power cleaned up for Esports so early on towards the south as well kind of creates a little bit of a stalemate here. And actually Circle pulling back towards the west is a tough one for Austrian Force and Polish Power. because actually wrapping along the west side of this high ground is notoriously difficult.
Not only is it a tough shift, but also it's incredibly uncommon. When have we ever had a game finish on the hillside itself? I mean, for Ascent, they're going to be laughing because they're going to be inside the circle on the high ground. Sure, they're going to have to get off at some point, but if they can get a car up to the observatory to then maybe just full speed send it out over above, there might just be a play for them to make up there, as long as they make sure no one's backfilling.
Weird PUBG moment. I just remembered the last time I did actually see a
Rick,
match end on
hillside
this side. Yeah,
here?
it was a 1v1 between Moody and K-Mind, MPL. That's a throwback for the
I
historians.
was going to say, names alone tells you it's been a while. Yeah, we'll see if we can get a repeat of a crazy ending here. Maybe just a heal off to then jump off for Ascent on the ridgeline. I mean, for Ascent, it's good though. As much as I like seeing them go aggressive here and try and do damage, I'm a little worried for the ammo count because obviously they've been sitting up here pretty much the entire game, shooting down without any real opportunity to get reloaded or to get looted on up.
Yeah.
So should they come down to a close quarter fight in the end game because not enough damage was done, I mean, ammo could be the deciding factor in whether they come up victorious or not.
I mean, it could be. Expecting this to slow. If it does end towards fellas, like literally in between Rust and Mar and Michael, that would be the concern. Yes, some utility burn up here by Polish Power.
Good
and
play.
they're just still outside the circle. They've still got a little more space to cover.
19 bullets for Mika, but when you're served on a platter like this, you have to take the shots. They're sitting down there with nowhere to go. They got the smokes, as you said, and you can see all of them. As soon as they get rest on up, they're going to be using them as well. Fellas now realizing, wait, they're over here somewhere. If we apply just a little bit of pressure, one nade could be a team-wide 4 kills going our way.
Actually, though, it's Silas on the underside of Ascend who's putting a little bit of pressure onto fellas. And that might just be the saving grace for Polish Power.
Nade bounces not far enough, though. Nork is able to stay alive. And again, I mean, okay, Mika does have quite a few bullets in 7.62, but last few left remaining for the Mini.
Silas honestly bailing out Polish Power here.
Yeah.
Gives them at least a chance to get people back on their feet. Lou actually try and post a nade on the inside here. Decent tag onto Tiksu. Well, the flash is going to come out the window here. It does indeed. But Perfectic's going to land the nade regardless. Perfectic's doing it all for Northern Lights so far. It's only 3 on the board, but now the floodgates have opened.
Yeah.
A ton of damage coming back onto Polish Power.
Oh, Kilyakai, you gotta hit those cabbies miles out in the open. Fellas go down as Northern Lights butcher them in a matter of seconds. And now, as much as Polish Power looking good before, it's just Cabby left on his feet trying to make anything happen. As I say that, actually, no, sorry, Crunio prone out on the backside ridge as well. He's got to make a run on forward, though. Cabby is inside the circle, and I think for now, he's going to be all right with no one really having a line of sight on him. Pains, though, playing right down behind the hillside. He's going to be the first threat, I suppose, towards the east.
Chris has just actually found a confirm onto Spyro as well, so some pressure coming downhill once again. Unfortunately, for Northern Lights, Ascend can sit here for at least this next shrink.
I saw some of them jump down a bit before. You can see here Lewis, well, AK in hand, finds one, then the double headshot to follow on the next. Solid plays coming through. Northern Lights, 5 kills for them. But we're saying that Erangel's been looking good for them, and this is no different.
Crunio just trying the mad dash for it. Really can't get to find that headshot. Unable to really confirm that, but Crunio bleeding out so quickly now.
Yeah.
Cappy's got no choice. He's got to let that one go.
It's got to be knocked 4 or 5 on him. Again, I mean, Polish Power doing as they do best, been fighting all game long. Chris now finds one, almost gets the second kill. You're going to find it, but here comes Chris. Full speed forward. Able to not take as much damage as I feared he might. Ascend here, 10 kills. We needed to see them come out and perform, and so far they have. They have to claim this one, though. They have to bring it all the way home in order to climb further up that leaderboard.
Perfectix allowed to survive for the time being, but not really in a position to have a say in the conclusion of this game.
It's
you gotta assume Ascend are gonna look to clear him first. So actually, as I say that, Mika comes down to the other side of the circle here. Pains has got a Groza. This could be a freebie sitting for him.
I was just gonna say Ascend and Snakes. I mean, it's the art of getting picked off one by one. It's kind of been the name of Ascend's death, really, so far this grand finals. It would suck to see if they had the exact same thing happen here, because now Kilyakai is split off. They know there's a Polish Power player down here somewhere. You can see the remaining 3 looking towards Northern Lights, but they have left Pains completely open behind.
Yeah, they have. I think they've almost given up this side here, but
okay, Brexco,
I see you. Wise to it.
Not sure if he knew or if that was just a very fortunate look in that direction, but well aware, at least under the circumstances, that he was there. Killiakai, you must have seen him second time around, surely. Finds him as well. Cabby goes down now, 4v1, 13 kills for Ascend. Will be 14 as they claim themselves a win here, a much needed one at that.
Absolutely, and this is the sort of thing, seeing them comfortably actually take control of an endgame from that early positioning. They came active at the right time of the game, in my eyes, when some of the teams were forced towards that high ground. Textbook play from Ascend in this game.
We questioned them. Phase 2, what can you make of it? 14 kill win. I'm sure they'll be well satisfied with that one. Now let's take it back to the desk to conclude game at number 1 of the day.
Oh, like the gods coming down from Olympus, punishing the weak. That was unbelievable. No one had a chance. That was ridiculous. Ascend being able to take it all the way to the top of the radio tower and being able to punish people down below. Saga, as well as Avenger, joining me here to talk about this one. Ascend absolutely blasting Avenger.
Yeah, amazing to see. Obviously, having a great game here. They've had a rough day yesterday, but now they stepped it up here. So far, tournament mediocre, slightly above average some of their days. They were 92 points going into the day here, and now 24 points here with this one is obviously huge for them. They're going to be joining our just ever-increasing mid-pack here. We're going to be seeing them in the middle there, and they're going to be jumping some spot, but they still have some way to go if they want to climb that ladder. And again, they are one of the teams that need to be at the very top and for Question Mark to fail as well. But Question Mark did get punished. They had obviously a military circle. They're on the north side, so definitely a kind of interesting start to things with Ents attacking them.
I mean, at this point, you need Binley Mega Chippy to be able to fit the mid-pack in. Considering how many people are there, you'd need a huge Chippy. But the fact is, Saga, is that with Ascend taking radio tower, being able to blast at everything. I mean, we saw how much damage It's Chris had done there as well. They were shooting fish in a barrel. It was easy pickings for them.
It really was, and this time around, they actually managed to get onto that position without getting tangled up with any shenanigans with FaZe on the bridge crossing. FaZe just opted out of it completely, went further towards the center of the zone, maybe anticipating a shift the opposite direction. Didn't quite go in their favor, but it certainly worked out for Ascend, and
no smokes.
barely any utility whatsoever.
You don't need it.
I guess that's just the benefit of being on top of Mount Olympus, smiting the clouds down below.
The distance traveled, 18 kilometers. That was up. That was vertical.
Vertical movement here. Ascend 24, of course. Polish Power 13. They have a good day today compared to their 16 points they got all of yesterday. So they're just 3 points off to kind of join that again. Northern Lights and Na'Vi, of course, with 9 kills, they managed to really frag out. Unfortunately, it shifted away from them when it was important for them. They had to move through all of this kind of hard terrain. But 6 for It's Chris.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. I mean, again, they were raining down terror from the top. I will say, though, 1.1K.
Who joined the 1K club?
Lovely indeed. And I think that whilst we look at these numbers as a whole, though, you brought up Polish Power, and I do want to mention them again here whilst we take a look at these. Because quite honestly, if it wasn't for Cappy here, Saga, I think they probably
weren't happy.
No, exactly.
Yeah, we really had a lot of our young player Pokemon battles this time around. Scav versus Phil first earlier on. But no, Cappy was definitely the right choice in that situation, getting the better of Western, and it was such a crucial one because there was no one else third-partying in. Even with Ascend that high up with vision on just about everything in the zone, they actually had a little pocket of space where they were actually safe from the gods above. And whoever actually came out the better in that 1v1 engagement was able to get all 4 of the revives and continue on, and it was pretty crucial for Polish Power to get enough points that they were able to and have almost a better game 1 than they had a day yesterday.
And if it wasn't for them kind of having only 1 car and all the lack of utility that they had after having spent it, of course they tried to smoke ahead of them. I would like to see them go a little bit deeper, maybe try to creep in under Phyllis' position to be on that low ground and then play upwards. But they got stuck there, their car, they had to stop, and then obviously everyone focusing them from the very top. One of them obviously It's Chris, our player focus for this one here. 1K clubber, 6 kills. The amount of damage that these guys will be able to put out from the very top is just insane. And it's such a nuisance, right, as well, because you're losing all your utility, you're having all your, meds, stims, all this is being used.
Yeah, definitely so. There's a lot of metaphors going on. I really like your Pokemon one. I thoroughly appreciate that. You got your Charmander in Cappy. You've got Squirtle in Scav. I don't know why it'd be a water Pokemon. It just makes sense in my head. And then you've got Philfirst, who'd be the Bulbasaur. Even though Bulbasaur's not as cool as Philfirst, I think.
Yeah, true.
So that is fair.
Similar hairstyle.
You know what I would like, though? I would really like to have all our young guns to be like participating in some sort of content. I don't know what it is. Could be.
Yeah.
We'll maybe think about that. And all our 18, 19-year-olds, they're gonna have to fight in some sort of different game. That'll be really fun.
Who do you look up to as a player, and who's overrated as a player? Oh well, yeah, it does.
Yeah.
But it'd be interesting to kind of ask them over kind of like their outlook on even the pro scene as a whole.
For sure.
Because they've been looking in for quite a while. I think is fair to say. All right, well, that is the game as we've had it as a whole here. So exciting stuff so far. Ascend able to get themselves a great victory on the board, I think is fair to say here, Saga. And beyond that, were there any other teams that you were looking at throughout this kind of cheeky military base ending?
I think we've already touched it, but Na'Vi, again, we saw the amount of kills that they were able to pick up. They crept their way over on towards the military island. They swept the western side of the zone in very classic Na'Vi peak edge play style, made sure that there was no threat on their back before they made the push onto the ridge line, and that was pretty crucial in them holding on as long as they were able to.
Well, Northern Lights is one of the other teams that was trying to garner themselves some decent points in this game. Let's hear from them going up against Natus Vincia.
I think that Na'Vi is a balanced team. Sometimes they go super fast rotations, for example, with the boat to Sosnovka Island.
And here is Na'Vi trying for that cheeky rotation, as you can see here, but beyond all of that. I mean, the great thing about this edition that came in quite a while ago, Martin, is that it opens up opportunities to be able to move into military.
Yeah, you can also move with the cover of the big ferry, right? That's beautiful, taking a little bit of advantage of that. But still, having Batulin say this and also is a comment to where you have so much knowledge about the teams and what they usually do in different circles. So sometimes this is to be expected. And this is why we're seeing teams like NLTs, teams like some of these other guys do these bridge camps, do these situations where they're kind of gatekeeping them.
I'm going to be honest. I just think there was going to be something more to that clip.
Yeah.
It was
a little.
It was Northern Lights talking about Na'Vi like he's take a boat, and they took a boat. Brilliant. Excellent quality stuff that we have here at the desk for PCS7.
Well, it just goes to show that, we know Batulins is a man that does his homework.
And took a boat.
Next time it's going to be, they take a car. And they're going to be like driving like for 2 kilometers down the road. He predicted it. He knew it all along.
Batulins, what a god of the game. Wow.
Sometimes they use guns.
They do that. Thank you, Richard Sims. All right, well, it's time to go to a short break here. And when we return, we are going to have... actually, there's actually something really interesting you want to stay tuned for this break. So, stay tuned. We'll see you in a few.
Welcome to round 2 of a Drive and Survive PUBG edition. But let's first take a look at what happened in the previous round. Oh, spike traps being laid out already.
Not sure exactly who that is. They can change cars and throw spike traps at each other. Batulin is running now.
He knocked himself. He jumped out too early. They drove out. And they lost tires to the spike traps, Toby. There's more spike traps in the middle of the road. Oh, he's seen them.
Squeezing their way forward. There you go.
Oh, yeah, finished.
Teams must drive from the start, point A, and cross the finish line at point B, following only the route provided.
Between point A and point B, there will be required checkpoints that the teams must pass. Teams are allowed to take shortcuts, but this comes with a high risk as there are spike traps laid out on the roads.
And lastly, players are allowed to shoot at the wheels of other vehicles to make it harder for the other teams to cross the finish line. And now let's take a look at the track for the race.
There are 3 checkpoints. The first one is at school, the second one at J compound, the third one at gas station. Then you have to go through Yasnaya to the finish line.
Now let's see, there is the shot fired. The race has come off to a start, and this time around it seems like it's Northern Lights who starts off first.
Straight into the spike trap, Toby. That's unfortunate. Na'Vi going fast. Oh, they're spinning out. Facescan is too. There's so many spike traps everywhere. And Tropic's looking good, but nope, they go straight into the spike trap as well, and they all have to swap vehicles just again now. Fantastic start of things again here. This is actually fast, Toby. He's going pretty fast downhill.
We call it drive and survive. This is more like drive and spike trap. It's all about avoiding them, but it really ain't too easy to be honest. Na'Vi again though, this time around in first place, coming off to a pretty good start here.
Okay. NLT and Tropic fighting, and now Luca Rooks popping tires, making sure that NLT does not have any vehicles. They want to swap themselves. FaceCam wants to swap too.
It is a little less chaotic when there are 4 teams instead of 8, no doubt about it. And everyone now, as I say that, I was gonna say in fresh cars, but nope, not quite the case in Tropic. Losing tires once more.
It's unfortunate. Going through now, they're the last team right on 4th place, but they have fresh tires. They could maybe, with good speed, just pass other guys. No, that's a good tire pop. Another one coming from Spike Tap. A lot of vehicles already. Shots are coming in, and I think they had a free choice of what gun they want. I think I can hear Revolver on Navi's side, getting very close.
Oh.
Damage is being put into Navi. Oh, that's fantastic driving from FaZe Clan.
It is. They managed to spin them out as well. Now they continue going full speed forward. I think they still have all 4 tires on their car too. You can see Navi firing towards them. Northern Lights now catching up to Navi as well.
Oh, that's some cheeky spike trash right there on the white lines on the road, Toby. FaZe Clan trying to send it through. Still good on tires. Now they can spend all the bullets that they have on popping tires on the rest. Oh, there's a spike trap. They lost 2 tires. More tires are lost now. They're forced to change.
They have to. There's a car just on the other side, fortunately. But where is Navi? Where are they? Tropic of running. We saw them in the picture down there. They're sprinting, but here comes Navi. Full speed in from behind.
Can they catch up to FaZe Clan? FaZe Clan is getting through. It looks like they're going to be the first through the finish line right here at the ticket booth. Oh no! Tires pop!
Nope. Okay, so
Navi
first place for FaZe.
Yeah, first place FaZe. NLT has 2 vehicles. That's a
I was just
strategy.
gonna say Northern Lights looks like they've upped its go for the 2-car strategy. Not that it's granted them a whole lot. They will get in 3rd, I would imagine, and in Tropic, I'm not even sure where they are anymore.
No, 2 cars for NLT doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. There's an observer that got eliminated there. I think that's a disqualification for NLT.
It's always dangerous to stand at the side of a race like that, and Observer 13 just showed us why.
All right, let's look at some statistics here. FaZe Clan and Navi off to a great start here, Toby.
Yeah, I mean, Navi, they got themselves off to a good start initially, but FaZe Clan managed to get around them. They would, though, in the end, come out victorious. FaZe Clan, that is FaZe Clan first, Navi second. They will go through to the final round, and Northern Lights and Tropic, not quite so. They are out. Thank you everyone for tuning into this round of Drive and Survive. Stay tuned for more Drive and Survive in the future as we head on over to Miramar for the final 2 teams to compete on motorcycles.
I was told there was only 2 episodes. There's more? Is there more?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
There's more. We're going to have the finals tomorrow. It's only 2 teams, but it's going to be pretty cool on Miramar.
This is what I live for. This is... Why, again...
We're going to have to expand the next PCS. We're going to do 32 teams. I want
a full tournament. A full side tournament.
These guys have been keeping this secret for a while.
They have! They didn't even tell it. Genuinely, they didn't even tell us coming here, and then all of a sudden it just shows, and they're like, wow, look at this. It's really cool. And I love it. I love it. I absolutely love it. All right, that's it. Drive to Survive. Tomorrow we've got another episode for that. That's fantastic. Now, though, let's go back and focus on Erangel here. Saga so far, we've had Ascend raining destruction from the skies, getting themselves a lovely win, and that'll bump them up the tables.
I'd say we'd have more than 1 send in the previous game.
Yeah, true.
Fully sent it at question mark right at the start, and we identify, at the beginning of the show, question mark needs to be dislodged from probably not only first place, but top 2, top 3 for a couple of these teams, ENCE included, to have a chance at qualifying. So it's really great to see that they're taking the initiative now before it gets too late and really hunting them down while they have the chance.
The problem is that they still got 4 kills, and if they continue to get these, squeezing out these kills here and there, it'll be 20 points today and tomorrow, which will still probably end them up in 1st or 2nd place. So already here, 179, still a lot of points ahead of 2 teams, where the other 2 teams that are chasing, they are still in the top 8. It doesn't matter. We're talking Fellas, we're talking Win or Die. These are the teams, even Ascend, that jumped into 7th place with this.
Yeah.
They need to be ahead, and far ahead of question mark here, and they're still in a really good spot.
Definitely, though, question mark will be concerned going into these next games, because there is a potential flex out from some of these teams, especially those kind of bedfellows that they're dropping very close to. They're going to have to keep their eyes out, because when you have a target on your back quite like this, And especially, as you mentioned, Saga, the fact that people are trying to take that initiative, not like in the last 2 games or something like that, which we see sometimes and it's like a bit scrappy and kind of pointless. But this is with quite a few games remaining. There is potential push and shove here that could occur.
And particularly with the way that the flight path worked, the zone worked, and how far away the engagement happened, where a doozy literally couldn't have been in a compound further away from the phase 1 circle and still got 4-man crashed with vectors and shotguns. It just goes to show that there might not be anywhere that's safe on the map when you have a target of that size on your back, because the lead is so large and teams have to overcome it.
And all of these teams want to get to PGC, and that's why they will take these drastic moves. But now let's head on over to the commentators. Another drastic move here to bring in Toby and Hypot. It wasn't with that. It was quite smooth, to be fair. Not very drastic at all. Quite a chill move. How are you doing? You good?
Good. How you feel, Hypot?
Yeah, I mean, good for a sender. 6 spots they've just jumped.
That is
wild.
As good as they get. We saw it there on the leaderboard. I mean, one more of these, and all of a sudden you're in top 3 territory.
Well, this is the sort of thing I was talking about, actually, with Na'Vi in the previous game. Actually, if they just have that one pop-off game, which they are capable of, that's still very difficult for me to say after the performance we've seen, but it's the potential is there, right? If Na'Vi have one of their games that they are famed for, then this could be the byproduct for them as well.
It sure could. It's far from over. 9 games still to play, this being one of them right here. 2 more games left to play on Erangel of the day, then another 2 tomorrow, so we only have 4 in total. Math for you there left here in the grand finals of PCS7. So if you're a Erangel fan, gotta get the good games in now.
Yeah, and just to note, obviously, something that the desk touched heavily on, question mark, actually pulling down to the west coast on this plane, hence actually sending it back onto the north side towards 70, I imagine, with vehicles. So we'll be able to avoid any early game scuffling, at least with Ents this time around, and see how they can get themselves set up in this second game of Erangel.
Say that now, and then Wu just comes hunting question mark out towards the western shorelines.
Maybe, right?
Yeah, we never know how much people want it, and even then, I mean, even how much people want the win, and also how much are you willing to risk in order to claim that, because I feel like it comes especially up against a team like a question mark, who now have proven time and time again that they can fend off, like they can defend themselves when need be. It's pretty dangerous to pull up on a team like them, but fortunately this time around, not quite the case.
Not seeing any other overlap anywhere else on the map. Everybody looks as if they're going to have at least a decent amount of space to work with in terms of the looting phase. Just as Circle 1 about to post it, the usual suspects, and actually it's another Sosnovka. So eyes immediately go back towards Ascend, right? This is obviously with the previous, it was sort of a given, but it is very easy to throw those games. They're kind of those games that can be problematic with how chaotic it can be as people send it towards the observatory. But like I said, at the right point of the game, they became active. They were slowing other teams down from really mad attack. Even actually that early kind of back and forth with Northern Lights, as Batulins was sent south to kind of scout that underside of the hill. Even those points, those are very key moments of a game like that where Ascend can really, really solidify their hold.
Well, so far, 1 or 2 teams sitting here, Ascend of course the other, getting looted on up in Millie base. Exalt in the meantime, they have to be well aware that Overpeakers are a team that for a long time, whenever we get these pretty much guaranteed melee circles, are rotating down early. And here they come again. So curious to see if they're going to try and set up an ambush here or let them through.
Early is one thing. This is before the 3-minute mark, so they are desperate to get ahead of the chaos that has been occurring on the West Bridge in terms of rotations, right? And actually previously, Overpeakers were punished early on, right? Clib fell actually after they crossed the bridge with a little bit of pressure felt here. Fate might be in a position to do some damage.
I'm seeing mutants and Skiles. It goes to show how suboptimal the situation here the hunt is on. 25 bullets for Vard and a dual barrel to work with as a sidearm. That is that's an early rotation for sure. Fortunately for Overpeakers, despite tires being popped, despite the struggles, they managed to get away. So as you said, Hypok, working out for them. The last couple of times Overpeakers have wanted to cross on over, they've been that 1 minute too late to avoid the chaos. This time around, despite shots being fired, it could have been a whole hell of a lot worse had they been that 1 minute later.
The crazy thing is, Exalt were ready to actually greet them. Like I said, the fact that Overpeakers are ahead of the 3-minute mark is exceptionally early. So Exalt already showing the awareness that they wanted to be in a position to greet Overpeakers before that cross. Actually, On the other side of things, ahead of the 4-minute mark, FaZe making moves south once again. Now, we did actually note the gaps in their inventory in terms of the equipment they had. A couple of M16s here and there, and it was difficult for them to really output much damage on some of the teams that were rotating in close proximity. Or obviously talking about Na'Vi was the immediate example. Art is chasing overpeakers.
Yeah, this is him just backfilling a scouting path, going, well, they're not here, they're not here, they're not here. Eventually he's going to say, oh, they're all here, and then he might just go down. We'll see if that's going to end up happening in the meantime. Nork is full push forward. No. The nade in return takes one down, unfortunately, for... yeah, unfortunately for Silas there's not really any other Polish power players around, or sorry, Austrian Force players around to get him back on his feet.
Just trying to pull up on the underside of Everest, at least to try and pressure the rotation, but I think now with Zoka disengaging, it should be the indicator there's not much else for Austrian Force to do in this scenario. My eyes are back towards Exalt over on the Sosnovka Island, because overpeakers are actually now moving back further west. They're obviously desperate to still loot a little bit. A little bit of pressure coming from Howl on the backside of that rotation, but Art did get himself all the way down to the south coast almost. And Chris is actually set up there. Ascend very split in the early game once again. Team's actually going to punish Exalt. Looking to kind of shadow overpeakers here. So it's actually overpeakers to strike first in that equation.
Yep, they get one knock. Not sure if it was out of a vehicle. I hope it wasn't, for the sake of Moldog's health, because he'd probably be pissed if he got motioned out of a car. In the meantime now, Chris on his own, fending off against the remaining 3 Exalt players. Kilyakai is pulling up, though. We'll see what Chris can do on his own until Kilyakai is here.
Well, Kilyakai is straight out of the vehicle, so no secrets about the approach here, but Chris has definitely got to slow things down. He might even catch Art in between the buildings crossing here, and that's a freebie.
Yep.
Now there's only 2 left to find. Brexco and Mika are in vehicles headed this direction, but there's a lot of ground to cover.
Audible cues, of course, would have been given by Chris that there's still one downstairs. Kilyakai trying to lob a nade on in. Any damage coming through? No, not quite the case. There's a shotgun on the ground, though. Chris has one now as well. And now, having bought some extra time, this allows for Brexco alongside Mika, should he want to pull up on this as well, to come down. But I'm actually seeing Mika kind of slow down outside. Might just want to set up on the edge there. Chris, that's a shotgun to the chest. He will not survive one of those favors, so he's going to go down. And now just one more left alive for Exalt. That should be GG for Team Exalt.
Depends if Fate can do any damage before he falls. Himself into a different building at least. But it's going to require a pretty sloppy clearance from Ascend to be able to punish this. And the numbers advantage just stacked against him.
But he has a laser sight. So, I mean, what could possibly go wrong?
Said no one ever.
Thanks for finishing that one off. Now here comes the first. We saw it yesterday. We might just see it again this time round. It seems like they're defending as best as they can. Chris does go down, but a lot of damage in return towards Fate. Has to back off. Can't get the immediate finish off of it. No lethal utility, I think, on the side of Fate either. So there you go. Carry him to safety. You know the damage has been done.
2 frags, actually, for him to work with. So might be able to pressure this res a little bit. I think actually... Ascend have actually got himself inside the shack now. Mika going to try and send a nade onto the balcony. That one should do a bit of damage.
Is that 30 damage off of being headshotted by the nade itself?
Yeah.
Just dunk onto his helmet there. That'd be something. Fortunately, again, I mean, despite the damage coming through from Fate, Ascent focusing on staying alive over doing any over-aggressive pushes here. So able to stay put. Fortunately for them, no shotguns on the side of Fate right now either. Brexco, somewhat vulnerable position here. Should he get knocked, there might be a flush to follow. Down to low HP, though, the info has been fed across as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, that damage comes through at just the crucial moment. Brexco will seal the deal. Ascend will find their 3rd kill. A decent start for them after winning the previous match. Like I said, they jumped 6 places on the leaderboard with that previous win, and actually now puts them even deeper into that cluster of teams, almost towards the top of that cluster if you disconnect fellas and win or die, really. And that's only a 13-point gap.
7 points out of top 5, looking good for Ascend, who came off to a troublesome start to the Grand Finals. Now, Stardust making the rotation on in. Trying to see what they can find. Another vehicle is what they get themselves. Oh, wait, it actually was. No.
Oh, James.
No.
Rolling back the years.
No. Also, can we just add that that's why you get a vest before you rotate? Because Moldog didn't have one. So net yourself a vest before you make that rotation, and you might just stay alive next time. Maybe lessons will have been learned. In the meantime, now Stardust again.
rotating on through. They're committing to military base proper, it seems at least, and Gustav is here ready and waiting.
He's going to open up a little bit. Gustav going to try and follow through on that. Actually, going to catch a headshot to Apocalypse. He's got to be careful here. Gustav has actually found it. As Apocalypse desperately tries to dodge and weave with that Dacia, but not going to happen here. Bay actually looking for an angle from the top of the ATC tower, but not much else to do now. They will lose one, and that window of opportunity to trade it has very quickly expired.
Nothing more frustrating knowing you still have an entire run rate to drive down when the first bullet's a headshot. You go, well, I'm probably not going to survive this rotation. Happens. And, well, for starters, as you said, losing one early. Not what they would have wanted to have happen, but trying to now leave and get away from there. Again, headshot connected instantly. Gustav just not letting him get away. As I say that, he does just exactly manage to do so. Bay able to live with the scare. Jakob and them, I think they just want to get as far away from Gustav as they can right now, because he's hitting all the shots.
Northern Lights have had no resistance over on that eastern bridge now, so a ton of space to react off this Circle 2 pop, and actually will center up over the military base itself. So decent access here, and I'm curious to see what FaZe are going to do. For Esports, in a similar sort of split we saw in the previous Sosnovka game. Of course, that southern road. Looks like Lyron and Iro looking to regroup pretty quickly off this.
I wouldn't imagine there being too many fights happening off the center of this right now. Up towards the north, we still have Austrian force alongside Polish Power. Polish Power opting to swim, it seems, for now.
That's a long old swim.
It is, especially should Austrian force catch them in the water. That'd be a pretty difficult transition. Chris, in the meantime, jumping for info down towards the south. They saw the ferry come across, and they probably know that somebody was in and around there. In the meantime, now Win or Die trying to fend off here. I mean, it wouldn't make sense if Win or Die did lose 3 early on. Fortunately for them, fellas not really opting to stop and take the fight to them.
I think as well, Overpeak because there are a ton of space down to the west side as well. Obviously with that early exchange. It's the back and forth between Question Mark and Ascend. There's Mika actually with a great response here onto Hobbits.
M16 from Hobbits as well. It's I don't know if they just decreased the DMR spawns on esports servers or what it is, but everyone's running around with M16s. Or maybe they have been along all the time, we just haven't been
What's interesting is actually Brexco's position. He's in a position to prevent Question Mark from really flexing out north or making that cross for free, but he's under a ton of pressure here. Looks as if a doozy has found a tag at least, and he's trying to follow through on it with a nade. Get himself into utility range. Brexco wisely peeling away from this position.
Great read and understanding that after that headshot coming through, there's probably going to be people spotting him in a doozy. Perfect spray at a distance. 2 finds him. Is going to be able to get the kill on towards him. So 2 players down. And now Example. Oh my lord, some of these sprays coming through right now. Miracle falls down instantly.
Actually tries to follow up as well with the bolt. And actually the response is there. Forcing Example off that angle. Uber trying to find a secondary angle into these smokes. Actually just can't find the tag onto Michael either. Actually, the kill for Mika did confirm onto Hobbits. That's a 1-for-1 trade between Question Mark and Ascend.
Well, yeah, that's a perfect position. I was just going to say, they know exactly where they have them with the info that Uber can feed across. That nade, unfortunately, bounced a bit off to the other side, I would imagine. Oh, unless if it goes off the tree, it did, but just not far enough. Example, bolt in hand, still trying to see what he can find, spraying through the smoke in the grass to see if maybe there's a head for him to shoot at. But nothing really revealing itself right now. And Upa, despite not really hitting anything, he's applying a lot of pressure to fellas and denying them any sort of push forward.
Yeah, it means fellas can't really sit still, right? And look for angles. They have to put these smokes down to try and break line of sight. Actually, it looks as if the consideration is there to actually hop back in the vehicles and reposition.
I mean, he effectively allowed for Melman to push over because they were sitting in a 2-2 split with Melman up on the hillside alongside Uber route. So by him applying the pressure, as you said, I mean, having to move around so much, Melman got to regroup. Now they forced him off, but now fellas going from one full team into another. Diggory there ready and raiding on the other side. Miracle first one to fall.
So it might just be the last, actually.
Yeah.
Miriku's out of line of sight here for the confirm to come through.
Does Michael get him?
Yeah.
That's
definitely. I mean, he dropped back behind that ridge.
True, true.
It was just before they broke LOS, so Be able to get that back up, yeah. Should be a safe cross now, at least. But have lost one vehicle, as I say that. Aaliyah over the top. Tixie with a great response. Look at the damage coming back as soon as that peak on the rock came through.
Crucial supportive fire over the ridge line there, over the valley, I should say. Now, in the meantime,
I love that response, though. Na'Vi see that in the kill feed, and they know that they can come south and pressure that. It's a beautiful proactive play. Fortunately, Aaliyah's not actually rewarded for it. But
do they?
Where the hell are fellas going?
I was just gonna say, do they come back up the hillside to take the fight to Aliyah? I mean, maybe they saw from across that there was only one, maybe two up here. Now, though, that's free. Look at the minimap, though. Ents, as much as they were in Severny and kind of finished the game of their last game, now they are down here early on. They're sitting just north of Na'Vi, and with the way that Na'Vi are looking right now, they have no clue that there's a team pulling up behind them.
I was gonna say, Uber's got to be careful. He's the one that can potentially spot this out, but actually he's hopped in a vehicle, so that will actually put the advantage back towards Ents here. A little bit of damage, but Squeaky can't connect with it.
How do you focus this one now? You still don't have all of the fellows players gone and away. You'd have to imagine that they just 180 and go straight back to fight Ents, but look at the position they're in. It's not really a good spot for them to take this fight downhill.
Yeah, I think that ship has sailed for Ents now.
Aliyah still kind of trailing behind the teammates, and again, of course, the circle did go somewhat further south, so...
Squeaky got to be careful here.
Yeah. I was just going to say, do they spot him, Squeaky? Does. Aliyah down early, flush should come to follow.
I was going to say, because the reason Squeaky's got to be careful is actually Na'Vi are wrapping to the east of Aliyah. It's almost kind of a play to bait them in. Na'Vi looking to backstab here, but Misa's off angle. Nuki now looking to slip a little further downhill. Means that Ents are able to ultimately solidify on this. Nuki actually finds a great angle uphill.
Oh, you want to get that knock Nuki. That was the flank player we could have taken down, kind of deny any sort of push further around, but Millman able to live with the scan in the meantime. A doozy knocked out by Odin. He's going to have to try and see if he can crawl his way back to safety. Foot Esports now claiming their way down towards the south side. Trying to see if they can deal with question mark currently sitting in first place.
Foot Esports are looking to actually seal the deal here on this knock at least. He's way out in the open. Actually a little gap in between the smokes. Does that actually close, allowing him to cross? Another tag comes through. That's a lot of pressure now. And Phil first got to make a move if he wants to get him back on his feet.
Oh, the bolt hits as well. Odin manages to connect once more. Will he get him up on his shoulders and kind of run him back in? But then again, I mean, 15 seconds left in phase 3. You have to commit to the rest here.
Yeah, you kind of do. And the problem being, they're going to be tanking a little bit of blue here. I don't know, actually, if Aduzi and Phil first have a vehicle back at the compound.
He didn't get the first hit off. I think that's him getting knocked by blue now. And then phase 4, I mean, nothing you can do about it. Yep, there you go. He goes down once more. Question mark struggling here early on. They went down early last game. This time around, just 2 players now left alive. Out in the blue they are. And, I mean, the death call, they're coming into it. If teams want to get that first place spot, they can direct spot into the Grand Finals, or into PGC, I should say. You got to deal with question mark. And so far, well, they're being dealt with.
Looks for another shot. Iro actually sends it towards the circle here. A heavy pull towards the southwest side, and actually Austrian Force just about finding themselves inside the zone, but Kiryukai applying a little bit of pressure. Ascend actually still stacked up on the compound here. This will give them a lot of space, actually. I mean, they should be able to clean up Austrian Force. And then the next on the chopping block is question mark.
There's just so much unplayable terrain in this next circle, and so many teams up towards the north, northeast, inside military, and around in the military on the northern side that have to now make a play on out from there. Northern Lights, Na'Vi.
That nade could be good.
Yep. Around the side it goes, fights Millman. Dialed on in, not too much to that one. Chris, in the meantime, Kildikai takes out Austrian Force, so finishing off in 15th here. Tough one for them. Polish Power trying to make a wrap around, and this is all the teams trying to find somewhere to call their own in a circle with very limited playable terrain.
Luz actually just found a second with this engagement with Na'Vi, and actually we jump back on board with it. Example just left now.
The remaining 2 players from Northern Lights trying to come up and defend here as well. Batulin's Perfectix trying to come in for backstab position. Example's got to be fast with this one if they want to make anything happen, because the more time is spent in this 1v1, slowly it's going to start, or I should say quickly at this point, it's going to be a 3v1.
Yeah, Spyro kind of left up for this. The blue will confirm that. Batulin's actually going to find a tag and might even... I think Example's actually leaning right in this first aid just to avoid another tag coming through. And blue zone tickling away at them now. Lou on the reposition though, but he's got to stick a first aid as well. Example, just slowing down Northern Lights. You can see Perfectix totally disconnected from this on the X-ray. And he said it's south as well.
Example just needs all the points he can get here. It's going to be a salvage game regardless. And of course, if you're Northern Lights, you've got to deny anything. Even if it not comes through, that's your player down and out. There's going to be no rest possible this far away from the circle. Closing in to phase 5. Lou holding the angle, ready and waiting. Doesn't get the shot off. Actually does get the shot off, but doesn't hit anything.
Lou's actually medding in the open here. And I think Example might finish his... Oh, I was just going to say, lucky the wall is there. I thought Lou was just looking to stick that first aid as a... desperation to stay alive. See, actually, yeah, now, I mean, the meds become such an issue in this engagement, especially with Batulins coming along, and actually, he's been knocked and confirmed. Perfectix pulling up onto the backside of FaZe as well.
Yeah, FaZe has been standing strong on the east side of military so far, now on the southern side as well. Able to sit tight for a good while here.
Lou's got 5 first aid kits. I don't think he's going to get it off.
Nope, not going to happen. Lou goes down. Example might get a few from him, but even then, he's going to be down and out as well. Phase 5 hurts like hell, and he's got far to go for the circle. Na'Vi out in 11th.
Mutually assured destruction outside their zone, but the number's already dwindling down to 30. And look how many of these teams already have to make moves. I mean, Schofield will be able to regroup with his teammates. For Esports, just sending it towards the center here.
We've seen them do it earlier in this tournament where it has failed miserably. We'll see if they can somehow make something of it this time around. Still alive, all 4 in their cars, pulling up to Polish Power spot. Cappy is here ready and waiting. It was Foot Esports against Polish Power just before as well, but here they are out the vehicle. Vest and Iroh both tagged up. One goes down on each side. It's just Cappy now left alive trying to defend on his own.
Actually, decent damage coming onto Cappy initially, but actually going to be good for the clearance. Yep, Iron's going to find that.
Ascent should be able to backfill on it too if they so desire. I mean, that's 2 knocks on the side of Foot Esports. You'd have to imagine that they've got a go for it, because if they take down Foot here, they have all the room in the world to work with. Schofield tries to see what he can find on the other side, but all he meets is the mini headshot from Nixie.
It was like he was shooting blanks there. There were damage tags coming up, but just couldn't find that one. Squeaky. Doing squeaky things from the back lines.
Chilling.
Actually, Iroh gets confirmed there.
Ascend.
That was through the smoke or what, but Ascend piling on the pressure towards Foot Esports.
Ascend 13th coming into today, now sitting tied top 5. 3 alive, 10 kills this game as well.
A massive jump. Considering actually 8 teams left, only 20 players alive. That's a decent kill stack to come through for this. And especially, dare I say, if they go back-to-back as well, they're going to have a ton of space to work with. This is actually the sort of circle where their playstyle that we have seen them rely on repeatedly. Kind of these solo efforts, these spreading very thin and looking for control. Actually going to pay dividends for them.
You have to imagine Mika is trying to wrap around, get a good off-angle position onto Lyron. You can see him trying to touch and weave all the players around him. Actually pushed out from the car there, but able to utilize the smokes and stay alive at least for a little bit longer.
I was going to say, Mika got any utility? He absolutely does. He's going to send a frag right towards, I think, where he's just seen him.
It's got to be dead, yep.
Yeah.
Down he goes. Ascent claims the southern side also himself, and now they can spread out and try and take control as well. In the meantime, FaZe against Howl. It's been a battle that's been going on for a little while. Gustav took out one just before, and now Plaza, Schofield trying to fend off alone, but Matt is there as well. Actually, that's elsewhere, fending off against Wu.
Squeaky desperately just trying to get in behind this. Actually trying to move south to almost divert this. Let's try and get in behind FaZe. I'm not sure of the med situation, but the Mad elsewhere was fending off towards the Wu. He has drifted back this direction. And FaZe have to move towards where Fex and Diggory are positioned. It's going to be difficult for him. Squeaky's actually got that first aid off.
Chris spots 3, likes what he sees, finds the second. Nagas kills, goes down as well. And just like that. That's Stardust out. 6 plays for them. Ascent continuing to rack up kills here. And again, I mean, they've got pretty much the entire circle to work with, because it's only them alongside Bestelok who are not inside the runway area itself.
Get on top of the plane, Squeaky. Get on top of the plane.
Do you dare? At this point, does he dare? He's thinking about it, you can tell. He's gonna play it slow. I would only imagine for now. You need at least another knock on face slam before he goes for anything here. But then again, I mean, Insta need everything they can go in their way.
Howl have got to make moves here, though. The Wu and FaZe have managed to find themselves inside the new zone. The Mad the furthest forward player for Howl, but again, so much pressure coming onto the back line. You can see Schofield actually taking a headshot there. It's come through actually as the circle. So we'll eventually force them this direction. Man actually getting picked up very early on. So now actually, that's their forward man down and out. It's going to make it even harder for Schofield and Lazar to get anything else done here.
Yeah, Vesterlok fortifying this position too. And remember, it was Vesterlok who took down one of the starters players, so he will know that the southern side fortification is available should they want to back out of this one. But for now, fortifying the plain graveyard to try and see what they can make of this north side close quarter combat fight.
Meanwhile, Squeaky has actually got on the south side of the fence. So he's actually got himself set up here to just about find himself a slice to plate.
Who has played the most TDMs, boys? This is where you get this is where you get your practice and your warm-ups in. Best of luck. Knew exactly where to line that nade up. Finds 2. And now we find ourselves the top 4 teams left alive. Wu instantly, though, punished as they take 2 down.
Actually, Quizzy and Nixie from 2 different teams here. Actually, more pressure coming through from Ascend. Kyoyukai going to confirm the first. Actually, Gustav finds the second. Ibi gets knocked as well in the meantime, so it's just best of luck left to do this. Ascend up to 14 kills now. Coming out swinging here on day 5.
And they've got all the room to work with as well. They could push even further if they wanted to. Again, they know that starters died. They can take the fortification and just force them to take the fight up close with one another. Best of luck again. Continuing to rack up kills. He will go down in the end of phase and find kill number 10 for themselves. And still with Squeaky left alive. Is he going to be the downfall for FaZe, or is he not? Diggory trying to find him, not going to succeed in doing so. Gustav shooting through the bush, wanting to get him. He does manage to do so as well. And now, 4v3. You could only imagine they get the rest up. As I say that, actually, 8C, bit of an exposed position, but you'd have to imagine that they get him.
It's tough, because that's the man advantage here for FaZe. I mean, even actually, the fact that this res is coming through now is going to slow them down. They have to make a move this circle. Look at what they've got to play in the next. Gustav is inside, yes, but the hard cover and the space actually leans in favor of Ascend.
I'm seeing Chris with the tree for cover, and little to nothing but that. Sure, he has smokes, but I mean, whenever he reveals his position, he better find the knock or 2 from that spot, because he's not getting away from there easily.
I just want to see Chris move up to just some of that hard cover to the north of it, maybe try and pressure the cross, but
they're playing on foot. I mean, this is Chris running around in the open. You see FaZe smart and bringing their cars into this, because they know there's going to be little to no cover from where they're going to be playing from. Ascent, very, very, very far split from one another, at least 100 meters in between all of them. So if one goes down here, you'd have to imagine no reses come through.
Yeah, problem being though, Gustav got himself into a nice spot there. I'm not sure if Fex has crashed or what, and they're just going to try and move him into the next zone, but team knock comes through. Gustav, like I said, actually revealing his hand very early on. Again, this position isn't playable once the circle closes. So maybe he's just conscious he has to try and get something done here. Kyoyukai trying to line it up.
Got to take the shot. It's not an easy one, but you don't get a lot of chances with this. Of course, he wants Gustav to stand completely still, but it's a rare thing, if ever, that these players do that. You can see Fex sitting there waiting to get back on in. Hopefully for him, he will. He is inside the circle, so that's something. At least a little more time to play with.
Chris, not sure what Ascender probably thought seeing that in the kill feed there.
Yeah, it's again, I mean, a case of the more they wait, the worse they are.
Chris actually does have great sightlines on the cross. It's going to burn up a lot of the utility, but if he can get a little bit of damage, I think FaZe are going to send their utility a little deeper onto the road. Maybe even try and cross here in the vehicles. They've got to try and build up speed before getting out of this ditch, though.
Are they going to hard commit onto Mika again? I think they read that they're splitting. Yes, they're coming full speed forward towards Mika. 1 nade here for you. Mika could be all you need in order to take them down. Not going to happen though. 8C finds the first. Gustav stays behind to make sure that there's a spot for them to play from. 13 first aids now for 8C as well. He's ready for it for the long haul, but this one, 4v2, you'd have to imagine that it's going to go in the way of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, you got to say, and Gustav actually playing anchor here, a favourable shift for them, at least to give Gustav a little more time to get something done from the north. But actually, this circle cuts out Chris and Kyoyukai. Yeah. So the last minute, almost the pendulum swinging back towards FaZe Clan. Like I said, actually now that man advantage doubled down on.
Again, I mean, surprised that Ascent doesn't do more when they know that they're fighting on the other side to try and claim real estate.
knowing that there's so little available. Once again now, Chris, not opting to take the shot. He hasn't revealed his position yet, but we're reaching a point where there's only so much space left in the map, really, and you've got to take that shot eventually.
Kukai going to try and spot out Gustav. A couple of shots exchanged.
If he can wrap back behind, you'd have to imagine that Gustav spots it. If Chris can somehow backfill, that'd be insane.
Surely not.
Yeah, no.
That's a hell of a play if he pulls it off.
Yes.
I mean, that's the man for the job. But
And now he's seen.
Yeah, and Gustav connects it.
Held his fire for too long, not going to go his way regardless of how this one ends now, though. I mean, for Ascend, it's 2 huge games back-to-back, exactly what they needed. And for FaZe here as well, some interesting Erangel games played yesterday. A few mistakes here and there, so for them to get a win now as well would be huge. And here it comes, Vex with the final shot, 14 kills for FaZe Clan. They wrap over early, they claim themselves a military win.
Yeah, beautiful stuff, and it's good to see Ascend remaining active. It's almost like this has been the propellant, really, for them to get back in. That's a massive jump back up the leaderboard. They're looking to continue the trend here on Erangel, at least.
No doubt. They looked a little shaky off of the 1v4 from Lyron yesterday, but this time around, no mistakes made whatsoever. They all stay alive through to the end. Let's take it back to the desk and let them break down that game number 2.
That's right, thank you, boys. Yes, FaZe is loving it. By Gustav a Big Mac, I tell you that much, because he was absolutely blasting out of control. I can't believe what I just witnessed here. From FaZe Clan, a great control situation, and also being able to identify that they needed to push onto the certain location where Micah was to be able to completely solidify them a spot later on in this game.
Honestly, and also being able to survive that kind of mayhem in the north when you have this many teams that are fighting for the same territory, being able to survive as 4. Also, Squeaky didn't manage to. Obviously, he's trying to get as many points out of a rough situation as possible. Maybe try to get a killer here or so. But he managed to survive quite a few teams. He could have potentially have kind of spoiled the game for FaZe and taken a few points out of that. Maybe taking a HC in a situation where he was caught off guard or something like that. But they managed to survive all 4. Managed to then push Ascent's position, take over and win. Insane situation for them. But then again, Ascent did split out. They did not stack anywhere. And that's kind of the rough situation when you want to try to get all the different angles, right?
Yeah, if you're going to do that, you need a knock, at least one knock when they push, because you have to do something in response to a well-calculated FaZe plan.
It has to really be, you know, we talk about utility, pre-nade has to be on point, or at the very least, the wide positions that you take, you have to be able to sort of cover the angle of approach. But FaZe Clan with really smart, well-placed smokes towards the end game just really cut off all of the angles that Ascend could have potentially had to enable them just to put 3 in a car and run down Mika, get themselves the position in the zone and work from there, really putting that numbers advantage to use. And selfless play from Gustav as well to just hold that anchoring position on the back line to make sure that there was no real threats coming through.
Looking ridiculous as well with the amount of kills coming in for him. And likewise, I mean, on the other side, technically, for Ascend, a really big kill count game coming in Avenger for a team that's not only now joined that middle pack and pretty heavily so, but is now rivaling those top positions.
Huge cadeau for them. 44 points in 2 games. It's crazy. If they continue that, they were going to be able to put themselves within striking distance. And right now, they are at the very top, in the upper echelons of this big mid pack here. So it's really good to see that they're able to really light a fire on them. Again, back-to-back military, so we're expecting good things from them, right?
Yeah, definitely. Not exactly the easiest circles to kind of, I suppose, commit yourself to a certain location. Obviously, we know that those fights around the aeroplanes is annoying, and then coming off of the wall onto that little ridge that FaZe is on is annoying. Even, to a certain degree, playing all the south side is annoying. You're seeing is like, Foot, for example, send it all the way across the circle to where Polish Power is, dislodging them, but there's not really many spots to play in these areas.
No. But this is why I like the fact that Ascend isn't really committing to bridge camps or any chaotic early game. It does allow teams like FaZe Clan to get across the bridges early on, and geez, we were talking about the well-placed smokes. It doesn't matter how well-placed they are when you just smoke the entire map, I suppose, but again, Ascend finding themselves in a very solid position down towards the southern side of the zone, but of course that does open the door for FaZe Clan to cross over. The western bridge was a little more congested, a little more contested. Overpeakers bypassed that by sending it, a minute into the game, but all of the real success came from the eastern side, and Gustav,
8
well-deserved
kills.
player of the game.
Jeez,
and 1K club as well.
Back to back.
Efficient gaming right there. That is crazy. Really good to see. Obviously, Ascend still honorable mention here. It's Chris again with 6 kills after the last game. Amazing game from him here. Somebody obviously really happy to have him on his fantasy team here, starting off today like this. But some of the shots that Gustav was able to lay out, also in starters in the very early stages of the game here for phase 1, able to close out some of the points. And also some of this play here, the way that he's positioning himself for fighting is optimal to make sure that is there coming more players, and he's waiting even to knock this player. He's not shooting at it immediately. He's trying to see if he can maybe lure 1 or 2 players more in, and then obviously also taking our fellas.
Games like this are the kind of moments where you're reminded that Gustav, especially like when he originally wasn't even on phase, you looked at this guy and you thought to yourself, this guy's going to be an absolute star eventually. 100%. And on phase, I think that was facilitated.
The most impressive thing is that he's also IGLing.
Yes.
Like, you're able to frag out like this, and you're IGLing your team is just so impressive.
Man brings in plenty of chicken nuggets to the table here with those 8 kills. Tons coming in for good old Gustav. You can buy himself 2 Happy Meals and be doubly happy here for Gustav to be able to get himself those kinds of results. And this phase is an important one, I think, Saga, because the middle pack was heavy. They were kind of in the middle of that middle pack, and now they're going to be able to ramp themselves up a little bit more.
Couldn't have been much more central to start off the day in 8th place, so a much needed win once again, and really over and over again we continue to say, like, you need to be pushing the top end, but Question Mark this time around had once again a bit of a struggle game. They avoided being ran down by Ents at the very beginning, dropping on the western coast, taking the bridge around the southern side, but hey, they ran into Foot Esports where they actually Odin and Western were doing a lot of work as a duo, while the opposite duo of the team were some distance away dealing with other threats. But it was enough to just hold them out into the blue zone, and Question Mark really wasn't able to get anything going this game. So every point that's picked up by the teams towards the top end, closing that gap.
Yeah, it's very important, as you say, with Question Mark not getting too much on the board. Teams like Ents getting quite a little bit on the board as well here, trying to push themselves up. And in fact, let's check in with the Woo talking about Ents from this game.
Ents is like the hard edge team who is always coming from the blue, or like they're always like wild rotating. So this is the team who gonna come last in the circle. So it's your like just a wide edge playstyle or something like that.
Checking on in as we continue with this game, and of course Ents in both of these games here, Erangel, having a really tall task ahead of them when it comes to trying to even get to the circle, never mind anything else.
Yeah, they were definitely hoping for the same northern circles that we saw in some of the Erangel games yesterday for their home turf, obviously, to beat Serverne. But I will say this, they're actually playing some of these military games quite well. They're coming in so late that usually the bridges are not that occupied. But yeah, then again, hard games for them. I will say that they succeeded with, obviously, their first game, being able to take some points away, some players away from one of the most, or the most important opponent here, with it being Question Mark, of course, losing 1 player. Yeah, it was a great rotation. Didn't you see that? What do you think, James?
You know,
are you trolling me, Starladder? What's going on here?
It was pretty close to Quizzy saying, you know, and sometimes
takes cars.
Yeah, sometimes they get in car. It was pretty close.
We start things off.
Somebody takes a boat.
Sometimes Navi gets in a boat, and then we watch them get in a boat, and now we've watched, and sometimes gets in cars. And they got in a car.
Yet to see a team in a glider, so if we can pull up a clip of that.
There's no bloody way. That's... this is some top-tier content we're showing you here at PCS7, ladies and gentlemen. I'm loving it. All right, we're going to a break. Cut it. And when we come back, we have 1 more Erangel. We'll see you in a few.
Balance adjustments to some attachments and firing from vehicles. Some adjustments to the blue zone on Destin. And some decor to get you hyped for PGC. All this and more as we dive into the update 20.1 patch report. First up, we've been monitoring your feedback on the high advantages of shooting from a moving vehicle. And have implemented some recoil nerfs for both the driver and passengers. Drivers can also no longer steer while reloading weapons. In addition, several attachments are being adjusted for balance. 2 ARs can now attach high-powered scopes, and the O12 can fit a couple new scopes as well. So check out the patch notes for full details on the changes. Destin is also seeing some changes to the blue zone this update, with Phase 1 and 2 having larger circles. Phase 2 has increased damage, so don't let yourself lose track of time while looting the bigger zone. And speaking of blue zones, the Jammer Pack will now receive additional damage to its battery, and will only spawn as a world drop in Miramar, Karakin, Haven, and Destin. For map adjustments, visitors to Erangel can now plan their stay around watching the sunset, and sightseers on Erangel, Tego, and Miramar should start seeing PGC-related decorations in celebration of the upcoming World Championship. There's also a new ranked season starting, new skins to craft in the workshop, several changes to the wardrobe, and quality of life updates. So head over to the patch notes for the full details on everything. Update 20.1 is here, so strap in, lock and load, and drive off into the sunset. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Victory is not a moment. It's a journey made up of choices. The possibilities are endless. Why you fight, what strategies you use, who you have on your crew, and what colors they fly. All these choices end and begin with you.
Welcome back here to PCS7 Europe Grand Finals, because we've had ourselves two amazing, ecstatic all-military games so far. Apparently Toby's asking for another military game. What he doesn't know is in the script it's actually a military game that's going to happen over on Miramar in that northeast side. That would be something. But anyway, joining me, Saga, as well as Avenger, to talk about these previous games. And you know what? The topic of the day for me right now really is Ascend. I mean, as much as FaZe just got themselves a win here, Avenger, Ascend's been blasting out of control.
Yeah, Ascend 44 points, FaZe Clan 24. Quite impressive. It's Chris leading the charts there for them, obviously doing extremely well. Yeah, and Ascend, they need to do something. They have had some rough games so far. It's actually already their best day just with 2 games done.
Yeah. That's insane. I mean, they're giga gaming right now. That is some extreme points.
Unbelievable. Yeah, they really have almost had a better day than our top team yesterday in just the 2 games so far. The 10 points shy, and you know, to start off the game, Chris again basically solo holding against Exalt in the compound, picking up a whole bunch of kills. And if it weren't for a disgusting bolty shot onto Molodok from Jeems on the driving car, which was very gross, and I'm glad we got a replay of that, then he might have just picked up the squad wipe in the very early stages, and it's a huge confidence boost from a team that has needed it.
Yeah, Mod?
Yeah, and on top of that, of course, now they are reinventing the rain dance for a military dance to see more military games to hope to get more points. Question mark still on top, but only 1 point last game, guys, and this is obviously crucial for the 11 teams that are currently not in the top 8, excluding question mark. Of course, we don't have 3 of the teams playing. Tropic one of them. So we have 11 teams chasing question mark down right now, hoping for them not to finish top 2, top 3, for them to take that last spot away from Heroic.
And we've been talking about a 30-point gap at the top. This time around, it's only 13 points. So
nice.
Dangerously close to getting their own cappy meal at the top, as Polish Power are just closing that gap very, very quickly. And even though they're not getting the big points in terms of the placements, the kills, but they're still getting up there consistently, which is good to see after a little bit of a speed bump in the road yesterday for Polish Power, back on form.
Yeah, it definitely felt that way. So it is nice to have them doing all right, considering that, well, I mean, even if they get a top spot anyway, they're going to be going to PGC. They already have quite a few points on the board here to Polish Power.
Yeah, but it will require something like, Polish Power is guaranteed.
Yeah.
Like at this point, there's no way.
They're looking great.
They're looking amazing. We're looking at something like Fellas to have, they're 38 points or something behind question mark, so that's what they need to catch up in just 8 games.
Yeah.
And it's 38 points. We're talking 4 more points on an average than question mark. That has been looking fantastic so far. It's going to be a huge task for Fellas, obviously. They only had 1 point more than them yesterday, so they're going to have to really up their averages here.
There's quite a few stumbling blocks, though, that are being put in their way. I think it was that we're able to kind of hold them out in this previous game, right? For a question mark.
Yeah, coming in on the eastern side, they really just held down full control on the vast majority of the eastern side of the zone for quite a long time. Didn't get drawn in too much into the chaos as a couple of the other teams did. Even Northern Lights just full sent it. Like, they lost their mind a little bit. They were trying to get rid of the last Na'Vi player in the compound, couldn't quite find the angle quickly enough, and the blue zone was just dealing too much damage. So they ran out of options, they ran out of time, just full sent it, and FaZe cleaned them up as they did with many others as well. But Foot avoided all of that, but eventually they couldn't get too much more going. Polish Power in the dip, but it was Ascend that had the angle again.
All right, to the commentators we go. Toby, no true Svamps yet here in the lobby.
And I'm kind of loving it. I mean, other than the fact that we have Ascent and FaZe Clan racking quite a few kills in the last game, I'm all for not having that one team that just massively separates themselves from the rest of the pack now. Teams starting to claw back at question mark, make it more of a competition.
Yeah, and we come back to that same logic that it's kind of one game away from really breaking through some of the key placements of some of these teams now. So that cluster actually with the top slowing down, I don't want to say slowing down, maybe getting the foot off the gas. Well, yeah. I mean, the problem being is some of these teams at the top are still actually hitting their average points per game kind of target, right, to maintain. And that makes it even more difficult. You need to have some very top-heavy point accruements in terms of some of the teams that are looking to catch up. But, I mean, actually, to say that Ascend gained 6 placements, FaZe gained 5 off that pre-0, so with the same point total overall, 24 for both game 1 and 2.
It's been a good start. It's been the kind of start you want to get on day 1, but I mean, if you're going to get it eventually, might as well get it with a day and a half left to play. Game number 3 of the day, game number 23 overall, last Erangel of the day, before we head on over to Miramar for the final 2 here. Straight north to south plane path. This has got military written all over it.
You think?
Yep. Might as well. I mean,
looks like a quarry plane, honestly.
It could be too. I didn't expect it the second time around, and I'm just saying, you know what? I mean, we might as well just get 3, and then we get none tomorrow.
I mean, I'd almost rather that, yeah.
Yeah, or we can just take none now, and then 2 tomorrow.
Because we end on Erangel tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'd almost rather have the 3rd today than be relying on 1 tomorrow. But let's see exactly how things lie once again. Ascend, the only team this time around on Sosnovka. And actually, I'm looking to a question mark for how quick they're going to fall, because they are kind of huddled together with Exalt for the time being. We talked about previously dropping towards the west coast. It looks like that's going to be the plan once again, to avoid Ents messing with anything. But Squeaky is chasing Iro down. Maybe he assumes that's question mark. Iro's just going to be the unlucky person, and actually the circle pops polar opposite to Quarry, actually up towards just north of Yasnaya.
Squeaky is on a hunt. The thing is, Hypok is going to land in that compound, and if he gets inside a house prior to Squeaky, I think now...
I don't think I'm going to land in that compound, no.
Oh, wait, it's a couple of years back. Anyway, Iro is... you did play at the same time, didn't you? You and Iro?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's going to have me mixed up.
Never have caught me landing up there, though.
No?
No.
No? Not just once? No, fair. Squeaky gets here, realizes, well, he's probably got a gun by now. I might as well just turn around and actually start looting. And he did have a gun. And it's an M16. The deadliest gun in the early game.
Yeah.
Yep. Headshot machine. And soon you'll be able to add an 8x on top of it as well, making it probably equally not so deadly.
Squeaky will, the drive of shame back towards 70. Actually, Odin split down towards Noli. You know, it's actually only Lyron and Western up on Stauber itself, but lots of space to play with here in the early game. Whether or not they're going to opt to hold on to the high ground, maybe look towards the warehouses, another common spot for any team up towards Kameshki and Stauber to pick up early on. Elsewhere, like I said, Question Mark did actually get themselves down towards Quarry, so did avoid any pressure from Exalt coming through early on, down towards Ferry Pier.
You mentioned them just before. Exalt down towards the south, as you said, Ferry Pier. It's been an interesting journey for them, currently sitting in 11th place, but again, still, we've mentioned it again, but that one good game, and all of a sudden you find yourself maybe not top 5 with one good game, but at least top 7 or 8, which would then boat you further forward. And again, I mean, for some of those teams that at this point, fair, PGC, it's out of reach. We cannot take away, because that's kind of been our focus point, right? We cannot take away from the fact that there's also a massive prize pool for this tournament. So even if, sure, first place not going to get it, every one single placement you manage to get better in this tournament, that is a lot of money you're bringing home.
Absolutely. I love how there's kind of this dual objective, right? And there's actually teams opting for different placements based on what they're aiming for, right? But just to come back to that, I mean, a similar game to what Ascendant Phase have just had with a couple of other teams kind of not necessarily dropping donuts, but a low point, and that puts them up towards Phase, up towards the 136, 137 point mark. So that's how it is still doable for a lot of these teams down. And actually, even below that, you've got Foot Esports, actually tied for 112. Howl as well done at 109. You think actually, what, 15, dare I say, 20 kill win completely changes things up.
It's kind of rare, I feel like, especially in EMEA PUBG. I mean, okay, so for now, Question Mark still separated with a decent buffer down to second. But other than that, having so many teams still in the race, I feel like if we are able to slay the giant here, come into the final day, and things just somewhat evening out on the very top of the leaderboard, you're essentially looking at the better part of 9-8 teams that could go out and win it.
And the other thing is, as well, with Question Mark have to start dealing with, you know, some of these curveballs in the early game. Think back to Northern Lights on Miramar, right, where some teams were looking to kind of mess with them, force them into an uncomfortable spot, or even just throw them off in terms of timings. And that's happened here on Erangel as well, with overpeakers down towards Pachinki also. These are the sort of things that actually Question Mark will struggle to maintain that average point per game mark that they need to hit. It does open the door up for Northern Lights, Polish Power, and actually then even below that, where we then talk about that point cluster.
We'll see Stardust now pulling up on the east side of Yasnaya. Matt obviously, and we heard the vehicles coming in. We'll just quickly jump across the street back to the safety of his teammate Schofield. A little bit of suppressive fire coming in, but not really all that much going on, to be fair. Early on, it's quite a decent length rotation for most teams to get here, so wouldn't expect to see a lot of confrontations.
Well, this is a very slow circle one as well.
Yeah.
Lots of teams are going to want to try and get, not necessarily early, but make sure they're on their way by about this point. I mean, Exalt and Question Mark, the only two yet to move. FaZe already making moves up from Milta, and yeah, just about everybody else. I mean, Fellas is probably going to be the last from George Pole over on the west side, but with all these teams kind of prioritizing towards center and actually getting towards Stauber itself, even if it's just to kind of, you know, garner some sort of information. A lot of the south side is going to be open, a lot of the western side is going to be open, so no real threat looming for some of these teams that are going to come late as well.
Faceland as well, plenty of space to maneuver as they make their rotation on through. Woo, the same thing out towards the west side. These teams wanting to get up to, I don't want to say as fast as possible, but if they were looking to go as fast as possible, why not grab themselves a McLaren? You can do that in the game as well. Net yourself the McLaren, find a cube, and swap that car for a McLaren, and all of a sudden you're going room across the map.
I do kind of want to see it.
Yeah.
I'd love to just see rotations coming through, just McLarens diving on top of each other, yeah.
Yeah, that would be kind of cool. I feel like that's what a McLaren would sound like too. I've never been good at making voices for cars, but I feel like that was pretty good. No comments?
None from me, no.
Oh, okay, fair enough. See how it is.
We'll ask James before you throw back to the desk.
We'll see if he'll approve of my McLaren voicing. I don't think he will
not.
either. Usually he doesn't approve of all of the things I say. It's fair enough. It's just that kind of a relationship that we've got. Question Mark in the meantime, slow to rotate. Actually the latest, really, coming in on this one. We saw them earlier, of course, down towards Prim. Pretty long distance to cover, and really they shouldn't be in a hurry with this.
Navi are almost kind of shepherding FaZe back towards the coast. Almost parallel in rotation. Whether or not actually Navi are going to be able to get to a point where they can force them further north now. It's not really desirable to be on this side. With the center sitting, I'd say actually just kind of disconnected from those warehouses up on Stalber hillside that we were talking about earlier. I don't really want to be positioned over towards Kameshki. With our Circle 2s, maybe a couple of teams will rely on that.
Yeah. It's one thing's for certain. With Stalber, it's not center, but center enough, I'd say, that when you have these big hillsides in the middle of, pretty much regardless of the circle it is, if we get one of those hard shifts off to a side, it just becomes so incredibly difficult to plan your rotations ahead. Now, let's take a look at Ascent real quick. Again, phenomenal start to the day off of a, I'd argue, terrible start to the tournament as a whole.
Right, but this is the sort of games that we've talked about. The potential is there for Ascent to achieve this level of play, right?
Yes.
If they can solidify this now, it's actually going to be fairly terrifying for anybody really. Well, I would have previously said anybody that sits above them, but they've got themselves up to 6th place now.
Yeah.
So really, the fear is only really struck into some of these teams that are vying for, netting themselves a particular placement in terms of PGC points.
We were kind of harsh yesterday, respectfully so, in saying that Ascent were able to do the flanks, were able to do the rotations. They just never really executed on their engagements. I hope that despite the fact that circles did come to them for the bigger part of the first 2 games today, that will have granted them the momentum needed in order to dare to go out and take those fights here now that they're back on the edge again.
The big tick in the box for me is actually closing out. Like I said, those observatory games can be thrown in certain scenarios, right?
More often than not.
Even with a team that's been performing a little below par, for them to actually close it out, and it was confident, it was very, very comfortable. There was, like I said, all the right indicators for me in terms of when you look for them to become active, and actually converting that position into a double-digit kills is a testament in itself. Double-digit kills don't just walk up on your doorstep, especially when you're playing Observatory. So credit in that regard to Ascend for closing that one out.
And having those back-to-back as well, huge. We'll see, of course, as they come in last to the circle here, if they can make use of it. In the meantime, over to Polish Power we head. It's not been the easiest day for them here either, but now Marcelik, MK14 in hand, we know he's very, very talented when it comes to finding damage and kills, and that gun is only going to help him do even more of it.
Definitely a helping hand. So, question mark themselves past Rozhok now across the bridge, and actually Overpeak has split very heavily. Teams all the way over to the north side of that bay, but Circle actually centering up, well, a little further afield now from those warehouses, which are still unoccupied. Again, not many teams in a position to actually scout that out, other than potentially Odin and Iroh, maybe Na'Vi as well.
I mean, we have 6 teams west of Nolene right now. Look at what you have to transition into. It's either massive hillside all the way north around, or you're looking at the slim path between, like, Nolene and Yasnaya, or north side of the Yasnaya River. That is a very, very tricky rotation to make. So, as we can see here, 3 teams instantly opting to go north around because you just don't want to send it straight in from the side. This is going to mean there's going to be a lot of space on that western center side of the circle because teams just haven't had a chance to claim it. It's all out towards the east, and you can see all these teams that are out east, none of them have opted to move.
Yeah, and actually the big positive, this is exactly the sort of circle that will favor FaZe over on the east side. Like I said, you don't really want to be up towards Kameshki, gambling on having to come back west. It's almost more difficult to come west, actually, the later it gets on, but the fact that a lot of these teams are going to be able to at least navigate their way past each other, as I say that, Squeaky eats a ton of damage. Odin actually going to catch the killing blow. The rest of Ents, no position to counteract this whatsoever.
Yeah, not a lot to do after that one. They tried to come up, didn't expect to see Foot Esports playing the north side of Stalber that early on, but here they were, ready and waiting, and forced back down the hillside once more.
The Icarus effect for Squeaky.
Really?
Actually, almost acts as I was going to say, problem being Ents have drifted so far north away from this. I'm curious of where their end goal is, whether it's towards Kameshki or some of these satellite compounds that FaZe are actually picking up now.
Yeah.
Overpeak has actually managed to regroup fairly quickly to get this rotation all together. Still nobody at those warehouses.
Yeah, that's...
James looks to scout that direction.
He's going to go down there now, and they weren't shot at from that ridge line at all, kind of rotating in underneath the the warehouse position. I think now they're going to realize, I mean, that's just not a position you even dare to like full commit to it, because obviously there's going to be a team there, right? But
I do like this play though. Jeans has pulled up. He's almost tried to bait with the vehicle. He's now kind of sending off some warning shots. And actually, I think Mexi, Vard, and Clearball all had eyes set that direction just to see if anybody came out to greet Jeans in the vehicle. So diligent on approach. Actually, Overpeak is going to be rewarded for it. I'm not sure actually if they're still going to commit to this 2-2. Looks like it's just going to be Jeans and Clib.
it's a nice bait to try and just double check, make sure that no one's there, because we have seen a couple of times Overpeakers lose one because there's a sneaky snake in a situation they wouldn't maybe anticipate there to be one in. So might as well just play a little extra careful to claim some free real estate. And again, as we said, I mean, just not a position you ever expect to see so free at this point in the game. But because so many teams had to wrap in from the west, no one really had a chance to claim it early.
Yeah, lack of information, especially with this circle popping to the east. Like I said, it's almost go out, see what you can find, which is why we see Squeaky kind of testing the waters towards Stalby. A couple of these teams have to make plays like that until, you know, one team within kind of a kilometer square opens up. You don't really have any solid information on anything coming in.
Decisive does manage to find a free compound, at least he hopes it is. We can tell him that it is, but he doesn't know for sure. Shots will be fired towards him, so Face alongside Ascent, well aware that he's there. Circle though, down towards the south we go. So all the teams that wrap north around still with a rotation now to make.
And this is where Overpeak is almost grinning ear to ear with picking up this compound for free. Vard and Mexi going to be able to rejoin forces. Question mark, putting a little bit of pressure onto Stardust. Some decent damage done, but now actually this is a very early point to have to settle for that one house, and he has no field.
Yeah.
And looking like they might lose the majority of their vehicles elsewhere, fellas. Well, it's Michael. I was going to say, it was going to be Michael. Rustamar, though. Sounded like a quick two-tap onto Gedrox.
He has been playing phenomenally this grand final so far. So much damage coming through from him. We'll see now. Extends trying to... Is he backing off from this? We've already seen Goose in the vehicle trying to leave Layers. Not really in position to help out a whole lot either. He does think better of it, though. Comes back up over the top, wanting to make sure that... Is anyone pushing Gedrox or not? Is he trying to get the vehicle to go for the rest here? That's
surely not.
That'd be very bold.
I mean, I almost hope not. Sorry, Gedrox.
In the meantime, Art hearing the vehicles from Ents pulling on in. Nice little early smoke to prevent any info to gather over the top again. I mean, right now for Art, unfortunately for him, he has teammates inside the circle, and when Scav lands a nade like that, there's just nothing you can do about it.
Maybe caught up in rotation here, had to commit to it. I didn't actually see in the previous circle what Exalt's setup was, but the other three members across to the compound in the west. It's very, very strange.
He got the rest.
Yeah, wow.
Yep. Gedrox back up alive. Layush up there to pick him up. Extends, applying some suppressive fire, and that allows for win or die to get back up to 4 alive.
All the lights are the wides, but at least Batulin's disconnected towards the west side here, just holding on to the bait, making sure there's nothing going to be wrapping in behind them. As we said previously, Northern Lights like to have at least, 50% of their angles clear. They know that they can fight with their backs clear, so Batulin's almost anchoring this position now. Not expecting any urban warfare just yet, but what we will have, I'm going to say Scav actually only finding the one, the second actually comes through onto Misa, but Exalt feeling a little more pressure here from Ents. It's just Fate and Molodok left.
Yep, they're on their hunt here, wanting to find all the Exalt players. So far, they've taken down 2. Molodok and Fate trying to defend inside the other building, and it's a hard one to push. Fortunately for Ents, they don't have to push the building because Exalt is coming to them and they go down.
Yeah, Fate actually catching Molodok there.
Helping out each other a little bit.
Back-to-back team knocks here in this engagement. Ents will be allowed to continue with what they have left. I mean, there's only 2 now, with Squeaky being down earlier on in the game.
We just saw Face lose Diggory here as well, amidst their rotation, trying to make the run on through. But again, I mean, when you're running through the center like this, it's kind of bound to happen that you lose one, or at least there's a pretty good chance that you will, and that's what ends up happening for Face. Win or die in the meantime, up into Rap South around. They're sitting dead center next circle now.
And Overpeak is now looking to flex out of that compound as well. You see a couple of the players actually look downhill. Problem being, at this point, anybody coming down from Stauber has to kind of deal with each other. They can't really mount an attack on that compound, so Overpeak should be free to do so. Vascu.
Vascu, got to hit those.
Yeah. Almost letting that one slip through his fingers.
Yeah, Rustin up. Not one to
let go of an opportunity like that when he can get a chance to turn things around. Able to get the double headshot confirmed. Healed on up now. Now he's going to be able to make the push forward as well. Takes two. Peeks forward. Doesn't see any immediate threats from Austrian force, and that's probably going to feed the end for that guy. She can play it a bit slow now. Should be all right. In the meantime, now Wu able to spot Polish Power in the open from behind. Evie able to get down one. Nixie finds one more. Polish Power in trouble.
That's an 8 coming forward. That should be Crunio done for.
Yeah.
Well, indeed. Quizzy will seal the deal on this one. And actually, Marcelek a million miles away from this one. Yeah, but again, this is actually acting as a catalyst for esports now. Lyron heading this way, getting curious. So I get a little bit of damage, but you got to be conscious. Bestelok is on the backstab here, still coming through the ruins in Stauber.
Fully committed to the run on around. Phase 4 damage hurts, and hurts enough for Nixie to fall to his knees here. Bestelok solo play left alive. Just 2 more first aids to work with. Has to continue to run on forward. Make that another extra first aid added. But knows he's got the entirety of FUT Esports right in front of him, so he's got to be very careful here.
You got to question the kill feed tracking here for FUT Esports as well. To know actually exactly what's gone on. They should have at least seen that there was a split player from the Wu, but they're going to have vehicles to pull away from this now. Iro actually sent forward as the probe. Actually comes all the way past. Does catch Marcelek with the fadeaway drive-by.
There's a Dalsha here. Oh, there's a US here. I wonder.
Problem being, though, he's slipped all the way downhill.
Yep, in the meantime, now Na'Vi kind of cleaning up on the north side here, not wanting to allow anyone to come on through. Brexco goes down. Feck's actually going to be the one to find the kill and ascent. Now 3 in a car trying to find something off the backfield of that one. Chris instantly falls out of the vehicle. Uber does get the flush on through onto Iro as well, so casualties kind of coming through for all the teams out towards the east.
Remnants of Ascend on their way through. That's not the angle you want to take.
Yeah, Mika, just continue with the stunts here. Not going to happen. He's down. There you go. Ascent. They get 2 solid games back to back. I'm sure they're well satisfied with that. Goes down in the blaze of glory here in the final one as well as Rustin Man now pushes forward. 1 more down for Austrian. Falls 2 down. Make that the third. Pains falls 2. And that is Austrian Force dealt with by Fellas.
So question mark in the back and forth now with FaZe. A little bit of damage coming through. And this new circuit, I mean, all of these favour Overpeakers. Now they have a massive plateau to clear with the compound.
Yeah.
Clib and Jeems in position to play a little further away now, but they did actually lose Vard in the fray. I didn't spot that when that came through, whether or not it was just an open knock that was no chance of the res.
Pretty sure it was. It was from a distance anyway, while all the other fights were going on. Maybe he was looking to try and see if he can get a third-party opportunity. In the end, getting third-partied himself. Odin, having found, I would assume, the MK off of Marcelek's corpse. Looking to see what he can find. He is kind of wrapping his way straight in the middle of all of the players from Na'Vi, and somehow Uber gets to live with the scare through that one. Only 1 tag coming through.
Yeah, Clib actually going to confirm that. Almost got to give that to Odin in that scenario versus the Mini, but just couldn't land the shots. So a little more pressure coming through from Uber. So the rest of FUT Esports should be able to connect this. Yeah, the spray is good. We'll be able to get the switch out as well. It's example to seal the deal. Na'Vi, 5 kills on the board. Pretty early on, 32 players left to deal with. Na'Vi can keep numbers here. No, they're mad. Immediately going to strip away that possibility.
Good shots coming through. Now, Melman trying to deny the exit for the map, but look at the ammo count. 8 bullets left for him to work with. Suboptimal at best, as a headshot comes through the other way around as well. Very limited in what they're able to do from him, and Howl now realizing this potentially. Going to try and full speed send it up the hillside, and smart play too, because Question Mark was wrapping in behind, but now actually that might just force them to go back down again, because now Matt is all on his own.
Well, actually, FaZe are the ones to put some pressure on Howl on this push. We'll deal with Ruin. You've got to peel away from that, almost call the audible. But they do send it right back towards Question Mark, who have this edge kind of locked down. They're not feeling any pressure from anywhere else. This Vex actually finds another. Schofield actually, I don't think saving him as Uber's reload.
Visible to everyone from this angle. Really has to try to kind of climb their way, or crawl their way, I should say, back down the hillside. And that's going to be Wu out actually first. Question Mark being attacked by Howl. Fortunately for them, Northern Lights further down the ridge line. A little bit of help coming through, and actually it's going to be Perfectix to find the kill onto Matt, so despite the nades coming through, Question Mark able to stay alive.
Perfectix has so much space to work with here. As I say that, 80 going to catch him with a headshot. And Batulin's going to be tasked with finding that res. Going to slow things down for Northern Lights getting aggressive down on the south side. And actually, Hobbit's a little curious now of exactly where that knock comes through. You can see on the map, he's desperately looking for a sightline. Lou's going to force him off that angle potentially. You can see the shots going through. Actually, as I was saying, the previous circles favouring Overpeakers in terms of solidifying their position. Now, actually, it swings back towards Northern Lights.
Exactly. Overpeakers not really able to utilize the look down towards the south before they know for a fact that the north side is clear. And now that they know, now they could start looking down, but they have Face here. They have Fellas here. They have to play this so careful not to overextend Overpeak, so to speak, on everything here. In the meantime, as you said, I mean, Northern Lights playing full control on the southern side, not allowing for anyone to push in from the east.
Question exactly how some of these teams over here are going to deal with this. Uber found a consolation knock, but
yeah,
Full First definitely going to get res back up.
You'd have to assume, unless a Face actively goes down to try and do something off of it. Mexi looks over the top. Gustav is right down below him. Of course, unknown to him, you'd have to imagine he's been sitting here for a little while now, not making a whole lot of sound. Now 80 shoots from down below. This might just force, I mean, Overpeakers have to come off this hillside. If Gustav stays hidden for long enough and Vex and 80 can continue to apply this pressure, might just allow for Gustav to open up once they come nearby.
Curious to see actually earlier on with kind of seeing that domino effect back in play here with Win or Die still remaining as 3-win. I think Vard found an opener and Overpeakers just couldn't pressure it enough because they were split across the compound, trying to hold down several different fronts.
Dante knocked, that's from the west side as well. That's so inconvenient when they're trying to set up a push towards Faceland, then to have Dante getting taken out from Northern Lights all the way down towards the south. Need to commit to this res fast. You can see a Doozy wanting to force Faceland to stay up there because they know if we can keep them up on the ridge line, maybe Overpeakers will push, maybe we can sandwich them and kind of get the help in from behind. But as long as the push doesn't come in from behind, they're really relying on this. They got to land the headshots every time they're there because now this is going to allow for Hobbits to push forward. He's going to get the angle of surprise. You'd have to imagine that the ears are going to be ringing off that nade. First one found, second one not found. Vex able to 180 on that one. Was in the middle of healing on up, but able to turn around, finds one. Will he find the second? Yes, he will. Almost finds the first, but Dante able to sit tight at least for now. With the damage coming through from Blue, he's going to fall because of it, and that is going to be phase out.
And the whole time that happens, Overpeakers actually opt to hop in a vehicle and try and get ahead of the curve here. Gedrox has been knocked. His question mark is still present on the east side. Going to try and find their way back behind Overpeakers now. And Win or Die just feeling so much pressure here.
Win or Die, 5 alive. Send it, Cinder, phase 3. 3 kills this time around at least, but back to the same old with them chilling. And, well, again, top 5. Not too shabby.
Phil First a little offbeat here as well. Dante has to kind of give this up. Nothing he can really do about it, but 8 kills on the board.
Huge.
A guaranteed top 4 for question mark, and this is the sort of thing, right? Maintaining that average throughout these games.
Yeah, they don't need 15 kill wins at this point. They just, as you said, as long as the buffer is kept, as long as you make the jump for first place, if not impossible, and close to it, then that's really all you can hope for here. Fellas, it's been a quiet game for them as well. As I say, that actually 7 kills for them. It's been all but quiet over on the west side early on, but lately they have, because they cleared out phase 3, phase 4, they've been able to play a little more quiet now, kind of take the fights they wanted to. And now again, you can see here Overpeakers once again forced to make a move, and you'd have to imagine that's towards Fellas.
Michael just waiting for the right moment, but can't connect anything behind that UAS.
Miracle looking forward as well. They got smokes to work with. No lethals on his end. And again, I mean, even if they had, not sure they can throw them that far anyway.
Actually, the tag's coming through at just the wrong moment as Overpeakers look to try and make a move. Miracle connecting a fantastic spray onto Mexi. First obstacle removed here. Northern Lights now getting curious on how much freedom Fellas really have on the west side here.
Trying to push up the hillside. First one to fall is Rustenman, realizing that Fellas were maintaining their focus northward. That's going to take them down, clip out to Blue. Dante found by James. Rustenman now flushed as we find ourselves in a 3v4v1 with the numbers in the favor of Northern Lights, who are well aware that question mark are still alive.
That's just Miracle to find it. The tag comes through from Loot, forces Dante onto the wrong side of the mock. Actually, Perfectix going to find Miracle here. That could be the green light.
Again, quiet game. Northern Lights deciding just now for a while, and they push out only 3 kills. Could become a 6-kill win for them, but they'll take those 16 points if that means they'll get them close up to the first place spot. Tiksu, in the meantime, trying to find something through the smoke, not really connecting, and now Perfectix up close.
Actually, the nade primed, actually sent over the top. It's going to land pretty well. There's a ton of damage onto Miracle as well. The second absolutely guaranteed for Perfectix.
Cannot really line them up any better than that. Tiksu missing a few around the side. He comes, fortunately, able to take down Perfectix. Has to commit to the heal here, but now 1v3. I feel like Perfectix has done all the damage needed in order to seal this one for Northern Lights. Tiksu, tricky position for him to be in. Lou right now, somewhat angled on his own here. You can see Miracle jumping for info. The Hail Mary is sent over the ridge line, but not going to happen. Northern Lights, again, quiet game for them. 6 kills, but they'll take the 16 points here.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just have to sit back and watch the circle play out itself. But Northern Lights, in my eyes, played that endgame to perfection. Great crowd control over towards the west and east side, and they had solid information to act upon. Like I said, as soon as that knock comes through, they know that the reposition on the underside of the rock, and they can apply more pressure.
They effectively did to Question Mark what Question Mark tried to do to FaZe Clan. They forced them, they kept them up the hillside, forced teams to fight one another. When they came back, it was troublesome for them, to say the least. Back to the desk.
Definitely was, as fellas look up into the sky. Is that Aurora Borealis coming? No, it's just nades from Perfectix and absolutely obliterate. Yeah, there's Studio Lines. Just ignore that for now. We've got ourselves Northern Lights back on the road again here with a victory on the board, and a strong one at that. And not many teams contesting them down towards the south here, Erangel, but they were able to play it nicely against teams that technically had high ground advantage, but not quite.
I'm quite surprised we only had one team controlling the entire south. Obviously, they had a lot of presence. They're peacocking a little bit, making sure that they had a lot of space. They're keeping a lot of angles, but there are so many teams fighting for the northern side. And then again, there's not that many places to kind of accommodate the amount of teams. That's also we saw that amount of carnage going on in the mid game. And luckily, fellas doing super well here. Unfortunately for everyone else, Question Mark doing really well again. Amount of kills. They're doing super much damage to everyone moving in. And yeah, it's looking very likely that they're going to be able to take this home if they continue this, of course.
Definitely. Of course, there is still another day and a little bit here to go. But with Northern Lights being able to now yoink this away from the rest of the lobby here, Saga, this means they're going to push themselves up to second. And if there's any team that says, you're not going to win a tournament, it's normally Northern Lights that comes along and takes it at the very second.
They are definitely a team that has that essence, that aura about them of a championship team, and they really made a very early move this time around. They sent Lou probably 3-4 minutes into the game to take hold of that position just north of the Yasnaya Pond on those cliffs, and when that phase 3 shift came back towards the south and everyone else had already maybe been a little bit vacated up towards the northern side, maybe slightly even baited, thinking, you know, the likes of Ents as they wrapped all the way north of Stalber, maybe expecting a little bit of a more northern favor in the zone. Northern Lights just took full advantage of it. The entire city was theirs to control, and all they had to do was sit back and wait for the opportunity to present itself and to make the push.
It's not the biggest win for Northern Lights, but it is a win indeed. Fellas and Question Mark are the ones that are bearing down upon them here when it comes to the points earned Avenger. And we've already kind of mentioned both in essence, but still, FaZe, Overpeakers, etc., trying to bump their way up slowly from this game.
Yeah, Fix on Scaff on top here. I like that. That is.
I bet you like that.
Happy times for my fantasy team here with 2 of those guys there. Obviously doing super well. Fex in there. And in general, I will say this though, even though looks like Fex is going to be the focus player, I will say this though. This is the sort of circle that I was really hoping for. We've not really had this. Obviously it's northern, it's kind of up there, but in between Stalby and Snai, it's usually quite some curveballs in terms of where the teams go and where the kind of players around. We saw, FaZe Clan, Na'Vi, these teams were super far out east, preparing for that kind of worst possible zone. But then it kind of came back, and a lot of teams have to move in. Also, sending it above in a Question Mark and just exploding everywhere. There are some kind of good action moments too. But it was definitely the high ground heroes that were controlling the vast majority of this.
Definitely so, as we take a look at some of the final moments from this game as well. Fex will be the good old focus. Ultimately, when you see how they're playing things out here, Saga, FaZe is ever present in quite a few of these late game scenarios now, and that is a little bit problematic, I think, for some of these teams.
This is an interesting one because FaZe, alongside Vex, did actually drop out a little bit before we got to the full end game, but they were so active and so present. And just considering the fact that they made a bit of a send up from the northern side of the hilltop into a position where, realistically, if you look at the position that they were playing, sort of lurking under the cliffs and the warehouse compound above it that was fully occupied by overpeakers, and they were peeking over the top, you wouldn't have thought that they would have been able to take so many third-party shots and be so proactive, but they just had it. Every time overpeakers looked to try and make a peek up over the top, 8C was there. You had the 3X on the org just bearing down, constantly checking behind them. So anytime overpeakers attempted to peek over, FaZe just sat them straight back down and got to free farming.
And also, fellas, you know, they managed to kind of maintain and contain overpeakers in there. They kind of forced them in to try to go in on the side of FaZe Clan. Instead, I was kind of hoping for overpeakers to spend all this time, try to backfill and try to get in behind fellas to take that area for them. But Tixu played it extremely well. He was playing kind of the anchor position on the far western side to contain overpeakers, to make sure they didn't do that kind of expected push, try to backfill into the western side of the circle.
Yeah, definitely so, definitely. And if you guys at home want to join in on all the fun, all the action, you can get yourself some cool merch as well to represent PCS7 as we continue things on emea.merch.pubg.com and get the really fast mug that's zooming out of control. That's right, here for PCS7. What we're going to do now is, I believe, we're going to go to a break, and when we return, we have more on the way. It will be Miramar. Before that, though, we are going to be having an interview as well with the Sensor. Stay tuned. A lot more to come.
Hello everyone, I'm Paige. I play for Team Heroic.
Hey guys, I'm Maxi and I'm playing for Overpeakers.
Herkese merhabalar. Benim adım Adım Mavisi ve Esports takımındayım.
Today we are playing What Happened Next.
Önemli bir anın ilk bölümünü izleyeceğiz ve sonrasını tahmin edeceğim.
Let's get started.
I want to know liquid utility situation. That's key here.
We need to get those nades down into Hal ASAP so that they have that space to work with. Bard and Mexi on one side.
I'm gonna answer B, Squeaky Dice by Molotov.
I was playing this game, so I should remember it, but I don't really remember what happened to Squeaky, so I'm just gonna go with the A again. So Squeaky dies in the blue zone, denying the enemies 1 point.
B şıkkını seçiyorum. Squeaky Molotov ile saf dışı kalır.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he's gonna just get mollied inside the dip. I don't know what else can I say. Nice picks by Squeak to get 2 knocks towards the AQ. Definitely well played, and kind of lucky as well. Luck was on Squeak's side when he was left down to 1 HP, so good for him.
Entropic now have to try and recover from this situation as Paige again looking to take control of the high ground here. Lukaruk's no chance of the res coming through. Entropic are going to be 3 up in the vehicle. They've got to just make a mad send for it.
Heroic going for Entropic hammer and tongs here. They opt to sacrifice Lukaruks for the opportunity to get somewhere close to the middle of the circle.
I have no idea of this, so I'm just gonna go and guess C. Entropic barely makes it to the compound to flat tires.
I'm gonna say A, Entropic gets a one-way ticket to the lobby.
Ben A şıkkını seçiyorum. Entropik lobiye tek yön gidişli bilet alır.
I guess that was one of those moments where EIQ felt like they have nothing to do, bad zone, only 1 car, so they was just trying to send it somewhere, and then there's everyone else on the lobby shooting them, so they're just pretty much dead.
Doesn't get down to Salty in time. Wouldn't realistically have had time anyway. Oh. Flashbang is going to say, well, just in time. A second later, and he would have been able to come up and get the kill off onto Squeaky.
please begin?
A şıkkını seçiyorum. Suki 2 canından aşağı atlar ve düşmanı yere indirir.
I'm gonna go with the A again. Squeaker jumps down from the window and kills the enemy.
I am going to respond A. Squeaker jumps down from the window and kills the enemy.
Bu yani cidden beklenmedik bir şeydi. Güzel, bayağı güzel bir nade kullanımı. Hani tebrik ediyorum. Diyecek bir şey yok.
That's just good communication from the ends guys. Squeaky has been 1v1 that guy pretty long, and he's telling his teammates that he's under me. And then the other teammates are like, okay, we're gonna try to nade him out. And Nuki throws a really good nade and knocks him under him, so it's a free kill after that. Well played by ends.
So that's all for today, guys. Thanks for watching.
Chat'te bizimle beraber eğlenceye dahil olmayı unutmayın.
And enjoy the PCS7 Grand Final live streams. See you there.
Joining me is actually one of my old teammates. What's up, Mika?
What's up? Cool.
Now, you're the newest addition to this Ascend squad, a team with a massive German fan base behind it. Is that extra pressure on you coming into a team like that where you know everyone's going to be looking at you?
I think, yeah, there's like a lot of pressure for me, like especially because they were not having a fit for the fourth guy for now. Now it seems like we found the right team and the right players to continue. Yeah.
Probably feels good to be on a team where you know you're in it for the long run.
Yep.
You guys finished 13th yesterday. After two games, you were all the way up to 5th at some point. How big is that for you guys as a team to know that you can actually push up the leaderboard? How big is momentum for you?
It's like, I don't know, we were like tilted from the past week. Yesterday was really bad for us too. But like today we just started off playing like we should and like having our team play. Everything worked out and yeah, it's pretty insane.
Let's hope you can carry it on for the rest of the games. I have a personal question. All right. Who's on your Twilight Fantasy roster and why?
I think it's Misa, Kiliakai. I don't even know right now. And I think Diggory.
If you don't know, it probably hasn't been going that great, right?
No, I wasn't doing it.
Didn't want to pick yourself for fantasy? Didn't want you to jinx yourself?
I was trying, but I was way too expensive. Like all my teammates were like cheap, so I just took Kiliakai.
Nice. All right. I mean, he's been fragging. It's definitely been going well. Thanks for the interview, Mika. I'm going to let you play the rest of your games, and good luck.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff here at PCS7. Thank you very much, Mika, for joining us for the interview. And we now have ourselves 2 Miramars to round out the day as we've had Ascend. You know what? They've done pretty well, Saga. Pretty well.
Very fair to say. Great assessment of Ascend's day so far. It has gone pretty darn well, and in no small part due to the amount of military zones. Sorry, Toby, we couldn't get the third one, but you know what? 2 on the day, 44 points. 22 points in an average for the first 2 games is certainly no bad way to start things off, and it was much needed as well with their current position at the start of today. 13th place, and they've climbed so far in the standings, but question mark has still just been consistent enough to keep that gap growing, particularly in that final game.
Yeah, not 3 militaries, but something as equally as butt-clenching, which I suppose is a stealth finish when it comes to all of this adventure. It's not easy to really play that out as we take a look at our overall leaderboards.
Yeah, Ascend jumping into 6th there, 136 points. Again, a little bit of distance now. Northern Lights, they're going to be able to put themselves in between 2nd and 3rd, of course, and the rest, Polish Power still trying to hold on. Still, this doesn't change much. We need the fellas to do massively here over the next course of the 7 last games. We have 2 more today, obviously. And you're calling what, a military game on Miramar, you said?
Imagine that.
That would be insane. If you call that, we'll do a highlight reel of you calling that, and then just some highlights of the circle shifting.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
what do you think?
exactly. Just like our boat and just like the car we had in the prior games where, again, production is vastly trolling us. And maybe we'll get more of those excellent takes throughout the day. But with Miramar coming up, of course, I do think the tides will change for teams like Northern Lights, didn't have many points, etc., things like that. I think that they're still excellent at the battleground.
The Miramar curse.
Across the board. Shush you. I'm talking to Saga. Go away, all right? I think they're excellent across the board, and they're not going to allow those kinds of results probably to have a knock-on effect.
No, but there has been a significant amount of those results so far off the 4 days of games that have been played prior, and the amount of points that they picked up on Miramar during those 4 days is the lowest in the lobby of any of the 16 teams, which is not what you're hoping to see if you're a team that's so used to taking home championships and titles and top 4 placements left, right, and center, really. So it would be great to see a bit of a comeback, a bit of a bounce back for Northern Lights, and a bit of a return to that previous form, like we have seen on Erangel for them pretty consistently. They picked up a win on our final one of the day, so we know that they're still capable of doing it, even if it was less dominant in terms of the kills, but positionally, they're still playing very, very well.
Also, we have to consider, we have 7 more games to go here, PCS7. 5 of them are going to be Miramar. We're playing 3 tomorrow as well.
True. It's 5 in a row as well.
Yeah. So it's going to be really, really crazy. And obviously, all the eyes on Northern Lights. If they're able to kind of have a good high morale next couple of games, we know the last day, they are usually extremely good at finishing out the very last day.
Yeah, Northern Lights has been strong when they've been able to be on the chase.
Yes.
I think that was the really cool thing that we saw from them this year in particular, when they had to be on the chase when it came to Entropic, really giving them a bit of room for their money. And I think even I recall Batulin saying in some interviews that, that competition then pushes them all the harder.
Yeah.
Which is really nice to see, at least.
I love that motivation, right? Your drive is just even harder. Like, it's been kind of easy the last couple of tournaments. Now we've just been winning and winning. Now we have some competition. Tropic not here now, and of course, happy to see Question Mark to step up to the case to really give them a run for their money. Still, they are in a really good spot, but it was Northern Lights' own fault. They had a really, really rough day, obviously. Otherwise, they would have been even closer to Question Mark.
What are the teams are we looking at here, Saga, for Miramar? Who are your eyes on?
Allow me to consult my notes.
Consult the documents.
Well, as we say, of course, things aren't going to matter too much for a lot of the teams that we highlighted coming into this, like win or die, fellas. If Question Mark is still taking home that top spot, and potentially even the second spot as well. So for those teams, it really has to be a huge boost in the points and the performance on the 5 Miramars that we have in a row for them to have a chance to close that gap, particularly when Question Mark, while they started off the day a little bit slower, they still have been picking up scrappy points here and there. And in the previous game that we saw, it went pretty darn well for them overall. It was about a 10+ point game. 14 points, I believe, actually was the end total, so nothing at all to sniff at. So there's a big gap that still needs closing, and running out of games to close that gap.
How about yourself, Martin, before we go into Miramar? Who else are you looking at?
It's scary because they're in such a good spot right now, Question Mark. It's you're kind of hoping for them to kind of slow down a little bit. You don't really want to run away with it, and then tomorrow it's just going to be who's going to get second or third. You kind of wanted to have open. But definitely hoping to see, a team like Win or Die, Fellas, The Woo even, to kind of have a little bit of a comeback and maybe have a run for the money.
Not exactly been, I guess, some of the easiest games for The Woo and Win or Die, as we talk about them, because how many points have they had on the board, really, in these past couple of games? Not too many.
Yeah. Well, we do still have to keep in mind the MEA teams, Stardust, Howl, and Foot Esports. They are really the only ones that still have that possibility of the PGC slot if they can make the push up. They don't necessarily have to overtake Question Mark, but top 3 is still getting further and further away, and even potentially top 2 now might be required to overtake BBL and take the MEA slot. But if Question Mark continues their dominant streak, those are the only other teams who can sneak away a PGC slot at this point. So we need to see big things from them on Miramar as well.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head over to the commentary team for the desert now. We're changing things from the grassy pastures. You looked very shocked there for a moment, Hypok.
No.
What was...
That's just how eager I am to get into games.
Jeez, yeah, he was really eager. I'd never seen him so hyped. Oh, okay, well, you know what?
That's where the name comes from.
Yeah,
Hype.
Hypok. All right, let's do it. Hype it up.
Just waiting for the hype.
Amazing.
Yeah, no, they've done it all.
Oh, they
They've
did
set
it
it
for
up,
us.
yeah.
There we go. That's all we
How
needed.
can I follow that?
I feel like our throws from the desk are just getting better by the game. I'm so excited to see what they're going to be bringing tomorrow.
We see that very differently.
Yeah, maybe we do. Maybe we do. Having said that, one thing that we don't see differently is that we are headed on over to Miramar. At least I hope we don't see this differently. And we got ourselves 2 more games left to play today. The desk talked about not wanting to see, of course, just run away with the whole thing today. I'm a little curious to see a team in. I mean, they mentioned them briefly just now. Woo. They came off to a solid start, and then it's slowly been kind of falling down the leaderboard, now sitting just exactly inside the top 8.
Yeah, there's still potential here. I mean, actually, you look at the Woo in terms of coming across to Miramar, and they do sit towards, I think, the top 5 in terms of average points overall. As you can see some of the statistics up here on the left side of the screen. So whether or not they can pick up some of that slack here and maybe try and right their wrongs for the day at least here. But again, with Erangel, you got to kind of give some allowance to the fact that there were 2 military zones, right? So that's always something that if you're going to look across the entirety of Erangel, that's 2/3 of the game. That actually, if it's an uncomfortable circle for somebody, that if they run into some of these kind of anomaly plays from other teams that are kind of just very reactionary to what's going on in Sosnovka, it's not necessarily one of those kind of choreographed circles where it's things are the same as they would be on the main island. So in my eyes, cut them a little bit of slack, and I don't say that often.
No, and to kind of put emphasis on what this was talking about with Northern Lights as well, look at the left side here with the stats we've got right now. Northern Lights, last place on average. They're averaging 10th place on Miramar, and yet despite that, find themselves on the top of the leaderboard. That is... I mean, that's unheard of.
The miracle being there's actually teams that sit below Northern Lights in terms of average points per game overall.
Yeah.
I think they're currently sitting around 3.7. I think other teams, well, Na'Vi, the one on your screen right now, the one to sit directly below them, and also I think for Esports and Howl. So that in itself, and that's with Northern Lights kind of, I don't want to say... massively improving, but it's because the early on performance was so bad. And you know what? I was thinking it when I saw the plane path. I knew James was going to be happy because there was a possibility for a military game with that plane.
Yeah.
And Campo Militar is in Circle 1.
It's a rarity. Even just this. I mean, if we go there, that's a whole other story. But even having it in early on like this, that is not something we get to see too often. And a team who might, I'm not going to say will, but could potentially thrive off of this is for Esports.
Yeah, absolutely.
Currently, with everything to grab for themselves, do you want to play compounds? Do you want to play on the the high mountain sites? As many of them as there are there. Yeah.
The one thing is as well where they are actually positioned in terms of their loot phase. Anything kind of east of Azahar is one of those areas we always talk about. Well, not very often. We always talk about some of the difficult terrain to rotate through. Right?
Yeah.
Requires a lot of leapfrogging, and it's just so dangerous to do so, especially if you're coming in late. So for Esports, actually in a position to really command a large slice of this Circle 1 in terms of just zone control.
It's as if they've skipped the first 2 levels of how to win the Miramar game, because they're already there. Of course, this one can still go many different directions, but for now, they're looking pretty good.
But you say that though, but on Miramar, it's almost more of a challenge to really clear your back, right?
True.
In terms of particularly towards Circle 3 and 4, making sure that actually there is no threat that's going to come in behind us, just because of the nature of the layout and how many possibilities there are, especially with kind of it gets towards some of these foot-heavy zones. How often the teams can just kind of spring up out of nowhere.
Team as well, who has been playing a little slow today. Yesterday wasn't anything to write home about either. Polish Power, hoping for them that they can get things going here. They are sitting in 3rd, so it's not like they've been playing poorly by any means. But safe to say that they were in 1st place at one place, and they want to get back up there.
I mean, I'll say it though, but to now see that gap closer, and literally fellas just trailing by 1 and a couple of other teams in touching distance. I don't want to say it's concerning, but definitely shows that they have let off the gas a little bit.
Exactly. A team who's still got a little ways to go here. Stardust. Again, a team who came off somewhat strong early on. They've never been way up there in the top, but still, they look pretty good to start things off. Then
things started going against them. Kelsey started hitting trees with his cars. As we saw right there. Not that that's the reason they've been falling apart, but it seemed like they... I mean, again, we talked about it in the start of the Grand Finals, Hybug, and how there are some of these teams that thrive more in the... It's not completely Wild West, but still, when things are still a little unknown, teams are a little more hesitant to engage in fights. Now, I feel like every single time we see Stardust try to pull up on a fight, there are teams ready and waiting. And for Tixu, same thing here. Tries to get away, not gonna happen. Over Pikas again. Quick on the rotation, quick to execute.
Yeah, very early for them to be up here at the 5-minute mark. So rewarded for their early progress elsewhere. Aaliyah trying to lay some damage down. That AK just not hitting. 46 HP, and actually Laz are going to find Melman. Actually, Aaliyah just committed now, or forced to commit to it, and Laz actually doubles down. Na'Vi will lose 2 off the rip here. Howl in rotation. Uber desperate to try and counteract this, find some kind of response. Now, unfortunately, and that's Ruin nearly falling. Must be down to just 1 HP off that.
Mid-air headshot. Uber connects those. Example still hasn't shot yet, so might get a bit of a off-angle surprise here, but even then seems like Howl pretty much got what they came for. They get themselves a kill. You'd have to assume they get the flush on the second one as well. Now Example does spot Ruin. That's a free one for him. Takes him down. They're committed to this. I mean, again, Na'Vi need all the kills they can get, so regardless of whether they're 4 or 2 alive, they need to commit to them. Example slowing things down again. They know they have a knock now. Melman does get flushed, so not too much he can do there. Salasa now realizing he's right next door.
I think Na'Vi probably just going to try and commit to this fight and put up some consolation points if they can. How desperate to mitigate that, though.
Schofield is trying to wrap around, and that's kind of been the position at which Uber from behind has been trying to defend as best as he could here. Michael also, yeah, as you said, gets one, has to back off though. Already lost Tixu. A lot of these fights happening early on, and Mexi not in the greatest spot here.
Well, that smoke going down. Michael considering sending a molly this way, but Mexi will be scooped up, taken to safety.
Uber actually finds Schofield as well. That was the flank play around the side. Lhasa is there as well. And remember, they still have Matt across the street, who could potentially try and backstab. So Uber can't really commit to try and assist Example up close. And now the double headshot comes through from Lhasa again. Such a threat to go up against. And Uber, the split second he looks to try and hold off against Matt is when Lhasa peeks forward. Smart timing, great timing on his part. And now Uber, well, what do you get from this here?
Lhasa looking for the 4th actually in this engagement. Uber, I'm not sure, did he flip there? Looks like he actually had to bail out at least. So Lhasa might be gifted the opportunity. You see actually in the kill feed and in the picture-in-picture, FaZe having some problems in rotation. It was actually Stardust. We were talking about them just a little while ago. And Lhasa chomping at the bit to find this.
Yeah. Uber trying to remain quiet for a little while longer, with only so many places he can really be. And nice timing from Uber, hearing that he's falling dependent on the nade, hoping he got some time to work with. Does finds the first knock down to 2 HP though, and now Matt, he knows he's low HP. He's got to fully commit to this.
Nade going just behind as the first aid kit goes off. Uber could actually recover this. Trying to at least close out this engagement. Actually over the top, finds the headshot on the first, but man, down to just 1 HP. Uber with the HP advantage right now. He can't get a reload off.
Nope.
Yeah, unlucky there for Uber. Lands some key damage, but Matt able to rely on a tick to get it back up, and we'll get Lazar back on his feet, but Howl lose 2 in the process. Have a scrappy engagement here. Like you said, it was Na'Vi desperate to put something up on the board.
Yeah, not really a reward for neither of the 2 teams here. We can see that what I believe to be just coincidental timing. I mean, we lost 2 from FaZe is what happened. I lost 6 fantasy points in a matter of 2 seconds, and it's
Shouldn't
just
have changed.
they were. It wouldn't have changed anything actually, in this case anyway.
Karma.
I suppose so.
That's fantasy karma.
I suppose so, but yeah, I mean, for Stardust and FaZe, I think it was just the timing, really. They both crossed the road at the same time. No one trying to set up an ambush in that one. Just unfortunate timing happening off screen there. Looking over to the Wu now, seeing how they've been performing so far.
So one that actually still some possibilities here on Miramar as we come through. It's been very hot and cold for the Wu.
Yeah.
We've seen them in certain scenarios able to maintain numbers, and they're looking pretty confident in the late game. But other times it's been losing one, 5 minutes later losing another, and it's just kind of that kind of long, drawn-out process. It's similar to some of the games we've seen from Ascend, right, where it's been a real inability to, make that key decision as part of some of these games. Hoping they can turn it around. I mean, they're still in a decent position, 9th overall. And like I said, we're back in that kind of even a 15-point game really, really changes things up for them.
I feel like a lot of the success from Wu over the Grand Finals so far has really come off of Vesterlock being able to get those entries.
Absolutely.
Getting to kind of engage the fights, find the third knock, set up a sort of a convoy opportunity for the team to just push forward.
I'd say it as well, Quizzy's been a little quiet for me.
Yes.
Individually. And I think that's what we kind of historically attribute to Quizzy's success, is his ability to pop off as an individual. So even within the Wu, that's kind of been, I don't want to say lacking, but it's certainly been something I've noticed in.
It's been quiet, and I feel like it was a little quiet in his last days, I should say, at Na'Vi. So things clearly not going the way that he would have wanted them to. Having said that, of course, a phenomenal player who hopefully will be able to turn things around. Thing is, there are only so many games left to play in Blue right now, so it's down in 9th.
Gustav and Aidsi actually find their way to the backside. Right. Polish Power actually with some sight lines onto it. Lou going to feel a little bit of pressure here from Art as well. Now, you look at the minimap, he is extremely disconnected.
Yep.
No possibility actually of Spyro and Perfectix helping this, let alone Batulins, who is over to water treatment.
He's doing Batulin's things early on here. There's going to be no help coming through, Lou. You're on your own. Can you get away from me? Oh, Fate spots him over the ridge line too. That should, if not seal the deal, then at least give the info to Exalt of exactly where he's positioned.
We don't even have sight lines to provide Lou with any support whatsoever. Finally, some shots coming through, but Art's going to find the nade, and it's another one of those concerning positions that we see Northern Lights in very early on in the game. This is obviously a curveball circle, but very split focus.
One thing is split focus, another thing is split on the side of the circle where they have to anticipate the majority of teams coming through from.
As the crow flies getting into this circle.
Exactly. That's a bit of a head scratcher, not something you see too often from Northern Lights, but of course it has been a weird set of Miramar games throughout the finals here for them. And this has kind of been the way it's been all the way through. Other than 1 or 2 good games, it's been losing players early, seemingly just disconnected from one another.
I mean, you got to look at this though, and you look at the map, and you think, what's the benefit of having him there? And that's the thing. Does the risk kind of outweigh the reward? In my eyes, there's been a number of times where the answer is actually kind of very black and white.
Yeah.
So it's a shame to see, but we've got one more at least for Northern Lights to show us something on Miramar once again.
Yeah, and then another 3 tomorrow, and that's the thing. I mean, again, they're guaranteed to go through the PGC, but you don't want to leave a map with a bad taste in the mouth coming into the Championship of the Year.
Northern Lights are winners, though.
That's the thing
to remember.
That's the thing, exactly. Win or die, winners or not, they do put up a fight every single time. One of the teams with the most placement points so far. We'll see if they'll net more this time around. Getrox, Leosh, up close here, right next door to Vesterlock.
And again, another situation, actually, look where Goose and Extance are. If this engagement comes through, Vesterlock lying in wait. He got himself a couple of audio cues here. Kiryukai, you got to be careful. You are pulling up into the thick of it here. Zoka the one to try and open up. Kiryukai actually going down swinging here. At least found the first, but Zoka good for the trade. Come through, and it's another situation that another team you throw in the mix of these sorts of discussions, right? It's Ascend kind of doing 4 different things here.
It's scary. They're trying to kind of stretch out, take more control to the west. Exactly.
Whatsoever.
It's teams trying to flex out, take a little bit more control, then to be met by full teams who've opted to stay on the edge of the circle, waiting for the next one to pop. Now it does. Out towards the east we go. Win or die. I mean, currently, very good center. I was going to say control spot, but that's not the case at all. It's miles out in the open, and really, I mean, you don't want to be sitting there at least before phase 3, phase 4.
When do we see Goose and Extance make moves?
Oh, Rustin, are you in trouble? Don't go in.
Try and get that in there, buddy.
Don't go in. Don't go in, mate.
Yeah, go in.
Don't go in.
I dare you.
Wait, there's no
they'll
way.
wait for the second one now.
How many players are they going to let in?
One's not enough.
How many? Gustav even has a grocer. How many are they going to let in to the church before they start shooting?
Little does Rustinmar know that he is behind enemy lines right now. Cabby in the meantime finds one in the open. Crunio and I believe Cabby driving further forward, and of course Rustinmar takes a point away from me. So thank you, Rustinmar. How kind of you.
That's all the way from the top of the church tower. We just saw him. Oh my god. Don't look up.
And you'd think if you were in a church, that's the only place you would be looking. There you go. That's a surprise for you. Miracle probably going, Rustinmar? Info? What's
you didn't
going on
clear
here?
anything? What?
you didn't scout the roofs? What's going on here? What's going on here, buddy? Ain't he happy to get a freebie on that one? And of course, Rustinmar now well aware that he's got threats nearby. That also ticks so early as well. So a tough game for Fellas here. Which just, I mean, tricky one for them. 2 casualties,
especially in this area of the map as well. Toby.
Exactly. It's going to be a hard transition out from here. Metabay dodging and weaving as Nate's come flying on in, but Stardust able to regroup. Now Nate's coming forward again, and actually it's going to be Ince opting to leave here.
I'm going to try and peel away from this Nookie and Squeaky positioned in a compound to the south. James will catch good information on this, but sightline's probably not favourable for him to engage. Just out here scouting on the 2-seater. At least we'll note the reposition. Looking actually a little further south of that. Ascend actually opting to wrap all the way to Azar. Now they were further west than Northern Lights and Austrian Force, we know, after that pull up to the compound. The Mad will hear this pull up though. And it's going to draw Lazar a little further south along the edge of this circle. Howl down to 2, we know from that earlier engagement.
I mean, Lazar's going to have a crazy line of sights, and both of them in just a second. Even if he doesn't start shooting, Matt is going to have the info that they're right ahead of him.
How many times have we talked about Howl being in these sorts of positions?
Yep, now the circle shifts away too, as we see Ents alongside Northern Lights fighting one another. This time around, it's Northern Lights trying to claim center in what is the new circle. We'll see if they can get anything of it. Lazar does find Mika again, miles out in the open, not really anything that Ascend can do to defend him there.
No possibility to actually find any damage onto Lazar to force him off that angle either. So it actually presents itself as a 2v2 now between Ascend and Howl, if Ascend want to try and find a response. I'm not even sure if the Mad's positioning is noted. Now it definitely will be. Chris going to open up onto that with the SLR, but nothing landing just yet. Lazar actually hopping in the vehicle, happy to take these consolation points, try and dip away and find something else towards the circle.
You'd have to imagine with the audio cues now being fed across that the cars are leaving, that Ascent just gets into their cars of their own and tries to make a play for the circle, but I mean, again, where do you go in this one? It's going to be a hard one to play coming in from the east, because there's really not a whole lot to make use of. Howl taking the little that's left up towards the ridge line there, and other than that, I mean, they even see the cars here too, so they've got to be worried that there could potentially be threats nearby.
Yeah, Michael's going to have some issues on the way in here. Vehicle already smoking, taking a ton of damage, but Apocalypse can't actually confirm anything to Michael. Still outside the zone, Rustinmar has a deeper position along this ridge side, but already probably feeling some pressure from Metaby.
Remaining players from Ascent trying to deny this 3-man vehicle from Question Mark to get into the circle. Somehow, still driving, barely even smoking. As I say that now, Braxco forced to back off a little bit here. Chris finds one. Will more be found? Not initially. And they do still have a doozy further down towards the east side edge of the circle. He's going to be backfilling in this.
Chris,
Yep.
Definitely in a position to punish this. Chris actually hopping in the vehicle. Okay, break line of sight just in time, but a doozy able to relay this information. Not going to open up here. Wants to be in a position to actually punish Brexco or Chris of where he repositions to. Yeah, going to be none the wiser for this. A doozy landing the headshot here. Swift death for Chris.
Got to keep in mind his phase 4 as well, so he had to keep on moving forward. It kind of played in his favor that Chris actually started moving, because had Brexco been up there too, there could have been a doozy down and out.
Well, Brexco might actually find.
Oh, no. Okay, Phil Fist turns around, covers the back of his teammate, and Brexco spotted in the open. A doozy might go down to him, unless, of course, if the remaining players from Question Mark can deny him that.
Let's see, Hobbits with another tag onto him. Question Mark should try and deal with this. I mean, a couple of meds here for Brexco still to slow Question Mark down, but you can see Hobbits reposition actually has him inside the zone now. and Bresco just has nothing to his left.
Yeah. It's going to be a hard push on it. Just see what you can find here. 0 kills, 4 Ascent. Not the way they would want to have their second to last game of the day go down. See if you can find at least something. Because running for the circle and trying to win out of this one, it's not going to happen.
There is nothing for him.
There really isn't. Open fields to the west across the street. Have to imagine he goes down a few seconds from now. In the meantime, the Woo taking the fight to Foot Esports. Is just Odin left alive. I can say that Iroh is up, but that should be a double, right? At least one. No?
Say Iroh just off on the
other side of the ridge.
It, yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it should have caught Odin. The second definitely should have, but able to mitigate some of that damage by proning. Odin now looking to re-aggress on the back of that, as I think there's actually some pressure coming in from Northern Lights towards the Woo. Western's still bleeding out. Again, it doesn't really seem feasible to go for that res.
I think that bike right there is really the only utility, the only vehicle they had to work with too, so it's going to be a tricky run in the open, trying to make their way to the circle. But I like the fact that Woo kind of is changed their focus from up towards the north, down towards the south. Now they know question mark is coming in from the east.
That's a question mark now, putting some pressure towards the Woo. Odin and Iroh trying to make a move for it. Brexco finally dealt with over on the south side here. Actually, Foot Esports running the gauntlet right through the middle of the zone right now. Looking for any ridge that's playable, but Spyro got a nade primed for this pull-up potentially, but no, he's forced off it initially.
Face off screen as well, taken out now here. Foot Esports trying to make the push on forward. That's a perfect nade. Oh, that's a flashbang, never mind.
Look at that angle from
The
Spyro.
vehicle finds the first, has a nade lock prime forward as well, and he finds the double. Sparrow able to stay alive, get 2 kills, while not a lot more might come off of it. That is points needed for Northern Lights to stay ahead in the top.
I think in the meantime, actually, Lou fell elsewhere, so it's just going to be Spyro to pick up this position, try and do what he can with it for the rest of the game. Elsewhere, Win or Die completely destroying Team Exalt.
Yeah.
Absolutely decimate them down on the south side. Squeaky actually sent down towards that area just to try and pick something up, but it's actually question mark to lay in a ton of damage from range.
And it's huge for Win or Die to get those kills too, because that's going to make so much more space for them. If they can force Squeaky back off, they have a lot of space to maneuver in from the west. How much of that is actually usable space, I'm not quite sure. Now EB, well, he held his fire for a little while, waited for Norgus to prone down just to be taken down instantly after. Ends take out Overpeakers as well. So Ends, 7 kills so far this game. Full control play on the western side of the circle. It's looking good so far.
EB just desperate to put some damage out. Force anybody away from this position. Did a pretty good job of it initially, but Aduzi now getting curious over this direction. You see him drifting this way on the mini-map and lines it up. I mean, Aduzi is just absolutely clinical with some of these kills, and the repositioning is what's key, just catching players off guard.
And now he gets the circle his way to look at this question mark. They knew they would. I mean, they would actively wanted to be the last team to cross the road, knowing that if the circles go back here, we will have full control. Now they get the circle too. They have all the space in the world to maneuver.
I mean, they've done the hard work already, to be honest with you.
Yep.
Slowed down Polish Power on the way in as well. Scav got to be careful. Nextdan's trying to line something up. Win or Die down to... Would you guess
One
it?
player?
A solo.
I mean, Extensi's not supposed to be shooting now, right? He's just supposed to crawl into the circle, get top 3, and then get placement points.
Yeah, you think Gedrox is backseating him right now?
Yeah, probably.
Telling him how to play this out.
He's currently marking all the bushes or little rocks that are left here on the map, no doubt. Cronio finds Sparrow. That's one more down. Squeaky now going for the final. That's going to be actually 3 kills going in the way of Ends. In just a second, Misa finds 2 with the nade. Squeaky finds, extends 2 teams out. Win or Die getting 4th place, as they usually would. And now 3 4-man teams left alive. Question mark came in slow from the east side. Ends playing control on the west, and Polish Power slowly and schematically forcing their way in from the north.
Curious as to where Marsalek and Cappy are going to end up, or whether or not they actually have a vehicle positioned anywhere. As I say that, Aduzi actually going to give up some of these angles towards the north. I look back over to the south. Squeaky still positioned outside. I think they're going to try and put Squeaky in a position to backstab once again. I mean, we've seen Ents try and pull off something similar like this. Now, actually, Aduzi does avert his eyes back towards Polish Power. Marsalek has found himself at least on the edge of this circle now. Should find something to play. I mean, this circle is just too big to control right now, especially with the way the terrain is lying.
I mean, with no one actively really pushing question mark, like proper up close, you'd have to imagine that they cannot give up the south side. Just wait that extra 1 minute until the circle's closed all the way and denying opportunity for anyone to wrap all the way around that side. Same thing actually up towards the north. They should really be maintaining, in my opinion, the wide kind of contained split position to play full control in this.
Let's see if Ents are wise too. I think question mark probably feeling as if the easier of the two engagements definitely is Ents.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine, but if Polish Power continue to do what they're doing right now, I mean, wrap further north around, there is a
well, they got themselves to where a doozy was,
control.
And we saw what those sight lines looked like.
Yep. So maybe, I mean, if Ents think better, Vinuki is, I'm not sure, I think he's miles out in the blue. Yeah, he's going for a massive flank here.
He's not going to get in. Yeah.
He's not. He's going down. Norkis does as well. Not sure what's... that might just be me missing for a moment there, but Nuki, miles out into the blue. It's going to fall down. Dante spots one more. That's Misa trying to use the vehicles for cover now. You can see actively Scaff, Squeaky pushing. They need to make something happen here.
We were talking about potentially Ents setting up for this, and actually Misa drawing a lot of fire. Should put Squeaky... it's a terrible timing as well for Misa to go down here. Scav desperate to it, but Hobbit's on the reposition.
Yep.
Look at the contingencies in place for question mark. Hobbit's wise to the possibility. I was saying they probably had their focus set towards Ents. That is a fantastic nade from Hobbits.
Even if they fall here and still 12 kills and a third place, you can't really expect a whole lot more in a game like this. Question mark, though. Got themselves their 10th, looking for more, knowing they have opponents just over the other side of the ridge. Do they realize that it's the entirety of Polish Power, though? Question mark, Polish Power, it's been them two fighting for first and second multiple games now here in the end game.
But now that they've dealt with Ents, at least brought it down to just Squeaky, they know that they can actually drift back to the south.
Yes.
Peel away from some of these angles, give some space up to Polish Power whilst they still deal with Ents. Actually a 12-kill game for them. Stark contrast to what we've seen previously.
They've been farming on the west side now. I mean, with Squeaky backing off instantly, it's been followed by Hobbits and Dante. They want to clear this, want to make sure there's no way in hell Squeaky becomes a threat here. Forced prone down, they will have hurt the nades, will have hurt the shots land in the grass, in the sand next to Squeaky, and still not wanting to overpeak it. They know that if they go for the kill actively, they're also going to be exposed to Polish Power.
Yeah, I think at this point as well, Schmark have in the back of their minds, they do want to keep this as clean as possible as a 4v4. This is, oh, your mind's back to actually, yeah, Overpeaker's just giving it the old college try to get into the zone.
I like that question mark, don't overextend on this. I mean, there's still one more circle to play. If it goes south, you know that Polish Power has to make a run for it in the open, because look at this, what Marcelik is staring at right now. If they have to move out into that, you have got to count, put your money in question mark.
The whole time, question mark have kind of governed the correct side of the zone, right? And it's just too big to control. You can't really spread out amongst this center of the zone. Well, actually, potentially Cappy was going to overcommit to that, but...
And they're staying out of nade range here too. Cappy just 4 bullets to spare. Got to be conservative with the ammo. Already now you saw Filfus just off screen, prone down, ready to be the threat. Now he's getting back up on his feet. And actually the circle, well, right now it keeps Polish Power in, but the center, the dot, should they be able to play for it long enough, is uphill towards question mark.
Yeah, that is problematic though, because, I mean, I was talking about this dark area on the map that we do see on the bottom right of your screen. That was where question mark prioritized, and the fact that Squeaky's still alive means that they can't actually give up this space just yet. They can't focus their efforts towards Polish Power, and yes, the clock will be a factor, but I don't know if actually you look at where this is going to close out, and they're going to be in a very similar position in terms of timing in the come phase 9.
We just saw 4 spare bullets for Cappy, 7 spare bullets for Marcelik. Not a lot to work with. I know there's only so many opponents left in the game, but still, if this prolongs in any way, shape, or form, that could easily become the deciding factor in who wins this game.
Yeah, we'll see actually how it lies for once this kind of reverts towards close combat in the end game.
Squeaky, of course. It's extra cover, I mean, where there is none, but nah, Hobbits ain't gonna play around. He's gonna take him down. 7 spare bullets, as I said, for Marslik. Not sure what he has for the barrel, but now let's see. 4v4, first against third place currently on the leaderboard, fighting for the top spot here.
Uduzi drifting back up to the north side. Cappy's got himself actually very deep on this. Is sort of my concern, right? That Polish Power, once Squeaky's dealt with, they can kind of fan out. They can spread very thin. And actually, once this closes, it's a real concern for when the star appears.
Sure
the timing will favor Polish Power.
You'd have to imagine they're playing proper trench warfare. No one wanting to overpeak at Crunio. Well aware that he hit a good shot there. It's got a lob nade to follow. Still got 3 mollies to work with, too. That is a proper nade right on point. Adusi is going to fall. Dante wants to go for the fast rest. Not going to happen. Denied in doing so. Second one. Third one should be the down of Adusi. And now Crunio, Polish Power. Do they commit to this? Do they actively push into
Dante's
no man's
sticking
land?
it. Dante's actually sticking that res. Adusi might be back on his feet here.
There should be no way. He gets up.
He hasn't got much to play with. He's got to stick that first aid immediately or get himself inside a smoke. Actually, the reposition going to come through.
He actually gets back alive. That is huge.
But how the question mark advance? Like I said, Polish Power have drawn a vertical line through this zone now, and they have one big ridge to play.
One smoke, that's it there for Philfist. Curious to see how many the other players have, because there's not a lot to work with. They have to come down the hillside. Usually we say high ground is the advantage, but in this case, not quite. So Marslik finds Philfist. More players are to fall in a moment's time. Dante peeks on over. Cappy, again, nice off angle on the left-hand side.
Cappy actually going to find Hobbits as well. So just Aduzi and Dante left to find. There's still more utility to use for Polish Power.
Yep, one more force, 1v4. Such a slow approach to this one. Smart play coming through here for Polish Power as Cappy finds the last. Solid plays from start to finish. They knew what to do. They didn't have throwback risk. Let question mark deal with ends. Will take the win in the end.
Yeah, and I think actually even you look at that and you still give the advantage to question mark, but that window of opportunity closes once Cappy's allowed to move south, right? And once Squeaky is dealt with and there's no threat there, like I said, that ridge is just an absolute defensive line through the zone.
Also, I mean, they're not coming through. That allows them to reposition, knowing that Dante is hard committing to it. So smart plays regardless, knowing exactly what to do at the exact right time. Back to the desk we go for one more game of Miramar Live to Play.
An excellently executed 4v4 by Polish Power here to get this done up against question mark. The lobby leaders, all things considered, but Polish Power able to really bring the force to them. And I think really utility difference was a big factor there. Saga and Avenger joining me here for this one. Saga.
Yeah, the final endgame fight, Polish Power really showed what they're capable of up in those close range engagements. While it is 4v4, it can be very, very difficult. The peaks coming through, but the utility placement was on point. Cappy with the spray as well just really opened the door, and it's not easy to do against a team like question mark who's so on form. We saw them completely pick apart the Wu in a very similar sort of defensive long singular line hold against them to even make an entry in the zone. They did that cleanly without even losing a player, so massive props to Polish Power.
Perfectly executed late game in terms of also holding the right times with the circles. Also, question mark, they had to come off that ridge at one point. They knew that. They spread out. They maintained the control throughout. Really well played here by Polish Power. Well deserved. And that has probably cemented them a spot for PGC.
Yeah, very nicely done by them. I will say, though, by the same token, we still have question mark being an absolute thorn in everyone's side. But I really shouldn't even phrase it like that, to be perfectly honest, because they are playing absolutely excellent PUBG right now, and they should be commended for it constantly here. They're finding themselves in the final moments. Even their approach to this game as a whole wasn't easy, I think, Saga. They're coming in on that east side and taking fights and fights and fights and getting themselves to another final circle.
No, it really has been a bit of a rough road to get here, but now that they've completed their journey, it seems that they're just nestled in at the top, and themselves, Northern Lights and Fellas are really separating themselves apart from the pack this week as well. Just far clear on the top of the lobby in terms of the points they've gathered, placement points in particular. All three of those teams were pushing 40 placement points for the week alone prior to this game. The next highest team is on 20 or so. So consistently making those late game stages over and over, time and time again. And for those teams, it's exactly what they need to round out what has been a very solid event.
Well, let's hear from the wild man himself in Marsalek going up against question mark here in these final moments.
Question mark, really edge team, really good team right now. It's our strongest opponent. I feel like they're doing really good. They're playing consistent, and we really respect the boys doing what they do, because I feel like both of us, the underdogs from the qualifiers.
Underdogs from the qualifiers, but rocking the lobby to the extreme. Both of these teams here find themselves in a 4v4. Both of them, we saw quite a few smokes coming out from Question Mark to try and make this happen, but it was not enough, Martin, to be able to make it work for Question Mark.
Yeah, and the utility that they're able to put down here, especially Kapi, some of the knocks we're seeing, Kapi onto Hobitzes, and also they're containing them inside this soft cover here on this high ground that they eventually have to come off of. Kapi with another amazing spray, obviously, and they're saving, you know, 2 or 3, 4 nades that they're able to save for this moment here. When they're pinched into this small area and space, will just mean that they're going to be able to close this out quite easily.
Definitely 1900 damage coming in from Polish Power. I will say there is slight terrain advantage to an extent, but that's because Polish Power kind of put themselves in that spot here, Saga. It did feel like Question Mark being a little bit corralled towards where they were kind of bunched up at that point, so Polish Power had great angles against them.
And this is what I mean when they say it's not difficult to do that against the Question Mark. Again, the Wu tried to do something very similar, which backfired quite heavily. They were completely swept out. Ascend tried to, you know, mess with the Question Mark rotation earlier on and completely got wiped out as well. But, you know, in the end, Polish Power is the team that is able to do so. And it's the peaks that came through, the clean angles, the clean headshots, and Marsalek, in classic Polish Power fashion, not happy to sit back on the low ground, wait for the peaks to come through, but getting active, getting aggressive in the zone, and just pushing that final nail into the coffin.
Yeah, very nice here, because Cape as well as Dante coming on in, but we even saw quite a few, you know, eliminations and kills coming in from Ents during all of this, as we take a look back at Cappy being the highlight player, and rightfully so, Martin. I think he's been able to put up some stellar performances all tournament long so far.
Yeah, even though he didn't look that happy on his picture there, he's definitely going to be happy after this player focus on him, and also obviously them closing out this game. And in general, with the way that the circles was against them, Polish Power had to constantly move from the northwestern side. Ents had a high ground, good positioning, pressure, and until the very late game, Question Mark had high ground advantage, being able to pressure them. That's also why we didn't see more kills for them. They had 5 going into the late game.
That's right, the bombardment coming in from Cappy towards the end as well to be able to round things out against Question Mark. Again, one of the big contenders for PCS7 Europe at the moment as they currently sit in first place. But let's head over to Martin for a little bit of a breakdown.
Yeah, I want to point out here and commend a little bit Question Mark, how well they're able to play for this game here. We always had a northeastern circle as we were asking for. We got close to military there, James, but we didn't end just up there in general. And as you see here, Question Mark, they actually landed outside on the western side of the circle as Polish Power and Ents had a really good position. We're going to see Question Mark moving in a really northern rotation later here in the game, and obviously play extremely well. The way that they're able to move, the amount of movement that they have to do is really impressive. You see here on the northern side, they're moving in northeast. They're taking really good spots throughout the whole game. Ents, really good circle here. I was actually hoping to see a little bit more for them. They had this high ground, they're able to take this. But again, Question Mark, they continue to move better and better and further into the circles here. Super well played by them. Let's go in here to the late game. As I was talking about, this high ground advantage, they're able to spread out 2 and 2 and then kind of maintain and contain both Ents and Polish Power in their spot, forces them to fight against each other, and then being able to isolate that fight with Ents, which then, of course, when they have to come off this high ground, they don't have more utility, and that ended up being Polish Power's advantage, having that kind of low ground, spread out cover, which ended up giving them the win.
I think all importantly, thank you very much for that, Avenger, it was for Question Mark whilst we were watching them, and you and I, Saga, were talking about it whilst it was going on. Their 2-2 push across the road against the Wu and the clean nature of that fight that they took was absolutely instrumental for them to be able to even seize control of that area, never mind anything else. So the fact that they're able to do this is just absolutely amazing.
We have to go back to it once again, the linchpin for the so many times that they're able to find success in these fights. A doozy. Hate
God
doesn't,
at the moment.
you know, Toby, it doesn't matter he was using the SKS, stop it. But the fact that he's able to get into those positions where he can find players who are looking at off angles. He did it against Ascend. He actually did it incredibly well against Ascend as well. He came in later than the rest of the team on the rotation, left his car behind, pushed on foot, and it actually baited the reposition, the maneuver from It's Chris to try and find an angle onto the rest of his team, and he simply sat, waited, found the headshot, and did this very same thing again later in the game to open the path for question mark. So having that little sneaky position really paying off for them.
Crazy stuff at the moment. Question mark operating on another level, but it will be Polish Power winning out this Miramar for now, pushing them ever closer to trying to challenge question mark at the very top. Thank you, guys. We're going to a short break. When we return, we have one more Miramar for today. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PCS7 Europe Grand Finals. We find ourselves in the midst of all the action, and you too can find yourself in the midst of going really fast, because you can check out the McLaren GT in-game that is currently still available. My two lovely assistants will present it to you here, and it's beautiful. Technically Papaya Orange, which is their official naming of the thing. However, in the game it is different orange subset
Sunrise.
of all of that. That's the shimmering one, the Sunrise, correct?
Yes.
You have that one? No,
Not yet.
you don't.
That's the
still have
last one I want.
Ah, Avenger, come on, man.
Yes.
You had like 2
I've been
days.
here.
No. You went home and then came back. You could have done it then. Anyway,
true.
it doesn't matter. That's not against the point. We have ourselves the McLaren. It's awesome. You should get it in game. Turn all of those coupes into awesome cars. Saga. Don't you have fun doing that? I have fun doing that.
I really like the unicorn skin for the bike.
Excuse me?
Yeah, Fast Face does too. It must be something with the orange beard.
Yeah, I suppose so.
We haven't got adverts for that, so I can shield McLaren. For it.
Damn right.
Sure, they're good.
Yeah, it's sick. It's awesome. All right, we got a few more moments before we get into this game. Avenger, the final game of Miramar. What are you thinking?
Well, first I'm going to be thinking about the total leaderboard where we have
We're so
question
ahead.
mark going into 211 points. That is
Gross.
insane. 38 points ahead of Polish Power here. It is looking quite dire for the rest of the lobby, I would say at this
A
point.
little bit, yeah. You know, just a little. That's actually, well, that is actually a heavier lead than we normally see a Northern Lights.
Yes.
Even an Entropic when they were having a ridiculous situation, but actually that was quite a heavy lead, but then people kind of caught up a little bit. But that is an extreme lead here. Very impressive stuff, Saga.
It has really been consistently growing, which is the problem. Like it's one thing to maintain a lead at the top when it's this level of competition, that level of dominance, but to continue growing that lead and it's not even like Northern Lights, Polish Power haven't been showing up and haven't been performing. They've been the teams that have been contesting for top spots, but question mark just still continues to find the edge, whereas teams like Overpeakers, FaZe Clan, Win or Die, who are chasing those top spots, things have been pretty mid so far from them.
Mid.
And, haven't really been able to catch up.
And on top of that, here, question mark, they have 36 points now with 1 game to go. They had 36 points in day 1 as well. So now they're still putting on top of their average, obviously looking good, and they still have not had a bad day yet. So even if it's tomorrow, they are so far ahead of their closest contestant, which is Fellas, 51 points. We're talking about Fellas having a record-breaking day tomorrow. Would still maybe not be enough for them to get first spot to get their PGC spot.
Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Thank you very much, gentlemen. One more game for today, heading over to Miramar, Toby and Hypoc to bring us it. It's a little bit unprecedented what question mark's doing right now. It's a very strong lead.
It really is. It's wild to watch. We knew that the good games from question mark would usually come off of those lesser games, so to speak, but seeing them not only have good games but do it so consistently up in the top. Usually you have your phenomenal performances, then you kind of go low down, and then have your bad games. They've just been up there the whole way through.
Yeah, and even the negative from the previous game, right? The fact that they don't win, it's the fact that actually they've accrued so many kill points that even though Polish Power take it, it's null and void, right? It does nothing to that gap almost.
No, their good games tend to look amazing because their bad games are pretty horrendous. Question mark, that is, but there just haven't been any of those. Like, terrible. We can maybe find 1 or 2 between the 25 games we've had so far. And that's just unheard of.
It's actually an obscure plane to come through, actually just finishing up south of Pozo. So this is pretty difficult for some of the teams to get themselves up towards the north side. Actually, any further than San Martin going to feel like a bit of a stretch. So typically looking towards Stardust and Polish Power in that regard. Polish Power actually committing towards San Martin. Stardust actually out on the north side of Tumasera. I didn't actually previously seen them in this sort of area. Again, you've got to be probably gambling on a southern hemisphere circle here.
I can put it this way. I know where I want the circle to go. I'm not going to say anything, but that would be the crown of what has been the, start to the first 2 games at least today. Jewel.
Where's Spyro off to? I'm saying Spyro actually shadowing.
I'll take that.
As I say, he's taking that vehicle. It looked like he was still at least shadowing Polish Power. And yeah, it pops down on the south. So Austrian Force, the benefactors at least of Circle 1 here. Whether or not actually they're going to move any further west. Lots of space to move into. Ascend as well, an opportunity to get down towards Valdemar. Potentially have good access towards this Circle 1. And the thing is there's basically 3 roads that go through the center of this. So it's another one that we throw in that mix of all these circles we've had up towards the north side of Power Grid, off towards Pozo and Crater Fields. Very, very difficult to get into this Circle 1.
And one of the things that's interesting to me is usually when we have these hard center southern circles, we tend to not have that many teams on the west side early on. This time around, there's going to be a lot of teams with that opportunity to full speed send it down towards Valdemar and come in the southern kind of scenic route along the shoreline there. So could cause a bit of a change depending on how far the players that are there early end up going. And why fight out on the edge of the circle when you can fight in the center of the first circle? Vasco, he has a barrel. I think he also had an M16 for a second there.
He did, yeah.
That is the best gun.
I'm not sure if I saw Dante with a barrel in hand. Yeah, it was. Vasco wise to it. No reinforcements coming through just yet from Austrian Force. And actually on the flip side of that, nobody from question mark coming across to secure this first kill. No real desperation on the side of Dante to close this out, force the issue almost in the compound. But at least the awareness is there. Almost becomes a bit of a standoff for the time being.
I mean, not gonna lie, if you're gonna loot one building and then have a fight, finding a 2 helmet, level 3 vest, and a barrel, that's... I mean, that's a pretty fortunate building to have looted if you were to pick one. Unfortunately, not that many bullets to work with. Has a first aid, though. We'll see if you can find some more 7.62, but doesn't look like it. Dante, though, slowly maneuvering around. That nade is not only gonna explode somewhere, it's also gonna break a window. So now Dante is gonna be well aware that it's in the longhouse.
Yeah, an opportunity at least to react
They're
upon that information.
They're all coming down here. Decisive as well. It's a full 4v4 commitment to this building earlier, and actually FUT Esports is kind of backfilling question mark here. So maybe they just come in to try and, you know, make some sound, force them off. Then maybe Dante can make a run for it. But you'd have to imagine in a circle that still have so much playable terrain around, you wouldn't want to hard commit this early to a compound. But no, I think this is exactly what it is. A Doozy trying to come for the hero pickup. They're going to reverse their way down this hill and get out of there scot-free.
I think wise decision to make as well. You don't really want to commit to clearing somebody out of one of the most difficult buildings to actually clear, right?
Yeah.
That always presents the possibility of some mayhem, especially on that ground floor.
I love that you say that building, because I have been wondering, the longhouses on Miramar, should there be, just on one of the sides of the building, should there be a staircase leading up to the balcony on one of the sides? No?
No, I mean, a lot of them on Miramar have boxes on the outside. You can pull vehicles up,
Yeah,
you can hop onto the roof
I
that
suppose.
way. There is access towards the balcony, but question mark, their problems continue. Well, it could be problems for Esports, actually. Who's he going to find a freebie to open this up?
Perfect.
Lyron might feel a little bit of pressure on the way in. A good headshot connected on. So here, Doozy got to temper the aggression here, but there's actually a backfill coming through from Phil first. Iro might be able to pick that one up.
Was that ready and waiting, forcing Phil
struggled
first
with it.
away. Couldn't find the knock though. Doozy finds one more. Hubbins gets one in return too, and FUT Esports, at one point today, it looked like they were starting to get things going, but this is not the final game of the day they would have wanted to have hit. 4 opponents looking towards him. Iro, I think at this point, might as well just nade at his own feet, because nothing's going to happen off of that. Nope, might as well give some more points to question mark.
Yeah, I mean, just
can we crown them already?
Unfortunate timing there for Esports.
Can we? Are we there yet?
No,
28 points.
No, we've seen crazier things happen.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. No one's going to get it for free. No one's going to get it for free. I want to see Polish Power or Northern Lights start waking up on Miramar, though, if that's going to be a comeback. Because as we said earlier, we have 3 Miramars tomorrow, and so far, I mean, you know, I did just see Polish Power win a game on Miramar, so it's kind of rude for me to say. But just overall, if they want to get up there or stay up there and take over question mark, they've got to stop them now.
Hard looking to find some opening damage. At least we'll connect with a couple, but nothing to write home about.
Because it's been a little bit quiet for them this time around. A few kind of, I don't want to say improvised, but caught off surprise fights for them, kind of been forced to take. And now we see them rotating their way on through. So far, so good, sitting in 8th place, but still within, I mean, 1 good game away from top 5, really.
I think actually even think about, was it the first game of last week? They won in Patinky Fields. Other than that, it's been fairly hot and cold.
Yeah.
Again, unfortunate situations we found over Peakers in those. It's kind of losing one in rotation, and actually more often than not, it's not actually James who's been kind of on that scouting role pretty consistently. So it's been tough to really judge them fairly, I'd say.
I mean, I think a part of it comes off of them always wanting to try and make a move early. Unless if they completely shifted away from. But even then, they're looting. Obviously, Picardo Pachinki have done so for a long time. And it's not necessarily aggressive play style in terms of going out and taking fights all the time. It's just them trying to really quickly get a lot of info, get to a good position. And sometimes they've just been caught off by teams that just never expected to be in that position.
I think earlier on in the event where teams generally do play a little slower, that kind of does give the advantage towards the teams like Overpeakers. But
yeah,
as soon as teams slip behind, then they pick up the pace a little bit. They're a little earlier to these circle ones. That's where Overpeakers start running into some problems. Quizzy actually down here for the Woot. Tricky Res. Ibby was entertaining the idea.
Yeah. think he heard a little more footsteps.
Yeah, not so much now.
No. Saw 3 vehicles in the backside of the building going, I might just not want to run down. Then actually now taking the car, trying to get away from there. Schofield will get to shoot at him. Body shot, headshot connected, but not enough to take him down.
He's actually repositioned towards Quizzy. Actually relying now on the rest of his teammates to try and back this up. That nade is perfect, though. Ruin going to find the confirm onto Quizzy and the knock onto Ibby.
Unfortunate, neither Nixon nor Bastelot could really get into a position from where they could smoke off the building, supply some more pressure to force them inside, and even then, they knew they had 2 players just down below. Might as well try and see if you can find something off of it. Bastelot not even in position to punish the flush from Ruin, so that's 2 freebies for Howl. Hello, Quizzy. Tap, tap.
Nice little off angle there. So the Wu once again reduced to, I mean, we're talking about the number of times that they lose somebody in rotation early on, or they're forced very early on to commit towards trying to salvage games. This is another situation. Bastelot and Nixie tasked with almost what seems like the impossible from what we've seen from the Wu. They haven't really been able to make much from these sorts of games.
Yeah, no, it's been
no win or die. Put it that way.
they haven't quite found that a recipe in the recipe book yet of how to always get placement points, and preferably within top 4, despite losing players within the first 10 minutes of the game. It's a pretty tough thing to do, not gonna lie, and somehow, I mean, again, win or die, succeed in time after time. Still first, spots Alia, that should be a free one. Perfect angle on that one too.
Threads the needle onto Aliyah. Nade won't come through. We're going to talk about those, though.
We'll give him the double headshot.
Yeah.
He can't get the nade, too.
Let's focus on the positives.
Yep. Melman peeks on over. Spots Phil Fist. See Example in a car currently trying to full speed send it down here to help out, but Upa and Example are still playing kind of the back end, trying to apply some sort of pressure from behind, but it's just too far away to really have an impact on this.
So it looks like Example's actually going for the crate instead. So almost going to...
I mean, you could get an arm. Maybe that'd be more help.
Yeah, could do.
Yeah. I feel like Elia needs the help right now, but...
Yeah, I'm a little busy, buddy.
Yeah, also, let's see here, Circle. Well, I mean, Killikai and Mika, they're sitting pretty well in the water, and as you're saying, plenty of water to play around. Melman, in the meantime, though, instantly taken out by Hobbit. Solid shots coming through as Na'Vi, again, struggling here. Second to last place for Na'Vi. That is, sorry to say it, an abysmal performance this tournament.
Yeah, it is the crazy thing as well, though, is it's like, if we'd have had that one big game from Na'Vi, then they would be so much higher.
Yeah.
So much higher on the leaderboard. I mean, you could even draw the line up towards Ascend where they lie right now. But Tulit's actually going to open up onto Fellas in rotation. It's Perfectix to find that final headshot onto Michael. A nice little pinch or trap set up either side of the road for Northern Lights. Very split once again, though. Spyro was disconnected from this kind of scouting into the circle elsewhere. His power actually get 2 kills onto FaZe here.
Again, I mean, FaZe been caught in rotation a couple of times today. We saw Diggory go down early in the previous game. Now they lose 2 here. We did talk about a lot of teams having to transition into this one. Now the next circle going even further south didn't exactly make things any easier. And FaZe, unfortunately, losing 2 as a result of it.
I was almost curious as to where Vard is, but he is over towards the warehouse here. Solo holding down that compound, which is usually a very high traffic area. Allow Overpeakers to set up in almost a trademark 2-2 split. And good supportive decision as well, because of both compounds coverable.
Exactly. Rotations coming through. McLaren. I'm not even going to do the full-on presentation because I feel like the desk did such a good job with both Saka and Avenger doing the whole, you know, come on, we'll show you the prize you can get here.
Where's the unicorn banner coming up?
The unicorn banner coming up too, but get yourself a McLaren. It's pretty damn cool, and you can get yourself one in the game here as well. Polish Power making the rotation on through, trying to see what they can find. And I mean, again, kind of backfilling on FaZe here, just tracking them down, really.
Example, at least got a decent gun out of that crate.
Yeah.
Do some damage with, but it is just a 2-man effort here for Na'Vi. Do have a 4-strong Polish Power. We've already got 2 kills up on the board very early on. And they are apprehensive, at least, on the approach. Crunio actually drifting closer towards Example here.
I gotta say, I mean, I feel like if not 90%, then close to it of what has transitioned or transferred the success of Polish Power every now and again. Let me hold that thought for a second.
Example's got the info.
Yep, all of it too. Tries to make the run off here. Did they get the audible cue that he's here though?
What's Uber's angle like onto this is the question.
I don't think there really is one. I mean, you can see it down there. So as long as they don't overpeak the ridgeline, there's not really much to work with. Does fortunately spot Marsalek down below though. That's crucial.
Yeah, and actually, as soon as Marsalek tries to open up onto Example, should be...
No
actually,
need.
Example's the one to find it.
No need.
Scratch that.
I mean, even if he doesn't get the kill from Uber's side, that is, he still feeds the info across, and MK wins those. Oh my lord. Let's just... I might have just seen something a second early here, but that's a circle.
Well, if you're Ascend, you're grinning from ear to ear right now, which is probably why Polish Power are straight in their vehicles. Want to try and recover from the situation as best they can. There's a lot of ground to make up here.
Yep, into the water we go. And August is just going to full speed send it along the shoreline, see how far he can go before he can either find a boat or just send it into the water and get across. Look at the migration of cars now headed down towards the one cross point where you can go. But here Goose trying to weave his way through. The fellas players coming through here. Clip doing the same thing. If there's a way to finish off a day of PUBG, which has been action-packed from start to finish, Hybug, this is it right here.
Yeah, actually, Ascend get themselves set up nice and early on the south side, but they've got feathers coming through. Stardust actually pulling up here. Extant's going to find 2 knocks very quickly.
Around the side they go. Solid hold here from Win or Die. One more to deal with. Medibe pushing while reloading, trying to make something of a difficult situation. Doesn't get the kill. Actually does manage to get one flush, but they will all fall right off of it. So Extends defending, standing strong, and Win or Die claim themselves more kills. In the meantime, question mark falling apart too.
And actually now, a little more pressure coming on to Polish Power. Actually, FaZe Gustav to find that confirm. Elsewhere, a couple of teams engaged back and forth. Vile actually finding a knock up here onto Northern Lights, who were pressuring down towards the compound as that migration did pass the crossroads. And finally, Overpeak is going to deal with Win or Die. Still 4 strong as well, actually, for Overpeakers.
Yeah, they've been able to hold down the fort pretty well from inside the center of the circle. Ruin in the meantime now trying to fend off against Ents here. Scaff down early. Nuki does find Matt, leaving them at 3 alive. Lassa, though, again, such a high-impact player, finds Nuki around the side of the building.
Just Squeaky actually will finally get that knock onto Zoka. 25 HP has to stick the first aid. Hence, numbers already reduced to 1. Nuki going to be given up.
Wonder how many teams will actually make their way to the island. We got 3 there so far.
I mean, you can
I
see,
don't think there's going to be a 4th making
it was a straight 50-50 split. Like, half of the teams were like, let's rotate, and the other teams were like, yeah, let's fight. I mean, we're down to 37 alive here before the circles even come through. Example trying to commit to the spray there. Marsalek taking a ton of damage. Can't find the last shot. Example really struggling with this one.
This, I mean, I'm not gonna judge him for the MK spray because that's as difficult as they come. But this is just kind of, I mean, Na'Vi. These games, they just, I mean, the shots that you never see them miss. These spray downs coming through as well. It's just, I mean, Example hits those any day of the weekend.
Yeah.
Right now, Na'Vi just ain't hitting any of them.
Marsalek desperate to get out of this situation, but Example with a great sightline onto the driver's seat. No first aids left, so Example can just sit on this angle.
New circle pops. Can only imagine that it's confirmed to go down towards the southern
just
island.
Get first aid. It's a 0 down the bottom there for a second, but not sure if that was just a bug for us.
Must have been. Marsalek in the blue, proning out, trying to heal his way to, well, eternity really, because they're still far away from the circle. Knowing where they have to go, this is going to be incredibly difficult. But then again, knowing where the circle is headed, you might actually get placement points off of healing for a little while longer here.
Oh, yeah, she does commit to getting in. Someone just can't find anything with this MK.
Unfortunate. Where does he have a vehicle to use? Oh, there's one down there. Okay, fair enough. Hobbits finds a boat on the southern shore. Is that them going, wait a minute, we're not the only ones here.
Yeah, Tixer and Rustamar keen to try and actually get some pressure onto this. See Tixer open up onto it. Marsalek's problems continue, but Diggory can't land anything either. Squeaky priming a nade. He's just going to go a little farther to the right.
Bounces far. Marsalek somehow still in the mix here as Gustav alongside Diggory trying to make the run down behind. Last up, now tagged up. I mean, these guys are fighting so far into the blue. Not a whole lot to do there. How they fall. Out they go in 12th place. One of the more not so ordinary games. Not so ordinary finishes to this game here.
Squeaky in a position to do some real damage to everybody that's trying to scrape their way into this circle. Great awareness as well. Look at that flash placement. That's the other one goes a little too deep, but he still finds the headshot. Squeaky. Oh,
double hit.
He's going to make a friend.
There's some alt chat going on. Even waits for him. No, actually, yeah, he does go down because Gustav gets taken out by Mika. Rustenma spots the backpack of Hobbits on the other side. He's going to fall, and that's actually over on the island. Solid shots coming through from Hobbits to stay alive.
Actually, Chris, the one to come through and actually deal the killing blow to fellas. Actually, Ascend now looking to pile on the pressure, pick up a couple of these kill points at a key part of the game, actually, as things are starting to slow down with the numbers dwindling. There's 21 alive. We're already into the top 8.
Ascend get a win on military, a second place
the
on
Kings
military.
Of the South.
Now they're back on the
Kings of
islands
South,
again, and they all of a sudden seem to be in a really good spot here. Just 3 kills so far, but a good performance and a good position for them to play from here. Marcelik spotted in the water. Not sure exactly where he's planning on going from here. Overpeak is still 4 alive. Again, I mean, they want to be the last team to cross. They do not want there to be any chance of them getting backstepped. As I say that,
oh,
here's
best of
Vesterlok.
luck. He's about to upset someone.
Could only imagine. Could only imagine. But does he take the shot here? I mean, he isn't placement points. Little does he know, but he spots one running on the bridge. He's just going to continue to back, though, at least for now.
Spyro gets spotted on the cross here. Circle is an awkward shift, to say the least. The center actually...
It's on the water.
I think it actually is.
The center is just on the waterfront. Example goes down, Spiro goes down. Teams eliminated as we now make our way into placement points. Lou trying to make his way on over. There are still 2 more Northern Lights players having to try and make this cross. Batulins, Perfectix, this ain't gonna be easy. Look at this circle.
No, it's not. It's really not. Lou has to do absolute miracles here to force at least Art off of this angle to hold the cross. Batulins and Perfectix pretty much screwed, honestly, because they're getting pressure from the bridge as well. Overpeakers sending some shots their way. Obviously, there's still Marcelek and Vesterlok to consider as well. Brexco and Mika are actually posted up on the bridge, so it's going to slow down Overpeakers, but they're inside the circle. They can sit here and just make sure that nobody else comes in, which is Northern Lights.
You know, it's a weird circle, and Chris is forced to play contained pretty much in the water out towards the east, just to make sure that no sneaky snakes make their way around them. And Chris actually, off of that, finds Hobbits off to the side. Philfist might be able to get the rest here, but you can see the angle that Chris is holding. He has to commit to try and deny any sort of push coming in from the south here.
Oh, Vesterlok has spotted Marcelek.
What is this game? What is this game? Now Vesterlok is jumping into the water himself, trying to see what he can find where Marcelik found nothing. I mean, honestly, if he can stay in the water for long enough, there are a couple of pillars to hide behind underneath there, so if the circles keep contained in water at least for a little longer, he might get some more placement points off of this.
It's curious, actually, where Perfectix and Batulin is going to end up.
Where do they
taking so much damage from Overpeakers. I don't think they'll be able to break line of sight.
Why are they even driving in this direction? I mean, again, it's a pest or cholera sort of situation where regardless of what they do, it's just not going to work out. They try to go for somewhat of a play underneath the bridge. Not going to happen, but Batulin takes us in water going, boys. Yeah, that's it.
Well, we tried.
Have fun, Lou. It's on you.
And he's not in a position to really do any damage in this scenario either. And actually, Overpeakers, somehow, some way, keep 4 alive here.
Yeah.
I thought they were almost going to be screwed on that initial transition from the crossroads. Able to be the victors there. Only 5 kills, but again, they're the key kills that got them to this point. Obviously, the 2 coming through from Northern Lights. Now, with where this circle is, it is kind of up to the gods, really, of where it goes next, because obviously we're already in the unexpected outcome.
Yeah, and Overpeakers still have the hardest rotation yet to make. I mean, they were smart in instantly making the push down towards the bridge to try and play contained towards the northern side, but now...
Probably, and Mexi's unnoted.
Yep.
The fact that he's come under the bridge. Lou's resorted back to swimming. You see Lou actually IRL ducking there, by the way. Get his head a little deeper in the water.
Life of a whale. If you come up to the, like, kind of the surface, you get harpooned. If you stay down below, you drown. It's not an easy life for Lou right now.
So I'm curious actually who's going to find. It should be Clib, right? Should be Clib to find this.
From out in the middle of the bridge, too. Lou just cannot catch a break. He's inside the circle.
Oh, he's in.
I mean, that's
it.
That's something.
Playtime, Lou.
Hold your breath, buddy. That's what you've got to work with. In the meantime, Exalt actually setting up a wide two-way split now, forcing both Ferris and Fate down towards the southern side as we see Lou dodge and weave as best as he can in the water. Somehow, I mean, not getting tagged here is actually kind of impressive. But then again, there is quite a bit of distance to that shot coming through.
I mean, at the point at which he breaks line of sight, that'll be the question. We'll have to come back with that. Phil first actually going to find Ferris here down on the south side.
Where's Fate in this? Yeah. I mean, they come down to clear out snakes together, and there's just no refrag whatsoever.
Oh, actually, if the information was there, but it's a good flash. Fate will finally clean it up. Losing one in the process now actually hinders their possibilities of sweeping the south, putting some pressure towards ascending the compound.
Yeah, you can see Mika currently looking for Bestelog in the water. Does he know that Mexi is down here too? Bestelog is in the water right behind Mexi. This takes me back to 2018.
This is what I want to be in all chat. I want to be in all chat now.
This takes me back a couple of years of PUBG. It's been a while since we've had a swim off in competitive PUBG. So why not do it in the PCS7 Grand Finals?
Actually, Mexi spotted out now. A Mexi and Bestelog.
Why can't you, PUBG, why can't you emote in the water? Come on, we need this. We need them to be able to sit there and wave and dance in the water. Synchronized swimming emotes. That's what we need.
Well, just to loop back to that previous situation, Lou did actually break line of sight and get himself on land.
Yeah.
So he's feeling pretty good about himself, especially with Overpeakers now actually pressuring towards Art. Actually going to force him back into the water, it looks like.
Exalt down to 2, and somehow Lou has managed to essentially steal land away from Art, and as you said, force him into the water here. This should never have happened. They're pushing us 4 on the west side, and now Fate falls as well. Yes, they stay alive here, but they had 2 kills at the time, pushing in from the west with full control. Now, solo player left alive. Should have never come to this.
Kurikar trying to open up some angles onto Overpeakers.
Ascent has 2 teams to jump with just 2 points, but look at the team they're fighting right now. Overpeakers sitting right behind them on the leaderboard. This is a massive game for Ascent. Mika actually pushing out of the bridge here. That's huge. He don't push through, though. That is way too dangerous.
I'm going to post a couple of nades blind into this. James.
He must have heard a splash.
It definitely heard that. You can see Mika immediately diverts his attention this way. We'll find it. James will fall.
He only heard 1, though, and there's still 1 more down there.
If they actually know about it, Briscoe's desperate to look for the angle.
Spots the second.
Actually gets the headshot onto Mexi, but the pressure comes in from Art now. Decent damage onto Briscoe, but can't find the knock.
Yep, Mika finds 1 more. That's Vart down, so just 1 more left alive up on the shoreline. This is playing out perfectly for Ascent, who continues to rack up points. Now 2 solos left alive. Somehow Bestelog actually, from running down the hillside towards the north, has managed to find the top 3. And with how it's looking right now on this circle coming in, he's going to beat
He's
Fate
got time.
to it.
He's got time to sit there.
He gets 2nd place this game.
Almost definitely. I mean, unless he reveals himself, but...
I mean, there are no more pillars for him to hide behind, which is kind of convenient. But see? Oh, he's just tapping through the smoke, too. And he gets him with the very last bullet in the chamber. This is... I like these endings because they're so rare.
Well, get comfy, because I think this one's going to drag for the final few minutes.
It's going to be the fight for the 1 extra placement point between Art and Bestelog. At least,
does Art spot him on this cross?
Oh, that would be perfect if he actually catches him in the water, because he is looking for him. He knows that there's more than 1 player, or more than 1 team left alive for the amount of players left alive in total.
See on the X-ray, Bestelog just out of line of sight. are now going to be distracted by Mika up on the bridge.
He's outside the circle here too. Best of luck with second place this game. Unless if he's now being spotted. But there should be no way Kilyakai actually, as I say that, does manage to spot him. Let's see, Art, do you deny? Do you go for it here? He knows you got second, and there you have it. He's going to go down. Weird finish to the day, but oh my lord, for Ascent to win the first game, get second place, and now take the final one here as well.
Like I said, the Kings of the South, that's almost our one military zone that was due left. Now we burn it up on
There you
Miramar.
go. And what a way to finish off the day. A weird and orthodox game to finish things off, but a lovely one at that. We don't get them too often, that's why I love them.
No, we make the most of them when we do, though.
I feel like we do. If not us, then the players at least. Let's take it back to the desk to round off the second to the final day. James, how did you like that game?
That was
It was a game. It was a game.
That was a game. That was a game of all time, I believe is the saying. We have got ourselves Ascend getting themselves a victory here, and Saga and Avenger are going to be talking about this one with me as well. It's well, that was something. At least Ascend, you know what? They knew. And also, Toby got his island finish after all.
Yeah.
Not the same island he may have envisaged, but it was an island.
And Ascend, again, are extremely good at these southern finishes, you know? We have them on military, we have them here, and they do well.
Guess, yeah.
Then, third game, 0 points. They had 44 going into this, but now, of course, 64 total points for today. The second most in the tournament so far, only beaten by NLT in the day number 1, 65, with 1 point more than them here. Super well played by Ascend today, quite impressive. But I will say they had that super rough day yesterday with just 10 points.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that's a really rough one, obviously.
Oh, they only had to use 4 smokes for this victory. Weird that. The points coming in for Ascend, being able to absolutely dominate this circle, to be quite frank with you, considering the position that they had here. It was quite literally easy pickings for them on all of the people coming their way.
Yeah, kind of like the Greek Coast Guard this time around, not accepting any visitors to the island. The bridge was closed. Overpeakers tried to take it. They got stuck there for a while going through customs. Everyone else tried to swim across, got cleaned up. But no, it was pretty disgusting to see this shift come through. I mean, the reaction of the casters said it all. Our own reaction as we were watching, we suddenly were like, what has just occurred? Because none of us were expecting this, even with the flight path and quite a few teams dropping around to the south. Only Ascend having any presence on the island, it paid off massively.
We were laughing even at the 4th circle shift, because of course, as is normal, as is per the rules, let's eliminate as much water as possible. And technically, it did eliminate as much water as it could, Avenger. But still.
Yeah, we were looking at it and we're like, is this really the least possible water in this circle? I guess so, but obviously it's also generating the different ones. But it is Chris again.
Yes.
6 kills, now 5 here in their best games. Really impressive day for him so far. He must have been quite of an underdog pick here, but obviously not really had this kind of performance until today.
No, just great stuff from Ascent, to be perfectly. I mean, how many points is that now across the day? Like 64?
Yeah, 64. One less than NLT's best day so far, 65 on day number 1. So they have now the second best result in PCS7 Grand Finals for a day.
All it took was 3 island circles.
Yes, a lot of military and then this one.
For their case, we have had a lot of northern circles, right? So if we had a little bit of more balanced in between, maybe more southern ones, especially here in Miramar, it could have been a different case for them.
No, definitely so. And with that, I mean, of course, there's a lot of teams that are trying to get across. One, I'm surprised Lou was able to make landfall.
Yeah.
All things considered.
For sure.
That's insane. And likewise, for Overpeakers being on the bridge, obviously it's kind of a bit of a catch-22. You saw Mexi jumping off. I was hoping that him and Bestalosh could have a little party for a moment down there. Not to be, though.
Talking in game, maybe punching underwater. How are you doing, buddy? Hey. Oh, I'm doing fine. Please die.
What do you think, Saga?
I think there were so many of the teams. There was 8 teams playing the game by the time we got to phase 4.
Yeah, true.
That time around. So many lost their chance of having even really an opportunity of getting anything out from that game. You saw the likes of Win or Die trying to hold on to the houses, just the compound just north, and they got crashed by Stardust, they got re-breached by Overpeakers, just everyone had no options left by the time we got that phase 3 shift down south, and it really caused a lot of chaos. But for those who were able to sidestep it, to get around it, even the likes of Na'Vi getting dragged into things on the eastern coast, but somehow, once again, question mark, survive, find a boat, wrap around to the southern side of the island, and somehow get away with stacking up even more points.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Let's take a look at the overall standings then for the day as well as the tournament as a whole to see who is doing what, because right now it is still question mark, but very much so in control. And to be able to defeat them tomorrow, Martin, is going to take a day and a half, and you only have 1 day. That's difficult.
Yeah.
It would require question mark to have their absolute or one of the worst days here. We're talking like 10 points, and then for Fellas or a team like Ascend to have a record-breaking day yet again to be able to take over them. And we know question mark, they're going to be able to squeeze, these 1 to 4, sometimes have them a 9-point game, or even, have these second places that they continue to do so. It is looking very likely that question mark is going to be able to close out that top spot.
I mean, yeah, the fact that we just say Ascend has had, what, a 64-point day today?
Yes.
And this is, like, by far one of the best days that we've had from an individual team. If they did this again tomorrow, they would only tie with question mark if question mark got 0 points in all 5 games, which is absolutely insane.
There's not been, an absolute hurricane of question mark wins, but just the general absolute steady pace at which they've been performing throughout the days is extremely commendable here, Martin.
It's because they realize when they're able to get really high placements, and then they focus on that. Then they realize, all right, we're not going to get that good placement. Let's focus on all the kills possible here. And we see that. Adusi, top fragger of the tournament so far, doing extremely well, obviously. Huge underdog pick. Has a lot of experience, but then again, last tournament of the year, we saw it again last year. They're able to pull out these crazy performances. And then Phil First, also able to have a really, really fantastic tournament so far.
Yeah. And, commendations to him, really, considering it is one of his big first tournaments here on the international stage. And I get word that, question mark, they're wearing their question mark jerseys, but underneath those jerseys, they're wearing their PCS7 shirts that they've been sent. And you, at home, can get those same shirts that all the players are probably wearing underneath their jerseys at emea.merch.pubg.com to wear the shirts of champions. Isn't that right, Saga?
Yeah, and you could absolutely prove yourself if you were to do so.
Exactly. Do you want to wear the shirt of a champion? I know you at home want to wear the shirt of a champion here at the PUBG Championship Series 7 Europe Grand Finals. All right, well, I think that's it for today here as question mark has asserted dominance. And will anybody be able to chase them down tomorrow, same time, same place? That is the big question mark. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I will see you tomorrow for more PUBG action. Bye for now.
Передо мной видишь? Стоп, дача.
Вижу.
Я играю с Ваней.
За тачкой. Сосел в нее. Двое типа. С хитом один. Еду по.
Вы можете сыграть? Так, подожди. Я хилюсь. Двое на тачке на оранжевой.
Олег, тебе?
Они... Хороший, я видел дерево метко. С хитом, с 3 хитами он. У меня нокнет, но... Он меня нокнул за деревом, он с тобой. Хорош. За тачкой, вайп. Найс.
Der ist unter dir, ja. Jungs, ich weiß, der RF-Spieler liegt wahrscheinlich unter uns. Dann ist ein TP-Spieler Südwesten und NLT unter Chris. Ja. Der RF-Spieler muss ja einer dieser Flipzones liegen.
Weil ich sehe hier irgendwie alles. Ich glaube, der ist hier hinterm grünen Felsen bei mir. Ich habe ihn hier rennen sehen.
Pass auf NLT unter mir, auf mich.
Ja, ich nehme einfach nur den Heal hier.
Nett über Kill drüber. Oh, scheiße, Digga, ich lade dich immer noch rechts. Und Digga, wo ist dieser fucking AF-Spieler, Mann? Wer ist denn mit der AF-Spieler?
Nice.
Ja, einer bei Ki und einer neben Kidi, einer neben Chris. Einer neben Kidi, einer neben Chris.
Ich gehe zu Chris.
Ja, straight unter mir.
Geh letzter unter Chris, lass ihn nicht hinein, lass ihn nicht hinein. Geh drauf, geh drauf.
Let's go!
Weit Busch.
Ich spiel grad.
Okay. Nice.
Helal. Son bir.
Trade'li.
Gelin beyler.
Karşı binadaydı.
Karşı bina nasıl yani?
Direkt önündeki bina Euro.
Tamam anladım.
Barındaydı yani.
Ban.
Tamam onu anladım ya.
Voltladım.
Botladım.
Bekleyin biraz, hayır.
4 kişi adam kaybetmeden. Shotgun çekmiş olabilir.
Beraber go. Kapıları kapatacağım. Sanırım sağda duydum odada. Aynen.
Düş.
Bekle. Kapıdan gelsin bir.
Geldim kapıdan. Arkandayım. Ömer abi yürü. Helal. Nice.
Çok iyi beyler. Çok iyi. Tamam
Hızlı
önümüze
dönelim
insanlar
geri.
geçmiş.
Saldım cover fire, atamadım onu.
Sıkıntı yok.
Önümüz
Smoke
oldu.
var gittiğimiz yerde. Sürüyorum üstlerine yine de. Yapacak bir şey yok.
Aynen,
Sağdan pikliyor
Smoke sağında.
Sağ uzak smoke, yakında neydi at, yakın ağaç var.
Biliyorum.
Sağ uzak smoke. Sağ uzak
3,
smoke.
2 aktif.
Yakın
Tek
smoke vardı.
Tek aktif oyuncu. Sahil 2 numaramda yatıyor.
Smoke aç.
2
Sahil
numaram
bak.
var. Dikkat edin.
Açıyorum.
Bana smoke açın.
Tamam sakin.
Sahil bakıyor.
Pull up yapacaklar. Oğlum.
Öldüm.
Фейс до конца смотрят, 3. Контроль его.
На камне признак, нужно идти.
Я ломанулся на них.
Через низ не пойдем? Иди. Да, по самому праву хоббит. И камни тебе оттыкивал. Еще справа от камня. У тебя один будет. Меня пикает до конца. Он тоже с лицом. 2 с лицом у тебя будет. Просто еб...
Одного.
Еще.
Все.
Не, передо мной еще.
Мы его репикнем. Просто на репике убиваем.
Идет на вас.
Коцаный наверху, за синенькой. Хае наверх можно смогут ходить.
Нужно стать синьки.
За синькой выйди даже их. Окей.
Вино втрое.
Аламошот. Он за камнем, посмотрите, его убили.
Нокнул Феллоса на метке.
Надо доедать их всех.
Да. Год доигрывать тогда, нет? Вперед просто ехать.
Я просто иду, я просто бегу на эксе.
Осторожно.
Они вроде двое
Я
на
не
метке
осторожен.
остались.
Ну, их трое еще. И меня...
Один ног.
Я прям под них. Выезжает кто.
На
Идет
метке.
справа на метке. Перфект.
Один надо мной.
Сорвал?
Все, один на метке.
Это
вроде.
Я иду к тебе, я иду к
И
тебе.
два нока. Все, я пошел душить соло.
А, он пробежал.
Нокнулся.
Парни, смотрите
Он
меня.
ПЛХПшный. Он может за синькой пытаться выйти.
Нет, он нахилится, он
будет
хилится.
доигрывать.
Разыгрывать.
Он над тобой? Никуда не
Да,
убежал?
прям надо мной. Прям хаешку греет. Я похожу. Флешка.
Справа убежал.
Хорошо.
Wait, this is Vela, no?
Maybe?
Yeah, 3 man.
If he walks into the middle lights, we shoot him, okay? Yeah. Like, you know what I mean.
One tower.
I'm mollies. Are you molly?
I'm mollying as well.
Molly double.
If he double molly, the top, they'll spread.
They're drive-bying each other.
Du full formen.
They're pulling up on Church side, so on north side.
Yeah, they're gonna play it. Oh, they're going
Can I go north? Is there people in blue still, boys? Can you check it fast?
Give me a second, I can try and...
Don't see
I'm gonna
any
pull up
movement.
towards that side and try and squeeze them a little bit.
Don't see any movement on the houses below us. There's a drop on green also.
There's a guy in here running. Like on top of the box. Two guys.
Two.
Oh.
Are they on the fucking?
Yeah, they're on
things
the
up
like
top?
the yeah.
Yeah.